Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where the boundaries between worlds dissolve and beloved characters step beyond the pages of their original tales. Here, in the hushed hours between day and night, a master of deduction might find himself entangled in a web of whispered secrets, where the flicker of a gas lamp casts shadows that hide more than they reveal, and the impossible becomes beautifully inevitable. Each story begins with a simple question: what if? And unfolds into a gentle tapestry of intrigue, wonder, and dreams. Tonight, we begin with something a little claustrophobic, a tale woven in the dim glow of a single room, where every glance holds a secret, every word a potential lie, and every moment teeters on the edge of revelation. If these stories bring you comfort or spark your imagination, I'd be grateful if you'd like the video and subscribe, but only if you truly enjoy what I do here. Let me know where in the world you're listening from. I love seeing how far these stories travel. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. Picture London, 1892. Not the London of glittering ballrooms or romanticised gaslit streets, but a city of grit and shadow, where the air is thick with coal smoke and the damp chill of autumn clings to your skin. The scent of wet wool and horse manure lingers on the breeze, mingling with the faint sweetness of roasted chestnuts from a street vendor's cart. The cobblestones underfoot are slick with rain, uneven and treacherous, forcing you to watch every step. The city hums, a low, relentless murmur of carriage wheels, distant shouts, and the occasional peal of a church bell slicing through the fog. This is a world where survival demands vigilance, where the wealthy hide their fears behind velvet curtains, and the poor scrape by in alleys that reek of despair. Can you imagine the weight of that air, heavy with soot and secrets, pressing against your chest? In a grand house on the edge of Mayfair, a breakfast is unfolding. The room is opulent, its walls draped in dark green silk, the air warmed by a crackling fire that spits sparks onto the hearth. Crystal glasses gleam on a table laden with silver platters, crisp toast, buttery scones, delicate slices of ham, and a porcelain teapot steaming faintly. The scent of bergamot and freshly baked bread fills the space, but beneath it lies something sharper, acrid, like the tang of fear. The clink of cutlery against china is too loud, too deliberate, as if each guest is trying to mask their unease. The windows are sealed, the heavy drapes drawn, and the gas lamps cast a golden haze that feels more suffocating than warm. This is not the London of storybooks, where mysteries are solved with a flourish. This is a London where a single misstep could mean ruin, or worse. The guests, 8 in number, sit around the table, their faces a study in contrasts, some pale with nerves, others rigid with forced composure. There's a merchant with a trembling hand, his fork scraping against his plate, a young heiress whose laugh is too bright, too brittle, a retired colonel whose eyes dart to the door as if expecting escape, and among them, unnoticed at first, is a man whose gaze is sharper than the rest, his fingers steepled, his silence louder than their chatter. He is Sherlock Holmes, invited not as a guest but as a shadow, a mind summoned to unravel what none dare name. The breakfast had begun with the usual pleasantries, talk of weather, politics, the latest scandal in the papers. But then a guest, a man of middle years, florid and loud, lifts his glass, sips, and collapses. His body slumps forward, the glass tumbling to the floor with a crystalline shatter that silences the room. A cry erupts, chairs scrape back, and in an instant the host, a wiry man with a face like carved ivory, barks an order. The doors are locked, the windows remain shut. No one leaves until the truth is found. The air grows heavier, as if the walls themselves are closing in. Can you feel it? The way the room seems to shrink, the way each breath feels borrowed? Holmes rises, his movements deliberate, his eyes scanning the table with the precision of a predator. He notes the spilled wine pooling like blood on the tablecloth, the half-eaten slice of toast beside the fallen man's plate, the faint tremor in the heiress's fingers as she clutches her napkin. The others watch him, some with hope, others with dread. Suspicion coils like smoke, curling around each guest, binding them in a web of doubt. Who poisoned the toast? The question hangs unspoken, yet it shapes every word, every glance. The merchant, a man named Mr. Carver, speaks first, his voice too loud for the quiet room. It must have been an accident, he insists, but his eyes flicker to the woman beside him, a widow draped in black whose smile is as sharp as a blade. The colonel mutters about enemies, his hand brushing the empty space where a sword might once have hung. The heiress, Miss Langley, laughs again, a sound like breaking glass, and says, "Surely no one here would do such a thing." But her words falter, and her gaze lingers on the host, whose knuckles are white around his teacup. Holmes says nothing, but his silence is a weight, a pressure that forces the others to fill it. He moves to the fallen man, kneeling beside the body, his fingers brushing the man's wrist, then the glass, then the plate. He sniffs the air, his nose wrinkling at a faint, bitter note beneath the bergamot. "Poison," he murmurs, almost to himself, and the word sends a shiver through the room. Not the dramatic collapse of a stage play, but a subtle, creeping death, hidden in plain sight. The toast, perhaps, or the wine, or something else entirely. He rises, his eyes sweeping the table, and the guests shift uncomfortably, as if his gaze could peel back their skin to reveal their secrets. Imagine being there, trapped in that room, the fire's warmth now stifling, the scent of food turning sour in your throat. What would you do? Would you meet Holmes's eyes, or look away, afraid of what he might see? The air is thick with the smell of wax and ash, the faint metallic tang of fear. The tablecloth feels coarse under your fingers, the chair hard against your spine. Every sound, the tick of a clock, the creak of a floorboard, feels like a warning. This is not a game, not a parlour trick. This is a moment where lives hang on a thread, where one wrong word could unravel everything. Holmes begins to pace, his steps slow, deliberate, each one echoing in the tense silence. He stops beside the widow, Mrs. Harrow, whose dark eyes meet him without flinching. "You are seated closest to Mr. Grayson," he says, his voice soft but unyielding. "Did you see him take the toast?" She tilts her head, her lips curving in a way that might be amusement or defiance. "I saw him eat, Mr. Holmes," she replies, "as we all did, but I was not his keeper." Her voice is smooth, but there's a tremor in her hands, a faint clink as her bracelet brushes her wineglass. Holmes notes it, his expression unreadable, and moves on. The colonel, red-faced and bristling, slams a fist on the table. "This is absurd, you can't accuse us all." But Holmes doesn't accuse. He observes. He notes the way the colonel's cuff is stained with ink, the way Miss Langley's necklace catches the light, the way Mr. Carver's fork trembles as he sets it down. Every detail is a thread in the tapestry he's weaving, a puzzle taking shape in his mind. The room feels smaller now, the walls pressing closer, the air thick with unspoken accusations. The host, Mr. Elton, clears his throat, his voice strained. "Mr. Holmes, surely you can resolve this quickly. We are respectable people." But his eyes dart to the door, as if he too longs to escape. Holmes pauses, his gaze lingering on the table, on the crumbs scattered like clues. "Respectability," he says softly, "is a mask. And masks, Mr. Elton, are made to be removed." The words hang in the air, heavy with implication, and the guests shift in their seats, their faces a gallery of fear, anger, and guilt. The fire crackles, a log collapsing into embers, and the room seems to hold its breath. What if the truth is worse than they fear? What if the poison was not meant for one, but for many? The question lingers, unspoken, as Holmes begins to unravel the threads of motive and opportunity, his mind a blade cutting through the fog of lies. The heiress, Miss Langley, speaks again, her voice quieter now, almost a whisper. What if it was an outsider? Someone who slipped in before we arrived? Her suggestion is desperate, a lifeline thrown to the room, but Holmes shakes his head. "The doors were locked, Miss Langley. The windows are sealed. The poison was delivered by someone here, in this room, within the last hour." His words are a cage, trapping them all, and the tension tightens like a noose. The merchant carver loosens his collar, sweat beading on his brow. The widow's smile fades, her fingers tightening on her napkin. The colonel mutters under his breath, his eyes fixed on the floor. Imagine the taste of fear in your mouth, sharp and bitter, like the poison itself. Can you feel the weight of their stares, each guest wondering who among them is capable of murder? The room is a crucible, every word a spark that could ignite the truth, or destroy it. Holmes moves to the table, lifting the fallen man's glass, turning it in the light. A faint residue clings to the rim, almost invisible, but to Holmes it's a shout in the silence. He sets it down, his eyes flicking to the toast, then to the butter dish, then to the teapot. Every object is a suspect, every gesture a confession. The narrative pauses here, not because the story ends, but because the tension demands a moment to breathe. The fire still burns, the clock still ticks, and Holmes's gaze still sweeps the room, relentless, unyielding. The truth is close, but not yet within reach. Let the weight of this moment settle over you, like a blanket, heavy but warm. Close your eyes if you wish, and let the story carry you forward into the shadows, where secrets wait to be uncovered. The fire in the grand Mayfair dining room continues its slow dance, embers glowing like eyes in the dimness, casting fleeting shadows across the faces of the guests. The air, thick with the scent of charred wood and cooling tea, presses against the skin, a reminder of the sealed doors and shuttered windows that hold the room captive. The clock on the mantel ticks with relentless precision, each second a heartbeat in the suffocating silence that follows Sherlock Holmes's declaration. The poison, he had said, was delivered by someone in this room. The words linger, heavy as the fog that blanketed London beyond these walls, curling around the guests like a serpent tightening its coils. Holmes moves with the grace of a spectre, his long fingers trailing along the edge of the table, brushing past a silver butter dish that gleams faintly in the gaslight. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, linger on each guest in turn, noting the way their hands betray what their faces conceal. The merchant, Mr. Carver, wipes his brow with a napkin, leaving a smudge of butter on the linen. The widow, Mrs. Harrow, sits motionless, her dark eyes fixed on a point just beyond Holmes's shoulder, as if she sees something the others cannot. The heiress, Miss Langley, twists a ring on her finger, the gold catching the light with every nervous turn. The colonel, his jaw tight, grips the arm of his chair as if anchoring himself against a storm. The host, Mr. Elton, stands by the fireplace, his silhouette rigid, his fingers drumming a silent rhythm against the mantel. The room feels smaller now, the walls inching closer with every breath. The scent of the breakfast, once warm and inviting, has turned cloying, the butter congealing on untouched plates, the tea cooling in delicate cups. The faint metallic tang of fear lingers, mingling with the smoke that curls from the hearth. Outside, the city hums its restless song. Carriage wheels grinding against cobblestones, the distant cry of a newsboy. But within these walls, time seems to pause, trapped in the moment of Mr. Grayson's collapse. The fallen man lies still, his body a silent accusation, his untouched toast a puzzle, yet unsolved. Holmes kneels once more beside the body, his movements deliberate, almost reverent. He lifts the slice of toast from the plate, turning it in the light, his eyes narrowing at the faint sheen on its surface. A crumb falls, catching the firelight as it drifts to the floor, and he follows its path with the intensity of a man reading a map. The others watch, their breaths shallow, as if afraid to disturb the air. The widow's bracelet clinks softly as she shifts, a sound so small yet so loud in the taut silence. Holmes's gaze flicks to her, then back to the toast, his mind weaving connections invisible to the rest. The merchant clears his throat, his voice rough with nerves. He speaks of business dealings, of Mr. Grayson's reputation for ruthless negotiations, as if words could deflect suspicion. But his hands tremble, and a bead of sweat traces a slow path down his temple. The Colonel interjects, his tone sharp, recounting a vague grudge from years past, his words stumbling as Holmes's eyes meet his. Miss Langley, her voice soft but unsteady, suggests a mistake in the kitchen, a tainted ingredient, but her fingers clutch her napkin too tightly, crumpling the fabric into a knot. Mrs. Harrow remains silent, her lips pressed into a thin line, her stillness a contrast to the other's restless movements. Mr. Elton, the host, offers a weak protest, insisting the servants are trustworthy, but his eyes dart to the locked door, betraying his unease. Holmes listens, but his attention is elsewhere, tracing the invisible threads that bind the room. He steps to the table, lifting the butter dish, his fingers brushing the smooth silver. A faint scent, bitter, almost imperceptible, rises from the dish, and his lips curve in the ghost of a smile. He sets it down, his movements unhurried, and turns to the teapot, lifting its lid to inhale the steam. The guests shift, their chairs creaking, their eyes following his every move. The fire pops, sending a spark skittering across the hearth, and the sound feels like a warning, a reminder of the fragility of this moment. Picture the texture of the tablecloth beneath your fingers, coarse and slightly damp from spilled wine. The air carries the weight of unspoken truths, heavy with the scent of wax and fear. What would it feel like to sit among them, your heart a drumbeat in your chest, knowing one among you is a murderer? The gas lamps flicker, casting shadows that dance like ghosts, and the room feels alive with secrets, each guest a locked box waiting to be opened. Holmes steps back, his gaze sweeping the table once more. He notes the angle of a wine glass, tilted slightly as if nudged in haste. He sees the faint smudge on a spoon, the way a napkin is folded to hide a stain. Every detail is a whisper, a clue in the language only he speaks. He turns to Mr. Elton, his voice low, almost a murmur. He asks about the order of the breakfast, the sequence of plates and glasses, the hands that touched them. The host stammers, his words tripping over themselves, and the others lean forward, as if drawn by the gravity of Holmes's questions. The widow breaks her silence, her voice smooth as silk but sharp at the edges. She speaks of Mr. Grayson's charm, his way of making enemies without seeming to try. Her words are careful, measured, but her fingers trace the rim of her glass, a restless gesture that Holmes does not miss. The Colonel scoffs, dismissing her words as gossip, but his own voice betrays a tremor, a crack in his bravado. Miss Langley laughs, a sound too high, too fragile, and suggests they all calm down, but her eyes are wide, her pupils dark with fear. The merchant mutters about debts, his words vague, his hands twisting the napkin into a rope. Holmes moves to the window, his fingers brushing the heavy drapes. The fabric is cool, slightly damp from the autumn chill seeping through the glass. He parts the curtains just an inch, and the faint light of a London morning spills in, grey and unforgiving. The city outside is a world away, its noise muffled by the thick walls, but the glimpse of freedom sharpens the tension in the room. He lets the drapes fall, the light vanishing, and turns back to the guests. His eyes linger on the butter dish, then on the toast, then on the faces that watch him, each one a mask of innocence or guilt. The narrative hovers here, in the space between revelation and concealment, where every glance is a question, every silence an answer. The fire burns lower now, its warmth fading, and the room grows colder, the air thick with the promise of truth. Let the story wrap around you, soft as a dream, carrying you deeper into the shadows where Holmes's mind works, relentless, unyielding, drawing ever closer to the heart of the mystery. The dining room in the Mayfair house seems to exhale, its walls holding the weight of secrets as the fire dwindles to a faint glow. The gas lamps flicker, their light casting jagged shadows that shift like whispers across the table. The air is heavy now, not just with the scent of cooling tea and congealed butter, but with something sharper, a metallic edge, as if the room itself tastes of betrayal. The clock's relentless ticking grows louder, a metronome to the mounting paranoia that binds the guests. Sherlock Holmes stands near the window, the drapes falling back into place, sealing the room once more in its claustrophobic embrace. His presence is a quiet storm, his silence drawing every eye, every breath, as the guests wait for his next move. The fallen man, Mr. Grayson, lies still, his body a silent anchor in the room's chaos. The toast beside him, half eaten, sits untouched now, its surface glistening faintly in the dim light. Holmes's eyes linger on it, then drift to the butter dish, the wine glass, the teapot, each object a piece in the puzzle he assembles with relentless precision. The guests, caught in the web of his scrutiny, shift in their seats, their movements small but telling. The merchant Mr. Carver adjusts his collar, his fingers leaving a faint smear of sweat on the starched fabric. The widow, Mrs. Harrow, traces the edge of her bracelet, the silver catching the light like a signal. Miss Langley, the heiress, smooths her skirt, her hands restless, her eyes darting to the locked door. The Colonel's jaw clenches, his knuckles white against the arm of his chair. The host, Mr. Elton, lingers by the fireplace, his shadow stretching long and thin as if trying to escape the room's confines. Holmes moves to the centre of the table, his steps slow, deliberate, each one a note in the symphony of tension. He lifts the wine glass from Mr. Grayson's place, turning it in his hands, the crystal catching the gaslight in a prism of fleeting colours. A faint residue clings to the rim, barely visible, but to Holmes it is a shout in the silence. He sets the glass down, his fingers brushing the tablecloth, and turns to the butter dish. The silver lid gleams, but the butter itself is uneven, as if scraped in haste. He leans closer, inhaling, and his eyes narrow at a scent too subtle for the others to notice, a bitter trace, sharp and unnatural, hidden beneath the richness of the cream. The guests watch, their breaths shallow, their faces a gallery of masks. Mr. Carver speaks, his voice too loud, too quick, as he recounts a business deal gone sour, a rivalry with Mr. Grayson that he claims was long forgotten. But his hands betray him, twisting the napkin into a knot, the fabric fraying under his fingers. Mrs. Harrow's eyes meet Holmes's, unflinching, but her lips part slightly, as if a thought has caught in her throat. She speaks of Mr. Grayson's charm, his way of drawing people close only to push them away, her words soft but edged with something unspoken. The Colonel scoffs, his voice rough, dismissing the talk as idle gossip, but his eyes flicker to the butter dish, then away, too quickly. Miss Langley offers a trembling smile, suggesting a servant's error, a tainted ingredient, but her voice falters, and her fingers clutch the gold ring on her hand as if it might anchor her. Mr. Elton, the host, clears his throat, his words measured but strained, insisting the kitchen was overseen with care. Yet his eyes linger on the door, as if he longs to fling it open and flee. Holmes listens, but his mind is elsewhere, tracing the invisible threads that connect the guests, the objects, the moment of death. He steps to the teapot, lifting its lid once more, the steam long gone, the scent of bergamot now faint. He tilts it slightly, noting the weight, the way the liquid shifts inside. A single drop falls dark against the white tablecloth, and he watches it spread, his mind mapping the possibilities. The room feels smaller still, the air thick with the scent of wax and ash, the faint sweetness of decay beginning to creep in. The fire's warmth is gone, replaced by a chill that seeps through the sealed windows, as if the autumn fog outside is pressing against the glass, seeking entry. Picture yourself seated at that table, the weight of the air settling over you, cool and heavy, like a damp cloak. What must it feel like to know the truth is so close, yet hidden in the flicker of a glance, the tremor of a hand? The room hums with unspoken fears, The clink of a spoon against a saucer, the creak of a chair, each sound a thread in the tapestry of suspicion. The gas lamps dim, as if the room itself is tiring, and the shadows grow longer, curling around the guests like vines. Holmes turns to Miss Langley, his voice soft, almost a whisper, as he asks about her conversation with Mr. Grayson before the breakfast began. She hesitates, her fingers tightening on her ring, and speaks of pleasantries, of talk about the weather, but her eyes betray a flicker of something deeper. Fear, perhaps, or guilt. Holmes nods, his expression unreadable, and moves to the Colonel, questioning the man's movements as the plates were served. The Colonel bristles, his voice sharp, but his words are vague, his hands clenching as if to hold back a confession. Holmes's questions are gentle, but each one lands like a stone, rippling through the room, stirring the guests' unease. The widow, Mrs. Harrow, speaks unprompted, her voice calm but deliberate, recounting a moment when Mr. Grayson reached for the toast, his hand brushing hers. She describes it with precision, as if painting a picture, but Holmes notes the way her bracelet catches the light, the way her fingers linger on the table as if anchoring herself. Mr. Carver interrupts, his voice rising, accusing the widow of deflection, but his own words falter, his eyes darting to the butter dish. The room pulses with tension, alliances shifting, suspicions hardening. Mr. Elton steps forward, his voice tight, urging Holmes to consider an outsider, a servant perhaps, but Holmes shakes his head, his gaze steady. The poison, he repeats, was delivered here, now, by one of them. The narrative lingers in this moment, the room a crucible where truth and lies collide. The air is cool now, the fire reduced to glowing coals, and the scent of smoke mingles with the faint bitterness of the poison that lingers, unseen but ever present. What would it be like to sit in that silence, to feel the weight of eyes upon you, knowing one among you has woven this deadly web? Let the story cradle you, its rhythm slow and steady, drawing you deeper into the shadows where Holmes's mind unravels the threads, inching ever closer to the truth. The shadows in the Mayfair dining room grow bolder, as if claiming the space left by the fading gas lamps, their light now a mere whisper against the encroaching gloom. Sherlock Holmes stands by the window, his fingers still resting on the heavy drapes, the cool fabric a fleeting anchor in the storm of suspicion swirling around him. The air is thick with the scent of dying embers and the faint, bitter trace of something unnatural, perhaps the poison itself, lingering like a ghost. The guests, bound by the locked doors and the weight of their secrets, watch him with a mixture of dread and hope, their faces pale in the dim light. The clock's steady ticking weaves through the silence, a reminder that time, like Holmes's mind, moves forward, relentless, unyielding. Holmes steps away from the window, his movements slow, deliberate, as if each step is a brushstroke on a canvas only he can see. He returns to the table, his eyes sweeping over the remnants of the breakfast, crumbs scattered like stars, a wine glass tilted at an odd angle, a butter dish with its lid slightly askew. The fallen man, Mr. Grayson, lies still, his presence a silent accusation that binds the guests in a web of guilt and fear. The merchant, Mr. Carver, shifts in his chair, his fingers tracing the edge of his plate, leaving a faint smudge of grease. The widow, Mrs. Harrow, sits with her hands folded, her silver bracelet glinting as it catches the last flicker of the fire. Miss Langley, the heiress, clutches her gold ring, her knuckles white, her eyes darting to the door as if it might open of its own accord. The Colonel's breath is heavy, his hands resting on the table, fingers twitching as if longing for action. The host, Mr. Elton, lingers by the hearth, his silhouette sharp against the dying embers, his eyes fixed on Holmes as if searching for salvation or condemnation. Holmes lifts the wine-glass once more, turning it in his hands, the crystal catching the faint light in a prism of fleeting colours. A residue clings to the rim, so subtle it might be mistaken for a trick of the light, but to Holmes it is a shout in the silence. He sets it down, his fingers brushing the tablecloth, and moves to the sideboard, where a tray of pastries sits untouched, their sugary glaze dulled by the room's heavy air. A small knife rests beside them, its blade marked by a faint smear. Not butter, but something thinner, sharper, like the edge of a secret. His lips curve slightly, a flicker of recognition, and he places the knife back, its metal cool against his skin. The guests stir, their movements small but telling. Mr. Carver clears his throat, his voice rough, speaking of a debt Mr. Grayson had demanded, a business matter that had soured their friendship. His words are careful, but his eyes betray him, flickering to the butter dish, then away, as if afraid of what it might reveal. Mrs. Harrow responds, her tone smooth but laced with an edge, recounting a moment when Mr. Grayson had spoken of enemies, his voice low, his gaze distant. Her fingers trace the rim of her glass, a restless gesture that draws Holmes's attention. The Colonel scoffs, his voice sharp, dismissing the talk as idle, but his hands clench, his rings glinting as they catch the light. Miss Langley, her voice trembling, speaks of a letter Mr. Grayson had received, one that had darkened his mood, but her eyes darted to Mr. Elton, as if regretting her words. The host stiffens, his fingers tightening on the mantle, and he insists the letter was nothing, a trivial matter, but his voice falters, a crack in his composure. Holmes listens, his head tilted slightly, as if hearing a melody beneath their words. He moves to the teapot, lifting its lid once more, the scent of bergamot now faint, almost lost in the room's growing chill. He tilts it, noting the weight, the way the liquid shifts inside, and a single drop falls, dark against the tablecloth, spreading like a stain. The guests watch, their breaths shallow, their faces a gallery of masks, some defiant, some afraid, all hiding something. The air grows colder, the fire's last embers barely glowing, and the scent of smoke mingles with the faint bitterness that Holmes alone seems to notice. The room feels like a vault, its walls sealing in the truth, the lies, the fear that binds them all. Picture the weight of that moment settling over you, the air cool and heavy like a fog that clings to your skin. What would it be like to sit among them, to feel the truth hovering just out of reach, hidden in the flicker of a glance or the tremor of a hand? The gas lamps hum softly, their light fading, and the shadows curl tighter, as if whispering secrets to one another. The scent of wax and ash fills the air, a reminder of the world beyond these walls, where London hums its restless song, unreachable behind the locked doors. Holmes turns to Miss Langley, his voice soft but unyielding, asking about the moment she poured the wine, her hands steady or trembling. She hesitates, her fingers twisting her ring, and speaks of a toast, a fleeting moment when glasses were raised, but her words falter, and her eyes flicker to the floor. Holmes nods, his expression unreadable, and shifts his attention to the Colonel, questioning the man's proximity to the sideboard, the knife that lies there. The Colonel bristles, his voice sharp, insisting he had no reason to touch it, but his hands betray him, clenching into fists as if to hold back a confession. Holmes moves to Mrs. Harrow, asking about the bracelet, its silver glinting with every gesture. She smiles, a slow curve of her lips, and speaks of it as a keepsake, but her fingers linger on the clasp, as if guarding a secret. The tension shifts, alliances fraying, suspicion sharpening like a blade. Mr. Carver speaks, his voice rising, accusing Mrs. Harrow of deflection, but his own words falter, his eyes darting to the teapot. Mr. Elton steps forward, his voice tight, urging Holmes to consider an accident, a tainted ingredient, but his eyes linger on the wine-glass, then away. Holmes notes it all, the hesitation, the glances, the way the room seems to hold its breath. He steps to the table, lifting a napkin folded too neatly beside Mr. Carver's plate. A faint stain marks the cloth, darker than wine, and he holds it to the light, his eyes narrowing. Carver's breath catches, his fingers tightening on the table, but he says nothing. The narrative lingers here, in the space where truth and lies collide, where every gesture is a clue, every silence a confession. The air is heavy with the scent of ash and unspoken fears. the clock's ticking a steady pulse in the silence. Holmes moves to the butter dish, lifting its lid once more, the butter uneven, as if scraped in haste. He leans closer, inhaling, and his eyes narrow at a scent too subtle for the others to notice. A bitter trace, sharp and unnatural. The guests shift, their chairs creaking, their eyes following his every move. The room pulses with tension, the walls seeming to lean inward, the air thick with the promise of revelation. Holmes steps back, his gaze sweeping the table, noting the angle of a spoon, the way a plate is pushed slightly askew, the faint smudge on a glass. Each detail is a thread in the tapestry he weaves, a puzzle taking shape in his mind. He turns to Mr. Elton, asking about the servants' movements, the sequence of the breakfast, the hands that touch the plates. The host stammers, his words vague, his eyes darting to the door as if longing to escape. The Colonel interrupts, his voice rough, accusing the servants of carelessness, but his own hands tremble, betraying his bravado. Mrs. Harrow speaks, her tone calm but deliberate, recounting a moment when Mr. Grayson reached for the butter, his hand brushing hers. Her words are precise, but Holmes notes the way her bracelet catches the light, the way her fingers linger on the table, as if anchoring herself. The heiress, Miss Langley, speaks again, her voice barely above a whisper, suggesting a misunderstanding, a mistake in the kitchen, but her eyes are wide, her pupils dark with fear. Mr. Carver mutters about a rival, a man who might have wished Mr. Grayson harm, but his words are vague, his hands twisting the napkin into a rope. The room feels smaller still, the air thick with the scent of wax and the faint sour tang of sweat. The fire is nearly gone, its warmth a memory, and the chill seeps through the sealed windows, as if the autumn fog outside is pressing against the glass, seeking entry. What must it feel like to be trapped in that silence, to know the truth is a shadow waiting to be named, hidden in the flicker of a glance or the weight of a word? The room hums with unspoken fears, the clink of a spoon against a saucer, the creak of a chair, each sound a thread in the web of suspicion. The gas lamps flicker, their light dimming as if in deference to the shadows that grow bolder, curling around the guests like a lover's embrace. Holmes moves to the sideboard once more, his fingers brushing the tray of pastries, the knife beside them. He lifts it, turning it in the light, and the guests watch, their breaths shallow, as if afraid to disturb the air. The narrative hovers in this moment, the room a crucible where truth and lies collide. The scent of smoke and bitterness lingers, the clocks ticking a steady rhythm in the silence. Holmes's gaze is relentless, his mind a blade cutting through the fog of lies, drawing ever closer to the heart of the mystery. Let the story wrap around you, its rhythm slow and gentle, carrying you deeper into the shadows where the truth waits, patient, unyielding, ready to be unveiled. The Mayfair dining room lies steeped in shadow, the gas lamps barely holding back the darkness that creeps from the corners. The air is cool now, heavy with the scent of spent wax and the faint acrid trace of something sinister. A reminder of the poison that claimed Mr. Grayson's life. Sherlock Holmes stands by the sideboard, the small knife in his hand glinting faintly as he turns it, his eyes tracing the smear along its edge. The guests, bound by the locked doors and the weight of their secrets, watch him with bated breath, their faces pale, their hands restless. The clock's ticking is a steady pulse, weaving through the silence, a metronome to the truth that draws ever closer. The room feels like a held breath, its walls a cage for the guilty and the innocent alike. Holmes sets the knife down, its metal clinking softly against the tray, and his gaze sweeps the table once more. The crumbs on Mr. Grayson's plate, the tilted wine glass, the butter dish with its uneven surface, each object is a thread in the tapestry he has woven, a puzzle nearing completion. The merchant, Mr. Carver, sits rigid, his napkin twisted into a frayed knot, his eyes fixed on the table as if it might shield him. Mrs. Harrow, the widow, leans back, her silk shawl whispering against her chair, her silver bracelet catching the faint light with every measured movement. Miss Langley, the heiress, grips her gold ring, her breath shallow, her eyes darting between Holmes and the locked door. The Colonel's hands rest on the table, his fingers still, but his jaw is tight, his gaze hard as if bracing for a blow. Mr. Elton, the host, stands by the hearth, his silhouette sharp against the last glowing coals, his fingers twitching as if longing to grasp something solid. Holmes steps to the centre of the room, his movements slow, deliberate, as if each step is a note in a final crescendo. He lifts the butter dish, its silver lid cool against his fingers, and examines the contents once more. The butter is uneven, a faint sheen marking its surface, and he inhales, his eyes narrowing at the bitter trace beneath the cream's richness. The guests shift, their chairs creaking, their breaths catching as if the air itself might betray them. Holmes sets the dish down, his gaze moving to the teapot, its porcelain dulled by the room's dimness. He lifts its lid, the faint scent of bergamot rising, but it is the weight of the pot, the subtle shift of its contents that draws his attention. A single drop falls dark against the tablecloth, and he watches it spread, his mind mapping the final pieces of the puzzle. The silence is a living thing now, wrapping around the guests, tightening with every tick of the clock. Holmes turns to Mr. Carver, his voice soft but unyielding, asking about the merchant's dealings with Mr. Grayson, the debt that had strained their bond. Carver stammers, his words vague, speaking of a misunderstanding, a settled matter, but his eyes flicker to the butter dish, then away, too quickly. Holmes notes the tremor in his hands, the faint smudge on his cuff, and moves on, his attention shifting to Mrs. Harrow. He asks about her conversation with Mr. Grayson, the moment their hands brushed as he reached for the toast. Her smile is calm, her voice steady as she speaks of pleasantries, but her fingers linger on her bracelet, the silver glinting like a warning. The Colonel interrupts, his voice rough, accusing Holmes of chasing shadows, but his own hands betray him, clenching as if to hold back a confession. Miss Langley speaks, her voice trembling, suggesting a servant's error, a tainted ingredient, but her eyes are wide, her pupils dark with fear. Mr. Elton steps forward, his voice tight, urging Holmes to consider an outsider, a mistake, but his eyes dart to the wine-glass, then to the floor. Holmes listens, his head tilted slightly, as if hearing a melody beneath their words, a pattern emerging from the chaos of their denials. The room feels colder now, the fire's last embers barely glowing, and the air carries a chill that seeps through the sealed windows. The scent of smoke and wax mingles with the faint bitterness that Holmes alone seems to trace, a clue hidden in plain sight. What must it be like to sit in that stillness, to feel the truth drawing near, like a shadow cast by a light you cannot see? The gas lamps flicker, their hum a soft undercurrent to the tension that binds the room, each guest a thread in the web Holmes weaves. Holmes steps to the table, lifting the napkin beside Mr. Carver's plate once more. The stain is faint, darker than wine, and he holds it to the light, his eyes narrowing. Carver's breath catches, his fingers tightening on the table, but he says nothing. Holmes sets the napkin down and turns to the wineglass, its tilted angle a silent accusation. He lifts it, examining the residue once more, and his lips curve in the ghost of a smile. The guests watch, their faces a gallery of fear and defiance, as Holmes moves to the teapot, his fingers brushing its handle. He tilts it, noting the weight, the way the liquid shifts, and a memory surfaces. A detail from earlier, a gesture overlooked. He turns to Miss Langley, his voice a murmur, asking about the toast she had proposed the moment when glasses were raised. She hesitates, her fingers twisting her ring, and speaks of a fleeting gesture, a call for unity, but her words falter, her eyes flickering to Mr. Elton. Holmes nods, his gaze shifting to the host, questioning the sequence of the breakfast, the hands that touch the plates, the glasses, the butter dish. Elton stammers, his words vague, his eyes darting to the door as if it might offer escape. The Colonel scoffs, accusing the heiress of distraction, but his own voice trembles, his hands clenching tighter. Mrs. Harrow speaks, her tone deliberate, recounting a moment where Mr. Grayson had reached for the butter, his hand steady, his smile sharp. Her words are precise, but Holmes notes the way her bracelet catches the light, the way her eyes linger on the table. The tension is a living thing, coiling tighter, the air thick with the scent of ash and unspoken truths. Holmes steps back, his gaze sweeping the room, and speaks, his voice low, steady, cutting through the silence like a blade. He speaks of the butter dish, its contents tampered with, the faint sheen a clue to the poison's delivery. He speaks of the knife, its smear not butter but something sharper, a trace of the same bitterness that lingers in the air. He speaks of the napkin, the stain a mark of haste, a gesture betrayed by carelessness. The guests stiffen, their eyes wide, their breaths shallow, as Holmes weaves the threads together, his words a net closing around the truth. He turns to Mrs. Harrow, his voice soft but unrelenting, and speaks of her bracelet, its clasp loose, its silver stained with a faint residue. Her smile falters, her fingers freezing on the table, and the room holds its breath. Holmes recounts the moment she reached for the butter dish, her hand brushing Mr. Grayson's, a gesture too precise, too deliberate. He speaks of the letter Mr. Grayson received, one that had darkened his mood, a letter Mrs. Harrow had delivered, her smile masking a motive rooted in a past betrayal, a debt unpaid, a promise broken. The widow's eyes darken, her lips parting, but no words come. The others watch, their faces pale as Holmes lays bare the truth. The poison was in the butter, applied with the knife, a subtle act hidden in the chaos of the breakfast. The room exhales, the tension breaking like a wave. Mr. Carver slumps in his chair, his hands trembling with relief. Miss Langley's breath catches, her ring glinting as she releases it. The Colonel mutters, his voice low, his anger spent. Mr. Elton steps forward, his voice shaking, demanding the doors be opened. The truth now a weight he can bear. Mrs. Harrow sits still, her eyes fixed on Holmes, her silence a confession. The clock ticks on, its rhythm steady as the gas lamps flicker, casting their final light on a room forever changed. What must it feel like to see the truth unveiled, to watch the shadows part and reveal the heart of the mystery? The air is cool now, the scent of ash and bergamot fading, and the room feels lighter, as if the truth has lifted its weight. Let the story linger here, its rhythm slow and gentle, carrying you softly towards sleep, where the shadows of London fade and the world dissolves into dreams. The Mayfair dining room lies hushed, its air still heavy with the aftermath of truth unveiled. The gas lamps, now dim to a faint glow, cast long shadows that seem to cling to the walls, as if reluctant to release their hold on the secrets they've witnessed. The fire is nothing but ash, its warmth a distant memory, and the scent of bergamot and wax has faded, replaced by the cool, damp breath of an autumn night seeping through the sealed windows. Sherlock Holmes stands at the table's edge, his silhouette sharp against the dying light, his eyes fixed on Mrs. Harrow, whose silence speaks louder than any confession. The guests, released from the noose of suspicion, exhale in uneven breaths, their faces pale, their hands trembling with the weight of what has passed. The clock ticks on, its rhythm a steady thread weaving through the quiet, a reminder that time, like truth, waits for no one. Yet the room does not rest. The doors remain locked, at Holmes's insistence, for the truth, though unveiled, feels incomplete, like a melody cut short. He kneels beside Mr. Grayson's body once more, his fingers brushing the man's coat, searching with the precision of a surgeon. A faint rustle betrays a hidden pocket, and from it Holmes draws a folded paper, its edges worn, its surface stained with the faint smudge of ink. The guests stir, their eyes drawn to the document, a new spark of tension igniting in the room. Mr. Carver leans forward, his fingers tightening on the table's edge. Miss Langley's breath catches, her gold ring glinting as she twists it. The Colonel's jaw tightens, his eyes narrowing as if recognising the paper's weight. Mr. Elton, still by the hearth, steps closer, his shadow stretching across the floor like a warning. Holmes unfolds the document, his movements slow, deliberate, as if handling a relic. The paper is a letter, its script tight and hurried, the words cryptic, a list of names, dates and sums, with Mr. Grayson's initials scrawled at the bottom. The ink is fresh, the edges crisp, as if written only days before. Holmes's eyes scan the page, his mind tracing connections invisible to the others, and the room seems to hold its breath once more. The letter speaks of debts, not just of money, but of loyalty, of promises made and broken, of a network that stretches beyond this room, beyond this house, into the shadowed corners of London's elite. The guests watch, their faces a gallery of unease, as Holmes's gaze lifts, sweeping over them with the intensity of a predator sensing movement. The air grows colder, the windows rattling faintly as a gust of wind presses against the glass, a reminder of the city beyond, a city of fog and secrets, where the clatter of hooves and the cry of a newsboy are muffled by these walls. The scent of ash lingers, mingling with the faint metallic tang of fear that rises anew. Holmes folds the letter, tucking it into his coat, and turns to the guests, his voice low, steady, cutting through the silence like a blade. He speaks of the document, its implications, the web it weaves among them. He asks who knew of its existence, who saw Mr. Grayson with it, who might have wanted it silenced. The question hangs, heavy as the fog outside, and the guests shift, their eyes darting, their hands betraying what their words conceal. Mr. Carver speaks first, his voice rough, insisting he knew nothing of the letter, his hands twisting the frayed napkin as if to anchor himself. But his eyes flicker to Miss Langley, a glance too quick, too telling. The heiress responds, her voice trembling, claiming she saw Mr. Grayson reading something that morning, but her words falter, her fingers clutching her ring as if it might shield her. The Colonel scoffs, his tone sharp, dismissing the letter as a business matter, irrelevant to the poison, but his hands clench, his rings glinting in the dim light. Mr. Elton, his face pale, speaks of a meeting Mr. Grayson had planned, a discussion of investments, but his eyes avoid Holmes's lingering on the floor. Mrs. Harrow, still seated, her confession of the poisoning await she carries, remains silent, her eyes fixed on the table, as if the letter holds no surprise. Holmes listens, his head tilted slightly as if hearing a rhythm beneath their words. He steps to the sideboard where the tray of pastries sits untouched, their glaze dulled by the room's heavy air. He lifts the small knife once more, its smear a faint echo of the poison's trace, and examines it, noting the way the light catches its edge. The guests watch, their breaths shallow, as if afraid to disturb the air. Holmes sets the knife down and moves to the table, his fingers brushing the wine glass, its tilted angle a silent clue. He lifts a spoon beside Mr. Elton's plate, noting a faint residue, not sugar, but something sharper, and his lips curve in a fleeting smile. The room feels tighter now, the walls pressing closer, the air thick with the scent of wax and the faint bitterness that lingers, unseen but ever present. What must it feel like to stand in that moment, to sense the truth shifting like a shadow just beyond your grasp, hidden in the rustle of a paper or the flicker of a glance? The gas lamps hum softly, their light fading, and the room seems to pulse with unspoken fears, each guest a thread in a web that grows ever more tangled. The scent of ash and ink fills the air, a reminder of the secrets that bind them, locked within these walls. Holmes turns to Mr. Elton, his voice a murmur, asking about the meeting Mr. Grayson had planned, the names listed in the letter. The host stammers, his words vague, speaking of a gathering of investors, a routine matter, but his eyes dart to the door, as if longing to escape. Holmes nods, his expression unreadable, and shifts his attention to Miss Langley, questioning the moment she saw Mr. Grayson with the letter, her proximity to his coat. She hesitates, her fingers twisting her ring, and speaks of a fleeting glance, a paper tucked away, but her voice trembles, her eyes wide with fear. The Colonel interrupts, his voice rough, accusing Holmes of chasing ghosts, but his own hands betray him, clenching as if to hold back a confession. Mr. Carver speaks, his tone rising, suggesting the letter was a private matter, irrelevant to the murder, but his eyes flicker to the sideboard, then away. The tension coils tighter, alliances fraying, suspicion sharpening like a blade. Holmes steps to the table, lifting a napkin beside Miss Langley's plate, its fold too precise, its edge marked by a faint stain. He holds it to the light, his eyes narrowing, and the heiress's breath catches, her fingers freezing on her ring. Holmes sets the napkin down and moves to the teapot, its porcelain cool against his fingers. He tilts it, noting the weight, the way the liquid shifts, and a memory surfaces, a gesture, a glance, a moment overlooked. He speaks, his voice steady, recounting the letter's contents, the names that tie the guests to a conspiracy of debts and betrayals, a network Mr. Grayson threatened to expose. The room exhales, the air heavy with the weight of revelation, and the guests stir, their faces pale, their eyes wide. Holmes turns to Mr. Carver, his voice soft but unrelenting, asking about a debt listed in the letter, a sum tied to his name. Carver stammers, his words tripping over themselves, claiming ignorance, but his hands tremble, a bead of sweat tracing a slow path down his temple. Holmes shifts to the Colonel, questioning a date in the letter, a meeting he attended with Mr. Grayson. The Colonel bristles, his voice sharp, dismissing the matter as trivial, but his hands clench, his rings glinting like a warning. Miss Langley speaks, her voice barely above a whisper, admitting she saw the letter in Mr. Grayson's hand, but her eyes darted to Mr. Elton, as if seeking permission. The host steps forward, his voice tight, insisting the letter was a misunderstanding, a private matter, but his eyes betray him, flickering to the sideboard. The narrative lingers here, in the space where truth and lies collide, where every gesture is a clue, every silence a confession. The air is cool, the scent of ashen ink fading, but the room remains a crucible, its walls holding the weight of secrets yet to be unveiled. What must it be like to stand in that silence, to feel the truth drawing near, like a tide pulling at the shore, ready to reveal what lies beneath? The gas lamps flicker, their light dimming, and the shadows curl tighter, as if guarding the final pieces of the puzzle. Holmes's gaze is relentless, his mind a blade cutting through the fog of lies, drawing ever closer to the heart of the conspiracy. The room pulses with tension, the clocks ticking a steady rhythm in the silence. Holmes steps back, his eyes sweeping the guests, noting the way Mr. Carver's hands tremble, the way Miss Langley's ring glints, the way the Colonel's jaw tightens. He speaks of the letter, its names a map of motives, its dates a timeline of betrayal. He speaks of the knife, its smear a link to the poison, a tool used not just for murder, but to silence a truth too dangerous to be spoken. The guests watch, their faces pale as Holmes weaves the final threads, revealing a conspiracy that binds them all, a debt that Mr. Carver owed, a meeting the Colonel arranged, a secret Miss Langley glimpsed, a plan Mr. Elton concealed. The letter, he says, was Mr. Grayson's leverage, and its discovery was his death sentence. The room exhales, the tension breaking like a wave. Mr. Carver slumps, his hands covering his face. Miss Langley's breath catches, her ring falling still. The Colonel mutters, his anger spent. Mr. Elton steps back, his silhouette fading into the shadows. Mrs. Harrow, her guilt already laid bare, watches in silence, her eyes dark with resignation. The doors are unlocked at last, the air shifting as the world beyond creeps in. But the room feels forever changed, its secrets etched into its walls. What must it feel like to see the shadows part, to watch the truth emerge like a star in the dawn? The air is lighter now, the scent of ash fading, and the story wraps around you, its rhythm slow and gentle, carrying you softly towards sleep, where the mysteries of London dissolve into dreams. The Mayfair dining room exhales into a fragile calm, the unlocked doors offering a whisper of freedom, yet the air remains heavy, as if the walls themselves cling to the secrets just unveiled. The gas lamps, their light now a faint flicker, cast trembling shadows across the table, where crumbs and tilted glasses stand as relics of a morning turned to nightmare. Sherlock Holmes stands at the room's centre, the folded letter from Mr. Grayson's pocket tucked within his coat, its cryptic list of names and debts a weight that lingers in his mind. The guests, their faces pale and drawn, sit in a tense tableau. Mr. Carver, slumped with his hands covering his face. Miss Langley, her gold ring still as her breath steadies. The Colonel muttering under his breath, his anger spent. Mr. Elton fading into the shadows by the hearth, and Mrs. Harrow silent, her dark eyes fixed on a point beyond the room, her confession a chain that binds her. But the calm is fleeting, shattered by a sharp knock at the door, a sound that slices through the silence like a blade. The guests startle, their eyes darting to the entrance, where a servant's muffled voice announces a discovery, a second document found in Mr. Grayson's satchel, left forgotten by the sideboard. Holmes's gaze sharpens, his hand pausing mid-motion as he turns toward the door. The servant, pale and trembling, enters with a sealed envelope, its wax cracked but intact, bearing Mr. Grayson's initials in a hurried scrawl. The room tightens once more, the air cool and heavy with the scent of ash and the faint lingering bitterness of the morning's poison. The doors are locked again, at Holmes's command, for this new find carries a weight that demands answers, and the night outside grows restless, the wind rattling the windows like a warning. Holmes takes the envelope, his fingers tracing the wax seal, its edges rough against his skin. He breaks it open, revealing a single sheet of paper, its ink faded but legible, a letter written in a hand not Mr. Grayson's, a woman's script, delicate yet urgent. The words speak of a promise, a betrayal, a name that ties one of the guests to a scandal buried years ago, in the fog-choked streets of London's past. The guests lean forward, their breaths shallow, as Holmes's eyes scan the page, his mind weaving connections faster than the flickering light. The letter hints at a secret shared, a pact broken, and a debt that transcends money, a debt of trust, of loyalty, of blood. The air grows colder, the windows trembling as the wind presses against the glass, carrying the distant hum of London, a city of secrets, where the clatter of carriages and the cry of a street vendor are mere echoes beyond these walls. The scent of wax lingers, mingling with the faint tang of ink from the opened letter, and the room feels like a vault, sealing its occupants in a web of suspicion reborn. Holmes folds the letter, his movements deliberate, and tucks it beside the first, his gaze sweeping the guests with a quiet intensity that makes them shift in their seats. Mr. Carver lifts his head, his voice hoarse, insisting he knew nothing of a second letter, his hands trembling as they clutch the table's edge. His eyes, however, flicker to Miss Langley, a glance too fleeting, too fraught. The heiress responds, her voice soft but unsteady, claiming she saw Mr. Grayson with an envelope, but not this one, her fingers twisting her ring as if it might anchor her. The Colonel scoffs, his tone sharp, dismissing the letter as another distraction, but his hands clench, his rings catching the faint light. Mr. Elton, his silhouette still sharp against the hearth's dying glow, speaks of a past acquaintance, a woman who knew Mr. Grayson, but his words falter, his eyes avoiding Holmes's. Mrs. Harrow, her guilt already laid bare, remains silent, her fingers tracing the edge of her bracelet, the silver glinting like a confession unspoken. Holmes steps to the sideboard, where the satchel lies, its leather worn, its clasp loose. He opens it, his fingers brushing against a folded handkerchief, a pen, a small vial of ink, each item a potential clue. The handkerchief is monogrammed, not with Mr. Grayson's initials, but with another's, a single letter that draws Holmes's gaze to Miss Langley. Her breath catches, her eyes wide, but she says nothing. Holmes sets the handkerchief down, his attention shifting to the vial, its contents dark and viscous, a faint sheen marking its rim. The room feels smaller now, the walls pressing closer, the air thick with the scent of ink and the faint sour tang of fear. What must it be like to stand in that moment, to feel the weight of a past you thought buried, rising like a tide to claim you? The gas lamps hum, their light barely holding back the shadows that curl around the guests, each one a thread in a tapestry of secrets. The scent of ash and ink fills the air, a reminder of the truths that linger, locked within these walls. Holmes turns to Miss Langley, his voice a murmur, asking about the handkerchief, its monogram a link to her family's name. She hesitates, her fingers freezing on her ring, and speaks of a gift, a token from years ago. But her voice trembles, her eyes darting to the floor. Holmes nods, his expression unreadable, and shifts his attention to Mr. Elton, questioning the host's knowledge of the woman who wrote the letter, her connection to Mr. Grayson. Elton stammers, his words vague, speaking of a distant acquaintance, a forgotten name, but his eyes flicker to the sideboard, then away. The Colonel interrupts, his voice rough, accusing Holmes of chasing phantoms, but his own hands betray him, clenching as if to hold back a truth. The tension coils tighter, suspicion sharpening like a knife's edge. Mr. Carver speaks, his voice rising, suggesting the letter is a forgery, a ploy to distract, but his eyes linger on the vial, its sheen a silent accusation. Mrs. Harrow, her silence a weight, finally speaks, her tone deliberate, recounting a moment when she saw Miss Langley near Mr. Grayson's satchel, her hand brushing its clasp. The heiress flinches, her voice sharp as she denies it, but her eyes betray her, wide with fear. The room pulses with unease, alliances fraying, each guest a suspect in a new mystery that binds them to a past they cannot escape. Holmes steps back, his gaze sweeping the room, noting the way Mr. Carver's hands tremble, the way Miss Langley's ring glints, the way the Colonel's jaw tightens. He speaks of the letter, its words a map to a betrayal that stretches beyond this room into the shadowed corners of London's elite. He speaks of the handkerchief, its monogram a clue to a secret Miss Langley carries, a scandal tied to her family's name. The guests watch, their faces pale as Holmes weaves the threads together, his words a net closing around a truth yet to be named. The narrative lingers here, in the space where past and present collide, where every glance is a question, every silence an answer. The air is heavy with the scent of ink and unspoken fears, the clocks ticking a steady pulse in the silence. What must it feel like to stand in that stillness, to sense a secret rising like a whisper from the shadows, ready to be unveiled? Let the story wrap around you, its rhythm slow and gentle, carrying you deeper into the web where Holmes's mind works, relentless, unyielding, drawing ever closer to the heart of the mystery. The silence in the Mayfair house settles like dust, heavy with the weight of secrets half revealed. Sherlock Holmes stands by the table, the second document, a letter with its delicate, urgent script, resting in his hand, its words a bridge to a scandal buried in the shadows of a decade past. The monogrammed handkerchief lies beside it, its embroidered letter a quiet accusation linking Miss Langley to a history she cannot outrun. The guests, their faces pale in the faltering gaslight, sit frozen. Mr. Carver, his frayed napkin twisted into a knot. Miss Langley, her fingers clutching her gold ring. The Colonel, his jaw clenched, his eyes sharp. Mr. Elton lingering by the hearth, his silhouette wavering. And Mrs. Harrow, her silver bracelet glinting as she watches in silence. The clock's steady ticking weaves through the stillness, a thread pulling the room toward a truth yet unspoken, while the wind outside rattles the windows, a restless murmur from a London cloaked in fog. Holmes folds the letter, his movements deliberate, and tucks it into his coat. his gaze lingering on the handkerchief's monogram. The air carries a faint sharpness, not just the ink's tang, but something deeper, as if the room itself exhales the bitterness of buried truths. He steps toward the sideboard, where Mr. Grayson's satchel rests, its leather worn, its contents a map to the mystery's heart. His fingers brush the vial of ink, its rim marked by a faint sheen, and he tilts it, noting the liquid's sluggish movement, heavier than ink alone. The guests watch, their breaths shallow, their eyes drawn to his every gesture, as if each movement might unravel the web that binds them. Holmes turns, his voice a low murmur, cutting through the silence like a blade through silk. He speaks of the letter's author, a woman whose name echoes in the shadows of Miss Langley's family history, a figure tied to a scandal that cost more than reputation, a life, perhaps, or a promise broken beyond repair. He asks who among them knew her, who crossed her path in the years when London's elite whispered her name in hushed tones. The question hangs, heavy as the fog beyond the windows, and the guests stir, their faces a gallery of unease. Mr. Carver clears his throat, his voice rough, claiming no knowledge of the woman, but his hands betray him, twisting the napkin until it tears. Miss Langley's breath catches, her fingers tightening on her ring, and she speaks of a name heard in childhood, a story half forgotten, but her eyes avoid Holmes's, flickering to the floor. The Colonel responds, his tone sharp, dismissing the letter as old gossip, irrelevant to the present, but his rings glint as his hands clench, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. Mr. Elton, his voice unsteady, speaks of a woman he met once, a fleeting encounter at a ball, but his words falter, his eyes darting to the satchel. Mrs. Harrow, her silence a weight, finally speaks, her tone measured, recounting a moment when Mr. Grayson mentioned a name, a woman who vanished from society's gaze. Her fingers trace her bracelet, the silver catching the faint light, and Holmes notes the gesture, his mind weaving connections faster than the ticking clock. The air grows colder, the windows trembling as the wind's insistence grows, carrying the faint hum of a city that never sleeps. The scent of ink lingers, mingling with the stale breath of fear that rises from the guests, and the room feels like a sealed vault, its walls guarding truths too heavy to bear. Holmes lifts the vial once more, holding it to the light, its contents dark and viscous, a faint residue clinging to the glass. He sets it down, his eyes flickering to Miss Langley, whose hand hovers near her ring, as if it might shield her from the past. The satchel's clasp, loose and worn, catches his attention, and he opens it again, revealing a small notebook, its pages yellowed, its script tight and hurried. A ledger of sorts, with names and dates that echo the letter's cryptic words. What must it be like to feel the past creeping closer, its whispers rising like a tide, threatening to pull you under? The gas lamps flicker, their hum a soft pulse beneath the tension, and the shadows curl tighter, as if guarding secrets of their own. The scent of ink and ash fills the air, a reminder of the truths that linger, locked within these walls. Holmes turns to Miss Langley, his voice soft but unrelenting, asking about the notebook, its entries tied to her family's name. She hesitates, her fingers freezing on her ring, and speaks of a ledger her father kept, a record of debts long settled, but her voice trembles, her eyes wide with fear. Holmes nods, his expression unreadable, and shifts his attention to Mr. Elton, questioning the host's connection to the woman named in the letter, a figure who moved in his circles. Elton stammers, his words vague, speaking of a passing acquaintance, but his eyes flicker to the vial, then away, too quickly. The Colonel interrupts, his voice rough, accusing Holmes of chasing ghosts, but his hands betray him, clenching as if to hold back a confession. The tension coils tighter, suspicions sharpening like a knife's edge. Mr. Carver speaks, his voice rising, suggesting the notebook is a relic, irrelevant to the murder, but his eyes linger on the satchel, its clasp a silent accusation. Mrs. Harrow, her tone deliberate, recounts a moment when she saw Miss Langley near the sideboard, her hand brushing the satchel, her movements too careful. The heiress flinches, her voice sharp as she denies it, but her eyes are wide, her pupils dark with fear. The room pulses with unease, alliances fraying, each guest a suspect in a mystery that stretches beyond the poison into the shadows of a scandal that refuses to stay buried. Holmes steps to the table, lifting the notebook, its pages rustling softly as he opens it. The entries are meticulous, a record of transactions, but one name stands out, repeated in the margins, a name tied to Miss Langley's family, a debt unpaid, a promise broken. He speaks, his voice steady, recounting the ledger's contents, the dates that align with the letter, the scandal that cost a woman her place in society. The guests watch, their faces pale as Holmes weaves the threads together, his words a net closing around a truth yet to be named. He turns to Miss Langley, asking about the woman, her role in the heiress's past, the shame her family buried. She falters, her voice barely a whisper, admitting a connection, a name she was taught to forget, but her eyes betray her, glistening with unshed tears. The narrative lingers here, in the space where history and truth collide, where every glance is a question, every silence an answer. The air is heavy with the scent of ink and unspoken fears, the clock's ticking a steady pulse in the silence. What must it feel like to stand in that hush, to sense a secret you thought buried rising like a spectre, ready to claim you? Let the story wrap around you, its rhythm slow and gentle, carrying you deeper into the web where Holmes's mind works, relentless, unyielding, drawing ever closer to the heart of the scandal. The Mayfair house holds its breath, the dining room steeped in a silence that feels like the pause before a storm. Sherlock Holmes stands by the table, the second document, a letter with its urgent feminine script, resting in his hand, its words a thread to a scandal buried in the shadows of years past. The monogrammed handkerchief lies nearby, its embroidered letter a silent link to Miss Langley's family, a past she cannot outrun. The guests sit in a tense stillness, their unease palpable. Mr. Carver clutches a frayed napkin, his knuckles pale. Miss Langley twists her gold ring, her eyes averted. The Colonel grips the table's edge, his gaze sharp. Mr. Elton hovers near the hearth, his silhouette wavering in the dying light. And Mrs. Harrow, her confession of murder a weight she carries, traces her silver bracelet with a steady hand. The clock's steady rhythm cuts through the quiet, a pulse that draws the room toward a truth yet to be fully unveiled, while the wind outside presses against the windows, a restless murmur from a London shrouded in fog. Holmes tucks the letter into his coat, his movements slow, as if each gesture is a step toward clarity. The air carries a faint sharpness, the tang of old ink mingling with the cooling ash from the hearth, a reminder of the secrets that linger in the room's heavy stillness. He steps toward the sideboard, where Mr. Grayson's satchel rests, its leather scuffed, its clasp loose. His fingers brush the vial of ink, its surface marked by a subtle sheen, and he lifts it, tilting it to catch the faltering gaslight. The liquid inside shifts sluggish, heavier than ink alone, and his eyes narrow, tracing a connection to the letter's cryptic words. The guests watch, their breaths uneven, their hands betraying what their faces conceal. Holmes sets the vial down and opens the satchel, revealing a small notebook, its pages yellowed, its script tight and hurried. The entries are a ledger of sorts, names and dates that echo the letter's hints of betrayal, a woman's name, a debt unpaid, a promise broken. His gaze sweeps the guests, noting the tremor in Mr. Carver's hands, the glint of Miss Langley's ring, the tension in the Colonel's jaw. He speaks, his voice a low murmur, weaving a narrative of a scandal that cost a family its honour, a woman its place in society. The letter, he notes, points to a name tied to Miss Langley's past, a figure whose disgrace was buried but never forgotten. The question lingers, unspoken but heavy. Who among them knew her, and what price did they pay to keep her secret? The air grows colder, the windows rattling as the wind's insistence grows, carrying the distant hum of a city cloaked in night. The scent of ink and ash lingers, a reminder of the truths that bind the guests locked within these walls. Mr. Carver shifts, his voice hoarse as he insists he knows nothing of the woman, his hands twisting the napkin until it frays further. His eyes, however, flicker to Miss Langley, a glance too quick, too telling. The heiress responds, her voice unsteady, claiming the name as a shadow from her childhood, a story her family buried, but her fingers tighten on her ring, her gaze dropping to the table. The Colonel clears his throat, his tone sharp, dismissing the letter as old gossip, but his hands clench, his rings catching the faint light. Mr. Elton, his silhouette wavering by the hearth, speaks of a rumour heard years ago, a woman who vanished from London's elite, but his words falter, his eyes darting to the satchel. Mrs. Harrow, her silence await, recounts a moment when Mr. Grayson spoke of a name, a woman whose fate was sealed by betrayal, her tone measured but heavy with implication. What must it be like to stand in that stillness, to feel a past you thought buried rising like a whisper from the dark, its edges sharp enough to cut? The gas lamps hum softly, their light fading, and the shadows curl tighter, as if guarding secrets of their own. The room feels like a sealed vault, its walls holding the weight of truths too heavy to bear. Holmes lifts the notebook, its pages rustling as he scans the entries, his mind mapping connections between the names, the dates, the debts. A single entry stands out, a sum tied to Miss Langley's family, a transaction dated a decade ago, the year a scandal broke. He turns to the heiress, his voice soft but unyielding, asking about the woman named in the letter, her role in the family's disgrace. She hesitates, her fingers freezing on her ring, and speaks of a distant aunt, a name her father forbade, but her voice trembles, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Holmes nods, his expression unreadable, and shifts his attention to Mr. Elton, questioning the host's knowledge of the scandal, the whispers that circulated in his circles. Elton stammers, his words vague, speaking of a fleeting encounter, but his eyes flicker to the vial, then away too quickly. The Colonel interrupts, his voice rough, accusing Holmes of chasing phantoms, but his hands betray him, clenching as if to hold back a truth. Mr. Carver speaks, his voice rising, suggesting the notebook is a relic, irrelevant to the murder, but his eyes linger on the handkerchief, its monogram a silent accusation. Mrs. Harrow, her tone deliberate, recounts a moment when she saw Miss Langley near the satchel, her hand brushing its clasp, her movements too careful. The heiress flinches, her voice sharp as she denies it, but her eyes are wide, her pupils dark with fear. The room pulses with unease, alliances fraying, each guest a suspect in a mystery that stretches beyond the poison, into the shadows of a scandal that refuses to stay buried. Holmes steps to the table, lifting the handkerchief once more, its monogram a delicate thread to the past. He holds it to the light, noting the stitches, worn but precise, and his gaze flickers to Miss Langley, whose breath quickens. He speaks, his voice steady, recounting the ledger's entries, the dates that align with the letter, the scandal that cost a woman her place in society. The guests watch, their faces pale as he weaves the threads together, his words a net closing round a truth yet to be named. He turns to Miss Langley, asking about the aunt, the shame her family buried, the debt that lingered. She falters, her voice barely a whisper, admitting a connection, a name she was taught to forget, but her eyes betray her. Glistening with the weight of memory, the narrative lingers here, in the space where history and truth collide, where every glance is a question, every silence an answer. The air is heavy with the scent of ink and unspoken fears, the clocks ticking a steady pulse in the silence. What must it feel like to stand in that hush, to sense a secret rising like a tide, its current strong enough to pull you under. Let the story wrap around you, its rhythm slow and gentle, carrying you deeper into the web where Holmes's mind works, relentless, unyielding, drawing ever closer to the heart of the scandal. The air in the Mayfair dining room trembles with the weight of truths half-spoken, as if the walls themselves hold their breath. Sherlock Holmes stands by the sideboard, the notebook's yellowed pages and the second document's urgent script tucked within his coat. Their secrets a tether to a scandal that binds Miss Langley to a past her family buried. The vial of ink, its sheen a silent clue, rests beside the satchel, its leather worn from years of secrets carried. The guests, their faces pale in the faltering gaslight, sit in a fragile tension. Mr. Carver, his hands twisting a tattered napkin. Miss Langley, her gold ring catching the dim light as her fingers tremble. The Colonel, his posture rigid, his eyes sharp with defiance. Mr. Elton, lingering by the hearth, his silhouette barely visible in the dying glow. And Mrs. Harrow, her silver bracelet glinting faintly, her silence heavy with the burden of her confessed crime. The clock's steady rhythm pulses through the quiet, a guide toward a resolution yet to be unveiled, while the wind outside presses against the windows, a restless whisper from a London cloaked in night. Holmes steps away from the sideboard, his movements deliberate, as if each step traces the outline of a truth taking shape. The air carries a faint sharpness, the tang of old ink mingling with the cooling ash from the hearth, a reminder of the morning's poison and the deeper wounds of a buried past. He lifts the monogrammed handkerchief, its embroidered letter a delicate thread to Miss Langley's family, and holds it to the light, noting the worn stitches, the faint stain along its edge. His gaze sweeps the guests, catching the tremor in Mr. Carver's hands, the glint of the Colonel's rings, the shadow of Mr. Elton's unease. The notebook's entries, he knows, are a map to a scandal, a woman's disgrace, a debt unpaid, a promise broken, that threatens to unravel the fragile bonds of this room. Holmes speaks, his voice a low murmur, weaving a narrative of a woman whose name haunts the letter, a figure whose betrayal cost Miss Langley's family their honour. The notebook, he notes, records a transaction tied to that scandal, a sum paid to silence a truth that lingered like a shadow. He asks who among them crossed her path, who shared her secret, who stood to lose if it surfaced. The question settles over the room, heavy as the fog beyond the windows, and the guests stir, their movements betraying their unease. Mr. Carver clears his throat, his voice rough, insisting he knew nothing of the woman, but his hands tear the napkin further, his eyes flickering to Miss Langley. The heiress responds, her voice unsteady, claiming the name as a distant memory, a story her father buried, but her fingers tighten on her ring, her gaze dropping to the table. The Colonel shifts, his tone sharp, dismissing the notebook as irrelevant, a relic of old business, but his hands clench, his rings catching the faint light. Mr. Elton, his voice wavering, speaks of a rumour, a woman who vanished from London's elite, but his words falter, his eyes darting to the vial on the sideboard. Mrs. Harrow, her silence a weight, recounts a moment when Mr. Grayson spoke of a name, a woman whose fate was sealed by betrayal, her tone measured but heavy with implication. The air grows colder, the windows rattling as the wind's insistence grows, carrying the distant hum of a city that hums with secrets. The scent of ink and ash lingers, a reminder of the truths that bind the guests locked within these walls. What must it be like to linger in that quiet, to feel a past you thought buried rising like a whisper from the shadows, its edges sharp enough to wound? The gas lamps hum softly, their light fading, and the shadows curl tighter, as if guarding the final pieces of the puzzle. The room feels like a sealed chamber, its walls holding the weight of truths too heavy to bear. Holmes lifts the notebook once more, its pages rustling as he traces the entries, his mind mapping connections between the names, the dates, the debts. A single entry stands out, a sum tied to Miss Langley's family, dated a decade ago, the year a scandal broke. He turns to the heiress, his voice soft but unyielding. asking about her aunt, the woman named in the letter whose disgrace was buried at great cost. Miss Langley hesitates, her fingers freezing on her ring, and speaks of a family secret, a name her father forbade, but her voice trembles, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Holmes nods, his expression unreadable, and shifts his attention to Mr. Elton, questioning the host's role in the scandal, his presence at a meeting noted in the notebook. Elton stammers, his words vague, speaking of a fleeting encounter, but his eyes flicker to the vial, then away. The Colonel interrupts, his voice rough, accusing Holmes of chasing ghosts, but his hands betray him, clenching as if to hold back a truth. Mr. Carver speaks, his voice rising, suggesting the notebook is a distraction, irrelevant to the murder, but his eyes linger on the handkerchief, its monogram a silent accusation. Mrs. Harrow, her tone deliberate, recounts a moment when she saw Miss Langley near the satchel, her hand brushing its clasp, her movements too careful. The heiress flinches, her voice sharp as she denies it, but her eyes are wide, her pupils dark with fear. The room pulses with unease, alliances fraying, each guest a suspect in a mystery that stretches beyond the poison, into the shadows of a scandal that refuses to stay buried. Holmes steps to the sideboard, lifting the vial of ink, its contents dark and viscous. He tilts it, noting the residue, a trace of something sharper than ink, and his lips curve in a fleeting smile. He speaks, his voice steady, recounting the notebook's entries, the dates that align with the letter, the scandal that cost a woman her place in society. He weaves the threads together, revealing a truth that binds the guests. The woman was Miss Langley's aunt, whose betrayal of a powerful ally, Mr. Elton's father, sparked a scandal that threatened both families. The debt in the notebook was a payment to silence her, but Mr. Grayson, knowing the truth, threatened to expose it, a leverage that cost him his life. The room exhales, the tension breaking like a wave. Miss Langley's breath catches, her hands falling still, her ring glinting one last time. Mr. Carver slumps, his napkin tattered in his lap, his eyes downcast. The Colonel mutters, his anger spent, his hands unclenching. Mr. Elton steps back, his silhouette fading into the shadows, his voice silent. Mrs. Harrow, her guilt already confessed, watches with dark eyes, her bracelet a faint spark in the gloom. Holmes folds the notebook, tucking it beside the letter, and speaks of the truth unveiled. A scandal buried, a debt paid, a murder committed to keep the past silent. The doors are unlocked at last, the air shifting as the world beyond creeps in, carrying the faint hum of London's night. The scent of ink and ash fades, the gas lamps flicker their final light, and the room feels lighter, as if the truth has lifted its weight. What must it be like to see the shadows part, to watch a secret laid bare, its edges softened by time? The clock ticks on, its rhythm steady as the story wraps around you, its cadence slow and gentle, carrying you softly towards sleep, where the mysteries of London dissolve into dreams. That's our tale tonight, listeners. Share your thoughts, your city, your time zone. Are you in Paris beneath the stars, Sao Paulo at sunset, or Seoul before dawn? If this story stirred something in you, like this episode and subscribe if you crave more of these shadows. Keep your lanterns lit. Rest well. Until next time. As I sit in my study this evening, the fire crackling softly in the grate, and the familiar sounds of London settling into sleep drifting through my window, I find myself compelled to record what may have been the most peculiar case Holmes and I ever encountered aboard a moving conveyance, one where the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails provided the only constant in a mystery that seemed to shift and transform with each mile we travelled north, and where a man's desperate attempt to escape his past would teach us both that sometimes the most elaborate deceptions are undone by the simplest of oversights. Little did we know, when we boarded the midnight express to Edinburgh on that fog-shrouded October evening, that we would awaken to find ourselves investigating an impossible disappearance from a locked compartment, where the only witness was a smashed pocket watch and the only clue was a set of muddy footprints that defied every law of physics and common sense. And certainly, neither Holmes nor I could have foreseen that the solution to this baffling mystery would reveal a truth so human, so desperately relatable, that even my consulting detective friend would find himself moved to unexpected compassion for a man whose crime was nothing more than the perfectly understandable desire to begin his life anew. The journey to Scotland had been arranged at rather short notice, Holmes having received an urgent telegram from the Chief Constable of Edinburgh, requesting our assistance with what he described as a matter of the utmost delicacy involving certain members of the nobility. The telegram had arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while Holmes sat in his familiar chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, lost in what I had come to recognise as one of his periods of intense mental activity. When Mrs. Hudson brought up the yellow envelope, he read it with the quick, darting eye movements that indicated his mind was already racing ahead to possibilities and complications. "Pack for 3 days, Watson," he said without preamble, rising from his chair with that sudden energy that always marked the beginning of a new case. "We leave for Scotland tonight. The 11:47 from King's Cross, the midnight express. Sleeping car compartments have been arranged." I folded my evening paper and regarded my friend with a mixture of anticipation and mild resignation that had become second nature after our years of partnership. "May I ask the nature of this urgent summons? Or shall I, as usual, discover our purpose upon arrival?" Holmes's grey eyes held that particular gleam that indicated a problem of unusual interest. A rather delicate matter involving Lord Pemberton's youngest son, though the specifics remain deliberately vague. The Chief Constable's telegram suggests scandal carefully contained, but one senses currents beneath the surface that may prove far more turbulent than appearances suggest. We spent the remainder of the evening preparing for our journey, Holmes packing his travelling chemistry set and magnifying glass with the methodical precision he brought to all his preparations, while I gathered my medical bag and sufficient clothing for what might prove to be an extended stay in Scotland. There was something almost ritualistic about these preparations, a familiar dance of departure that had preceded so many of our adventures together. The fog that evening was particularly thick, one of those dense London particulars that seemed to muffle not just sound but thought itself. As our hansom cab made its way through the eerily quiet streets toward King's Cross Station, I found myself reflecting on how many times Holmes and I had set out into such atmospheric uncertainty, never quite knowing what we would encounter, but always confident in our ability to face whatever mysteries awaited us. King's Cross at nearly midnight presented a scene from some industrial Gothic novel. Great clouds of steam rising from the engines like spectral phantoms, gas lamps creating pools of yellow light that seemed to struggle against the encroaching darkness, and passengers moving through the haze with the purposeful urgency of those embarking on night journeys. The station possessed that particular energy of departure, that sense of transitions and transformations that seems to characterise all great railway terminals. The midnight express to Edinburgh stood at platform 7, its dark green carriages gleaming wetly in the gaslight, steam hissing from beneath its wheels like some great mechanical dragon preparing for flight. It was one of the newer trains, fitted with the latest in passenger comfort and safety features, including the sleeping car accommodations that would prove so crucial to the night's events. Holmes and I made our way through the narrow corridor to our reserved compartments, passing other late-night travellers who moved with the quiet consideration appropriate to those preparing for sleep. Our compartments were adjacent, modest but well-appointed spaces with fold-down bunks and small washing facilities. The train's interior had that particular smell of new leather, polished wood, and coal smoke that characterised the finest railway accommodations of our era. As we settled into our respective quarters, Holmes knocked softly on the thin wall that separated our compartments. "Sleep well, Watson," he called quietly. "Tomorrow promises to present us with challenges that will require our full attention and clearest thinking." I arranged my few belongings in the small storage space provided and prepared for what I hoped would be a restful night's journey. The compartment's single window looked out onto the platform, where final preparations for departure were being completed with the efficient choreography that marked the finest railway operations. Guards checked door locks, porters loaded final pieces of luggage, and the station master consulted his pocket watch with the gravity of a man responsible for keeping the entire British Empire running on schedule. The train's departure was announced by a sharp whistle that cut through the fog like a knife, followed by the subtle lurch and gradual acceleration that marked our transition from stationary waiting to purposeful forward motion. I pulled down the window shade and settled into my narrow bunk, listening to the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails that would provide the night's constant soundtrack. Sleep on trains had always come easily to me, perhaps a legacy of my military years, when the ability to rest under less than ideal conditions had been essential for survival. The gentle swaying motion and steady rhythm seemed to have a naturally soporific effect, and I found myself drifting toward unconsciousness, even as my medical mind automatically catalogued the various sounds and sensations of night travel by rail. It was somewhere in the early hours of the morning, that dark period between midnight and dawn when the human spirit seems most vulnerable to anxiety and uncertainty, that I was awakened by a sound that didn't belong to the normal symphony of train travel. It was a muffled thump, followed by what might have been a cry of alarm, though the noise was so brief and unclear that I wondered if I might have dreamed it. I lay still for several minutes, listening intently for any repetition of the sound, but heard only the familiar clatter of wheels and the occasional distant whistle as we passed through some small station without stopping. The train was maintaining its steady pace northward, and all seemed well with our progress through the Scottish border country. Yet something about that brief disturbance had awakened my medical instincts, that sensitivity to sounds of distress that years of practice had honed to an almost supernatural acuity. I rose from my bunk and pulled on my dressing gown, deciding to make a quiet investigation of the sleeping car corridor to ensure that no passenger was in need of medical assistance. The corridor was dimly lit by a series of small gas lamps that created pools of yellow light separated by stretches of deep shadow. The train's motion was more noticeable here in the narrow space, requiring careful attention to balance as I made my way slowly from compartment to compartment, listening for any sounds of distress. Most of the compartments were silent except for the gentle sounds of sleeping passengers, quiet breathing, the rustle of bedclothes, an occasional snore. It wasn't until I reached the far end of the car that I encountered anything unusual. The compartment at the very end showed no light beneath its door. The door, and when I pressed my ear against the wood, I could detect no sounds of occupancy whatsoever. This struck me as odd, as I distinctly remembered seeing a gentleman enter this compartment earlier in the evening. A well-dressed man of middle years who had nodded politely as our paths crossed in the corridor. Surely even the soundest sleeper would produce some audible evidence of presence. I was debating whether to knock quietly when Holmes appeared beside me, moving with that cat-like silence that never failed to surprise me, despite our years of partnership. He was fully dressed, his keen eyes alert and focused. "You heard it too," he said softly, and it wasn't a question. "A thump and possibly a cry," I confirmed. "It woke me completely, though I can't say precisely what it was." Holmes nodded toward the silent compartment. Mr. Reginald Hartwell, according to the passenger manifest I examined earlier, boarded alone at King's Cross, appeared nervous and preoccupied, carried only a small valise, and seemed particularly concerned about the security of his compartment lock. I shouldn't have been surprised that Holmes had already catalogued the passengers and their characteristics. Such thoroughness was typical of his approach to any new environment. What did surprise me was the intensity of his interest in this particular traveller. "You suspect something amiss." "I suspect many things, Watson, but concrete evidence remains elusive. However, the complete absence of any sound from an occupied compartment strikes me as worthy of investigation." Holmes produced his lockpicks from his waistcoat pocket with the practised ease of someone for whom locked doors represented suggestions rather than barriers. The compartment lock yielded to his ministrations in a matter of seconds, and we stepped quietly into the darkened space. The first thing that struck me was the complete absence of any human presence. The compartment was unoccupied, the bunk unslept in, yet personal belongings were scattered about in a manner that suggested hasty departure or struggle. A small leather valise lay open on the floor, its contents spilled across the narrow space. Papers were scattered everywhere, and in the centre of this chaos lay the remnants of what had once been an expensive pocket watch, its crystal face smashed and its hands frozen at 2:17. Holmes immediately began his examination of the scene with the methodical precision that characterised all his investigative work. He moved carefully through the small space, his magnifying glass appearing as if by magic, his sharp eyes cataloguing every detail with the systematic thoroughness of a natural historian examining a new species. Curious, Watson. Very curious indeed. I knelt beside the scattered papers, noting that several appeared to be unfinished letters, written in the same hand but addressed to different recipients. The handwriting was hurried, almost frantic, and several letters had been started but abandoned after only a few lines. Holmes, these letters appear to be attempts at explanation or confession. Look here. My dear Margaret, I can no longer continue this deception, and this one, to my beloved children, forgive me for what I am about to do. Yet none are completed. Holmes had turned his attention to the compartment's window, examining the frame and mechanism with particular care. The window's unlocked, Watson, and shows signs of having been opened recently. Note the condensation patterns on the glass and the slight displacement of the curtain. You think he might have thrown himself from the train? It would explain the disappearance certainly, but several factors argue against such a conclusion. Observe the pattern of the scattered belongings. They suggest struggle or hasty search, rather than the deliberate preparations one might expect from someone contemplating self-destruction. As Holmes continued his examination, I found myself drawn to one particular letter that had been crumpled but not completely destroyed. Smoothing it carefully, I read, "My dear friend, by the time you read this, I will have disappeared entirely from the life you knew. The man you called Reginald Hartwell was never real, merely a construction, a desperate fiction created by someone who had lost everything and saw no other path forward. The debts, the scandal, the threats that arrived daily, all of it became unbearable. But I could not continue to involve innocent people in my deceptions. Tonight I begin again, with a new name, a new identity, a new chance at the life I should have lived from the beginning. Do not look for me. Do not mourn the man who never truly existed. Remember instead whatever small kindnesses I may have shown, and forgive me for." The letter ended there, the sentence unfinished, the confession incomplete. "Holmes," I said, passing him the crumpled paper. "This suggests our missing passenger was planning a deliberate disappearance rather than suicide. But how does one simply vanish from a moving train?" Holmes read the letter with his characteristic speed and concentration, his grey eyes moving rapidly across the hurried handwriting. When he finished, he folded the paper carefully and placed it in his waistcoat pocket. "The question of method becomes paramount, Watson. Let us examine what physical evidence tells us about Mr. Hartwell's departure from this compartment." What followed was one of the most remarkable demonstrations of Holmes's investigative methods I had ever witnessed. Working in the confined space of the railway compartment, he began to reconstruct the events of the previous hours with the precision of a scientist conducting a laboratory experiment. First, he examined the scattered belongings with his magnifying glass, noting the pattern of their distribution and the nature of the items themselves. The valise was opened hastily but not randomly, he observed. Notice how certain items, documents, personal papers, anything that might identify our traveller, have been specifically removed, while clothing and personal effects remain untouched. Next, he turned his attention to the broken pocket watch, examining not just the damaged timepiece itself, but the pattern of glass fragments around it. The watch was not simply dropped or thrown down in haste. He concluded it was deliberately smashed, and at precisely 2:17. Given that we heard the disturbance at approximately that time, we can assume this represents the moment of departure. Most intriguingly, Holmes's examination of the window revealed traces of mud on the sill. Fresh earth that had no business being inside a railway compartment travelling through the night. This becomes more curious by the moment, Watson. How does Scottish soil find its way into a sealed compartment on a moving train? As dawn began to break over the Scottish countryside, our train continued its steady progress toward Edinburgh, but Holmes and I found ourselves absorbed in a mystery that seemed to defy rational explanation. The missing passenger had vanished completely, leaving behind evidence of planned departure, but no apparent means of escape. It was as we stood examining the muddy windowsill that a soft knock at the compartment door interrupted our investigation. The train's conductor, a solid Scotsman named Macready, appeared in the doorway with an expression of considerable concern. "Begging your pardon, gentlemen, but I've been doing my rounds and noticed this compartment door standing open. Is everything quite all right?" Holmes and I exchanged glances before I stepped forward to handle the initial explanation. "I'm Dr. Watson, and this is my colleague Mr. Holmes. We're travelling to Edinburgh on police business, and we have reason to believe something may have happened to the passenger assigned to this compartment." Macready's weathered face grew grave as he surveyed the chaos within the small space. Mr. Hartwell, that would be. Seemed a nervous sort when he boarded, kept asking about the security of the locks, and whether anyone else had access to the compartments during the journey. "When did you last see him?" Holmes inquired. "Shortly after departure, sir. I checked all the compartments around midnight to ensure passengers were settled for the night. He was in his bunk then, though he seemed wakeful and anxious. Asked me twice about the schedule and what time we'd be reaching Edinburgh." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Have you noticed anything unusual during the night? Any stops, delays or disturbances?" "Nothing out of the ordinary, sir. We've maintained schedule perfectly and made only our usual brief stops for water and coal. Haven't let anyone on or off since London." This information only deepened the mystery. If the train had made no unscheduled stops and no passengers had been allowed to disembark, how had Reginald Hartwell managed to vanish so completely? Holmes requested permission to examine the exterior of the railway car, and Macready, though clearly puzzled by the request, agreed to arrange access when we reached the next station. In the meantime, my friend continued his methodical investigation of the compartment, paying particular attention to details that would have escaped my notice entirely. He discovered, for instance, that the compartment's small wash basin showed signs of recent use, but not for washing. Traces of what appeared to be theatrical makeup lingered around the drain, along with snippets of hair in a distinctly different colour from that worn by the man we had observed boarding the train. "Our Mr. Hartwell was making preparations for a transformation," Holmes observed, holding up the evidence with his tweezers. "False whiskers, hair dye, and what appears to be stage makeup designed to alter facial features. This suggests not impulse but careful planning." As we pulled into the small station of Berwick-upon-Tweed for a brief water stop, Holmes immediately requested access to the exterior of our car. What he found there only added to the mystery's complexity. On the roof of the sleeping car, directly above the missing passenger's compartment, were clear, muddy footprints leading from the window area toward the rear of the train. The prints were fresh, made sometime during the night, and showed a distinctive pattern that Holmes immediately began to sketch in his notebook. "Remarkable, Watson. Our vanished passenger appears to have climbed onto the roof of a moving train in the middle of the night. But to what purpose, and where did he go from there?" The footprints led to the rear platform of our car, where they simply stopped. There was no evidence of anyone jumping or falling from the train, no indication of where the trail might continue. It was as if Reginald Hartwell had simply evaporated into the Scottish night. As our journey resumed and the sun climbed higher over the rolling hills of the border country, Holmes retreated into one of his periods of intense concentration. He sat motionless in the corridor outside the empty compartment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes focused on some point in the middle distance that existed more in his mind than in the physical world around us. I had learned to recognise these moments of synthesis, when all the scattered evidence would suddenly arrange itself into a coherent pattern, visible only to Holmes's extraordinary analytical mind. The duration of these contemplative periods often correlated directly with the complexity of the problem at hand, and the fact that this one continued for nearly an hour suggested that our mystery was proving particularly challenging, even by Holmes's standards. It wasn't until we were approaching the outskirts of Edinburgh, the ancient castle visible in the distance atop its rocky promontory, that Holmes suddenly emerged from his reverie with the decisive energy that always marked the moment when confusion crystallized into understanding. "Watson, I believe I now understand how our friend Mr. Hartwell managed his remarkable disappearance. The method is both ingenious and remarkably simple, though it required careful planning and no small amount of physical courage. You've solved it?" "I believe so, though confirmation will require investigation at our destination. Tell me, what do you know about the regular freight service between London and Edinburgh?" The question seemed to come from nowhere, and I struggled to understand its relevance to our passenger's disappearance. "I know that goods trains follow the same route as passenger service, though often on different schedules. Why do you ask?" "Because, my dear Watson, I believe our Mr. Hartwell may have transferred from this train to another during the night, using a method that would have been invisible to the conductor and guards, but left exactly the traces we have discovered." Holmes went on to explain his theory with the logical precision that made his solution seem inevitable once revealed. The muddy footprints on the roof, the smashed pocket watch marking the exact time of departure, the theatrical makeup and disguise materials, all pointed to a carefully orchestrated plan. Consider the geography, Watson. During the night, our route passed through several sections where freight trains heading north run on parallel tracks. At certain points, particularly through the border country, these tracks run close enough together that an agile person might transfer from one moving train to another. But surely such a manoeuvre would be extraordinarily dangerous. Certainly, but desperation drives men to extraordinary measures. Our Mr. Hartwell was clearly fleeing something he feared more than death itself. The unfinished letters speak of debts, scandal, and daily threats. For such a man, the risk of leaping between moving trains might seem preferable to whatever fate awaited him in his current identity. As we pulled into Edinburgh's Waverley Station, Holmes had already formulated a plan for testing his theory. The city's railway yards would contain records of all freight traffic during the previous night, and a careful examination of parallel track sections might reveal additional evidence of our passenger's daring transfer. The Chief Constable of Edinburgh, Inspector MacDougall, met us at the station as arranged, but Holmes immediately altered our plans by requesting a thorough investigation of freight train schedules and the examination of any goods wagons that had arrived in Edinburgh during the early morning hours. "I believe you may find," Holmes told the inspector, "that one of those freight cars contains evidence of an unauthorised passenger, along with the theatrical props needed for a complete transformation of identity." Inspector MacDougall, a shrewd Scotsman with deep-set eyes and a greying beard, listened to Holmes's theory with the careful attention of a professional law enforcement officer. When Holmes had finished his explanation, the inspector nodded slowly. "It's a remarkable theory, Mr. Holmes, but it assumes that our missing passenger had detailed knowledge of freight train schedules and track layouts. How would a man like Hartwell acquire such specific information?" Holmes smiled with the satisfaction of someone whose theory was holding up under examination. "That, Inspector, brings us to the heart of Mr. Hartwell's true identity and the reason for his desperate flight from London." What Holmes revealed next would prove to be the key to understanding not just the method of disappearance, but the motivation behind it. Through his careful examination of the abandoned letters and personal effects, he had pieced together a picture of a man living under an assumed identity, desperately trying to maintain a fiction that had become impossible to sustain. Reginald Hartwell was actually Thomas Morrison, a former railway clerk who had embezzled funds from his employer and fled London under a false name 3 years earlier. His knowledge of train schedules and track layouts came from his previous legitimate employment, while his current identity was an elaborate construction designed to allow him to start fresh. But the past had caught up with him, as it so often does. His creditors had discovered his true identity and were threatening exposure unless he paid debts he could never hope to clear. Rather than face ruin and imprisonment, Morrison had planned one final transformation, a complete disappearance, followed by the emergence of yet another new identity. The freight train transfer was the key to this plan. By timing his departure to coincide with a northbound goods train on parallel tracks, Morrison could vanish from the passenger train while boarding a freight car that would carry him to Scotland. Once there, he would use his theatrical disguise materials to emerge as an entirely different person, one with no connection to either Reginald Hartwell or Thomas Morrison. The pocket watch was smashed deliberately to mark the exact time of transfer, Holmes explained as we made our way to the railway yards. He needed to record the moment for his own reference, perhaps to establish an alibi for his new identity. The theatrical makeup and false whiskers would allow him to completely alter his appearance before emerging from the freight car. Inspector McDougall's investigation of the freight yards confirmed Holmes's deductions with remarkable precision. A northbound goods train that had passed our route during the night was found to contain clear evidence of unauthorized human occupancy in one of its covered wagons. Theatrical makeup containers, hair clippings and discarded clothing were discovered, along with a small mirror and a razor. Most tellingly, the freight car also contained a complete set of new clothing and identification papers bearing the name William Macpherson, suggesting that Morrison's transformation was not improvised but carefully planned well in advance. But what of the man himself? I asked as we examined the evidence in the railway yard. If Morrison successfully transferred to the freight train and completed his disguise, he could be anywhere in Edinburgh by now, living under his new identity. Holmes's expression grew thoughtful as he considered this question. That, Watson, brings us to the single oversight that will unravel his entire elaborate scheme. He led us to a small pile of personal effects that had been left behind in the freight car, items that Morrison had apparently discarded as unnecessary to his new identity. Among these was a leather wallet containing several items that Holmes examined with particular interest. "Here," he said, holding up a small photograph, "is the detail that will prove our Mr. Morrison's undoing." The photograph showed a young woman and 2 children, clearly a family portrait of some sentimental value. On the back was written, in the same handwriting we had seen in the unfinished letters, "My dearest Margaret and the children, Edinburgh, 1893. Morrison's family, Holmes observed, and they live here in Edinburgh, which explains his choice of destination. Despite all his careful planning and elaborate deceptions, he could not bring himself to disappear completely from those he loves. He came to Edinburgh not to begin an entirely new life, but to be near his wife and children under a new identity." Inspector McDougall nodded with understanding. "And that gives us the means to find him. A man can change his name and appearance, but he cannot change his heart. He'll find some way to be near his family, even if he can never acknowledge them." What followed was not the dramatic confrontation typical of our criminal cases, but rather a patient surveillance operation based on Holmes's understanding of human nature. If Morrison was indeed in Edinburgh to be near his family, he would inevitably find ways to observe them, even if from a distance. The family lived in a modest house in the Stockbridge area of the city, and Inspector McDougall arranged for discreet observation of the area. It took less than 24 hours to spot William Macpherson lingering near the children's school at dismissal time, his theatrical disguise unable to completely conceal his true identity from Holmes's trained eye. The arrest was quiet and dignified, conducted with the understanding that Morrison's crime was motivated by desperation rather than genuine criminality. As Holmes had suspected, the man was deeply grateful to be caught, the strain of maintaining multiple false identities having become unbearable. "I never meant for it to go this far," Morrison confessed as we sat in Inspector McDougall's office. "The original embezzlement was meant to be temporary, just enough to cover some gambling debts. But one deception led to another, and soon I was trapped in a web of lies that grew more complex every day." His story was a sadly common one. A man of limited means who had made foolish choices and then compounded them in desperate attempts to avoid the consequences. The false identity of Reginald Hartwell had served him well for 3 years, but maintaining the fiction required constant vigilance and increasing amounts of money. When my creditors discovered who I really was, they demanded payment I simply couldn't provide. I thought if I could disappear completely and start over once more, I might finally be free of the past, but I couldn't bear the thought of never seeing Margaret and the children again. Holmes listened to this confession with the careful attention he brought to all aspects of human behaviour. When Morrison had finished, my friend leaned forward with an expression of unexpected compassion. "Mr. Morrison, your method of disappearance was both ingenious and remarkably executed. The transfer between moving trains required considerable courage and precise timing. Had you not been driven by the understandable desire to remain near your family, you might well have succeeded in vanishing entirely." Morrison looked up with surprise. "You almost sound as if you admire what I did." "I admire the ingenuity and planning, certainly, and I understand the desperation that drove you to such extremes, but I'm afraid admiration cannot alter the legal consequences of your actions." Inspector MacDougall, who had been listening to this exchange with interest, cleared his throat diplomatically. "Mr. Holmes, might I have a word with you privately?" What passed between Holmes and the inspector during their brief conference I was never to learn completely, but when they returned, MacDougall's expression had grown considerably more sympathetic to Morrison's plight. "Mr. Morrison," the inspector said, "your case presents certain complications that may work in your favour. The original embezzlement occurred in London, outside my jurisdiction. The theatrical disappearance from the train, while irregular, doesn't appear to constitute an actual crime. Your unauthorised travel on a freight train is a railway violation, but hardly a serious offence." Morrison looked confused. "I don't understand. Are you saying I'm not to be arrested?" "What I'm saying," MacDougall replied carefully, "is that your case requires coordination with London authorities, and that process may take some time. In the meanwhile, you might consider using that time to make arrangements with your creditors, and perhaps seek legal advice about resolving your situation through proper channels." It was, I realised, a remarkably humane resolution to a case that could have ended in far harsher consequences. Morrison was given the opportunity to return to London voluntarily, work with authorities to resolve his original crime, and hopefully rebuild his relationship with his family through honest means rather than continued deception. As we prepared to return to London ourselves, Holmes reflected on the case with his characteristic analytical detachment, combined with an unusual degree of human sympathy. "Morrison's scheme was nearly perfect, Watson. Had he been content to disappear completely, abandoning all connection to his previous life, he would almost certainly have succeeded. His downfall was entirely human. The inability to sever emotional ties even when survival demanded it. Do you think he'll be able to rebuild his life?" "I believe he has a chance, provided he can resist the temptation to solve his problems through further deception. The courage he showed in planning and executing his escape suggests inner resources that might be directed toward more constructive purposes." Our return journey to London was considerably more peaceful than our northbound adventure. The midnight express south departed Edinburgh at the same late hour, carrying us through the Scottish border country under clear skies that revealed the countryside we had passed unseen during our earlier mystery-filled voyage. As I settled into my compartment for the night, I reflected on the unusual nature of this case. We had encountered no murder, no violent crime, no sinister conspiracy, merely a man driven by desperation to extraordinarily creative attempts at escape from his circumstances. Yet in some ways, Morrison's story had proven more complex and challenging than many of our more dramatic cases. The psychology of identity, the power of human attachment, the lengths to which ordinary people will go when faced with seemingly impossible situations, all of these elements had combined to create a mystery that was both ingenious and profoundly human. Holmes's solution had been typically brilliant, combining careful observation of physical evidence with deep understanding of human motivation. But what struck me most about the case was his compassionate response to Morrison's plight and his apparent satisfaction at helping to arrange a resolution that offered hope for redemption rather than mere punishment. The rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails provided a soothing soundtrack to these reflections, and I found myself thinking about the nature of identity itself. How much of who we are is fixed and unchangeable, and how much can be consciously altered through will and determination. Morrison had succeeded in maintaining false identities for years, becoming so convincing in his roles that even those close to him had been deceived. Yet ultimately, the deeper truths of personality and attachment had proven impossible to escape. His love for his family had drawn him back to Edinburgh despite the risks, and that same emotional authenticity had made his various deceptions unsustainable in the long term. There was something both tragic and hopeful in this recognition. Tragic because it suggested that we cannot simply reinvent ourselves at will. Hopeful because it confirmed that the most important aspects of human nature are not so easily discarded or abandoned. Sleep came gradually as our train carried us south through the night, but it was peaceful sleep, untroubled by mysterious disappearances or impossible puzzles. The Midnight Express to Edinburgh had presented us with one of our most unusual cases, but also one that ended with the possibility of genuine human redemption. When I awoke the next morning, we were approaching London in the pale light of dawn, the familiar outskirts of the great city appearing through my compartment window like scenes from a half-remembered dream. Holmes was already up and dressed, standing in the corridor with his keen eyes focused on the passing landscape. "A successful journey, Watson," he said as I joined him, "both in terms of the mystery solved and the human outcome achieved. Do you think Morrison will be able to make good use of the opportunity he's been given?" Holmes considered this question with his characteristic thoroughness. "I believe he will. The same intelligence and creativity that made his escape plan so ingenious should serve him well in finding legitimate solutions to his problems, and his obvious love for his family provides the motivation necessary for genuine reform." As our train pulled into King's Cross Station and we prepared to disembark, I found myself grateful for the case that had taken us to Scotland. Not only had it provided an excellent demonstration of Holmes's analytical methods, but it had also revealed aspects of his character that I didn't always have the opportunity to observe. His compassionate understanding of Morrison's situation, his willingness to work with Inspector MacDougall to arrange a humane resolution, and his evident satisfaction at helping to provide a chance for redemption, all of these suggested depths of feeling that Holmes rarely displayed in our more typical criminal investigations. The morning air of London greeted us with its familiar mixture of coal smoke, horse-drawn traffic, and the general bustle of the great city beginning another day. As we made our way back to Baker Street, I reflected on how many times we'd returned from adventures in distant places, carrying with us new understanding of both human nature and the methods by which truth might be discovered. Mrs. Hudson welcomed us back with her usual combination of maternal concern and practical efficiency, having prepared a proper English breakfast and freshly brewed tea that tasted infinitely better after our days of railway dining car fare. "I trust your journey was successful, gentlemen," she inquired as she bustled about our sitting room, restoring order to spaces that had been unoccupied for several days. "Indeed it was, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied. "We encountered a mystery that proved both challenging and ultimately quite satisfying in its resolution." As we settled into our familiar chairs by the fireplace, surrounded by the comfortable disorder of our shared lodgings, I felt that particular satisfaction that comes from problems well solved and human needs compassionately addressed. The case of the Midnight Express had reminded us that detection at its finest serves not merely to expose wrongdoing, but to understand the complex motivations that drive human behaviour. Holmes spent the remainder of the morning updating his files with detailed notes about the case, including his observations about railway security, the possibilities for unauthorised train transfers, and the psychological factors that had motivated Morrison's elaborate deception. "This case may prove useful for future reference," he observed as he wrote. The method of disappearance was sufficiently innovative that it might well be attempted again by others facing similar circumstances. I found myself hoping that future desperate individuals might find less dangerous and complex solutions to their problems, but I understood Holmes's point about the value of documenting unusual criminal methods for potential future application. Around midday, we received an unexpected visitor. Inspector MacDougall had arrived in London on the morning train and requested a brief meeting to provide an update on Morrison's situation. "I thought you'd be pleased to know," the inspector reported, "that Morrison has made contact with London authorities and is working to arrange restitution for his original embezzlement. His former employer has agreed to accept gradual repayment rather than pressing for immediate prosecution. particularly given Morrison's voluntary surrender and obvious remorse. Holmes nodded with evident satisfaction. And his family situation? That's perhaps the most encouraging development. His wife Margaret had suspected for some time that her husband's disappearance 3 years ago was not what it seemed. When Morrison finally told her the truth, she expressed relief at understanding what had really happened. They're working toward reconciliation, though it will take time to rebuild the trust that was damaged by years of deception. This news provided a deeply satisfying conclusion to our Scottish adventure. Morrison's story, which had begun with desperate deception and dangerous escapes, was evolving into one of genuine redemption and the possibility of restored family relationships. "There's one more thing," Inspector McDougall added with a slight smile. "Morrison asked me to give you this." He handed Holmes a sealed envelope addressed in the same handwriting we had seen in the abandoned letters from the train compartment. Holmes opened it and read silently before passing it to me. The letter was brief, but heartfelt. "Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, I cannot adequately express my gratitude for the compassion you showed in my case. Your solution to my disappearance was brilliant, but your understanding of my motivations was even more remarkable. You saw through my deceptions to the desperate man beneath, and yet you helped arrange a resolution that offered hope rather than mere punishment. I have learned that true escape from one's problems comes not through elaborate schemes and false identities, but through honest confrontation of one's mistakes and the hard work of making amends. Your example has shown me that justice and mercy need not be opposing forces. With deepest respect and gratitude, Thomas Morrison." Reading this letter, I felt a warmth of satisfaction that was quite different from the intellectual pleasure of a cleverly solved puzzle. Here was evidence that our work had contributed not just to the resolution of a mystery, but to the genuine improvement of human lives. Holmes, too, seemed moved by Morrison's words, though he characteristically deflected attention from the emotional aspects of the case. An interesting application of deductive methods to a problem of human desperation rather than criminal intent, he observed. It suggests possibilities for using analytical techniques in service of rehabilitation rather than merely punishment. Inspector McDougall took his leave shortly after, but not before expressing his hope that future collaborations between London and Edinburgh authorities might benefit from the precedent established in Morrison's case. The possibility of treating certain crimes as symptoms of underlying problems rather than simple moral failures represented a progressive approach that both Holmes and I found encouraging. The remainder of that afternoon passed quietly, with Holmes absorbed in his chemical experiments and me catching up on medical journals that had accumulated during our absence. Yet I found my thoughts returning repeatedly to the events on the Midnight Express and their broader implications. Morrison's case had demonstrated how easily a person's life could spiral out of control through a series of seemingly small compromises and deceptions. His original embezzlement had been relatively minor, motivated more by poor judgment than criminal intent, but each subsequent lie had required additional deceptions to maintain, until he found himself trapped in an increasingly complex web of false identities. The psychological toll of maintaining such elaborate fictions must have been enormous. The constant vigilance required to remember which identity he was supposed to be, the isolation that came from being unable to form genuine relationships based on truth, the gradual erosion of his sense of authentic self. All of these factors had contributed to the desperation that drove him to attempt such a dangerous escape. Yet Morrison had also demonstrated remarkable resilience and creativity in his various schemes. The planning required for his train transfer had been meticulous, and the execution had required considerable physical courage. These same qualities, directed toward legitimate goals, might well enable him to rebuild his life successfully. As evening approached and Mrs. Hudson prepared our dinner, I found myself reflecting on the nature of identity and the possibility of genuine personal transformation. Morrison's theatrical disguises and false papers had enabled him to appear to be different people, but they had not changed his fundamental character or emotional attachments. His love for his family had persisted through all his deceptions, ultimately drawing him back to Edinburgh despite the risks. This constancy of deep feeling, even in the midst of elaborate lies, suggested that some aspects of human nature are indeed unchangeable, or at least resistant to conscious manipulation. There was something both humbling and encouraging in this recognition. Humbling because it suggested limits to our ability to simply reinvent ourselves at will. Encouraging because it confirmed that the most important aspects of our humanity, our capacity for love, loyalty, and genuine connection, are not easily destroyed even by our own worst choices. Holmes emerged from his chemical work as dinner was being served, his long fingers stained with various reagents, but his mood apparently improved by whatever experiments he had been conducting. "Watson," he said as we took our places at the table, "I've been thinking about Morrison's case and its implications for our future work. The methods we use to solve the mystery of his disappearance might be equally applicable to helping people who find themselves in similarly desperate circumstances." "You mean using detection to prevent crime rather than simply solve it?" "Precisely. Consider how much suffering might have been avoided if Morrison had been able to seek help when his problems first began to spiral out of control. Most people who resort to desperate measures do so because they cannot see any other options, not because they are inherently criminal." This observation opened up an entirely new perspective on the potential applications of Holmes's analytical abilities. The same skills that enabled him to unravel complex criminal conspiracies might be used to identify and address the underlying problems that drive people toward desperate acts. It would require a different approach to client relationships, I mused. Instead of being called in after crimes have been committed, we would need to identify people at risk before they reach the point of desperation. Indeed, and it would require a more comprehensive understanding of human psychology and social conditions. The ability to read physical evidence would need to be combined with insight into economic pressures, family dynamics, and the various factors that contribute to personal crisis. The idea was intriguing, though I wondered about the practical challenges of implementing such an approach. How would one identify people at risk of making desperate choices? What kind of intervention would be most effective? And how could help be offered in ways that would be accepted rather than rejected? These questions occupied much of our dinner conversation, leading to a wide-ranging discussion about the relationship between individual choice and social conditions, the role of shame and pride in preventing people from seeking help, and the various ways that communities might better support members facing serious difficulties. Holmes's analytical mind was clearly engaged by these possibilities, and I could see him beginning to formulate theoretical frameworks for understanding and addressing the kinds of problems that had driven Morrison to his elaborate deceptions. The key insight from Morrison's case, he concluded, is that prevention requires early intervention. By the time someone is desperate enough to attempt such extreme measures, the underlying problems have usually become far more complex and difficult to resolve. As we retired to our sitting room for the evening, I found myself grateful for the way our Scottish adventure had expanded my understanding of both Holmes's methods and their potential applications. The case had demonstrated that detection at its finest involves not just the solution of puzzles, but genuine insight into human nature and compassionate response to human need. The fire crackled softly in the grate as Holmes settled into his chair with his pipe, the familiar ritual marking the transition from active investigation to quiet reflection. The evening light filtering through our windows had taken on the golden quality that characterized late autumn in London, and the sounds of the great city settling into night provided a comforting backdrop to our thoughts. "Holmes," I said, as I arranged my own chair closer to the fire, "do you think we might actually receive cases where people seek our help before resorting to desperate measures? It seems to me that most people would be reluctant to reveal their problems to strangers, especially problems that might involve illegal activities." Holmes drew thoughtfully on his pipe before responding. "An excellent point, Watson. The stigma attached to certain kinds of problems does indeed prevent people from seeking help when it might be most effective. However, I believe there are ways to overcome this reluctance." He went on to outline his thoughts about establishing a more accessible form of consultation service, one that might allow people to seek advice anonymously or through intermediaries. The goal would be to provide early intervention before problems reach the point where desperate measures seemed like the only option. "Consider Morrison's situation 3 years ago," Holmes continued. Had he been able to discuss his gambling debts and financial difficulties with someone capable of providing practical advice, the entire sequence of deceptions might have been avoided. Instead, shame and fear of exposure drove him to solve his problems through theft, which only created larger problems requiring more elaborate solutions. The conversation reminded me of my own medical practice, where I had often observed how patients' reluctance to discuss embarrassing symptoms or behaviours sometimes led to conditions becoming far more serious than necessary. The principle of early intervention was equally applicable to both physical and social ailments. There would need to be absolute confidentiality, I observed. People would need to know that seeking help wouldn't result in immediate exposure or legal consequences. Precisely. And there would need to be practical resources available, ways to address financial problems, mediate family conflicts, provide temporary support during difficult transitions. Detection and analysis are useful only if they can be followed by effective action. As the evening progressed, our discussion evolved into a more systematic consideration of how such a preventive approach might actually be implemented. Holmes's methodical mind began to organise the concept into discrete components: identification of at-risk individuals, assessment of underlying problems, development of intervention strategies, and coordination with existing resources for ongoing support. The railway companies, for instance, he noted, might be willing to train their personnel to recognise signs of passengers in distress. Morrison's nervous behaviour when boarding the train was clearly observable to anyone with basic knowledge of what to look for. And medical practitioners could be educated about the warning signs of financial or family problems that might drive patients toward desperate choices, I added. We often see the physical symptoms of stress without recognising their underlying causes. The more we discussed these possibilities, the more feasible they seemed. London's vast network of professional services, charitable organisations and social institutions could potentially be organised into a comprehensive system for early identification and intervention in personal crises. Yet I also recognise the challenges involved in creating such a system. It would require unprecedented cooperation between different types of organisations, significant changes in how problems were understood and addressed, and probably new forms of training for the various professionals who might serve as frontline observers. It would be a long-term project, Holmes acknowledged, but Morrison's case suggests that the potential benefits could be enormous, not just in terms of preventing crime, but in reducing human suffering and strengthening the social fabric of the community. As the fire burned lower and the evening grew late, I found myself thinking about the broader implications of our discussion. If Holmes was correct about the possibility of preventive intervention, it suggested a very different approach to law enforcement and social policy than currently existed. Instead of waiting for problems to manifest as crimes and then applying punishment, society might develop systems for identifying and addressing problems before they reach that point. Such an approach would require a fundamental shift in perspective, from reactive punishment to proactive support. The challenges would be significant, but so would the rewards. Every individual whose life was stabilised before reaching the point of desperation would represent not just personal salvation, but social gain. Families would remain intact, communities would be strengthened, and the resources currently devoted to law enforcement and incarceration could be redirected toward more constructive purposes. "Watson," Holmes said as he prepared to retire for the evening, "I believe our journey to Scotland may have been more significant than we initially realised. Morrison's case has opened up entirely new possibilities for applying analytical methods to human problems. Do you think we might actually attempt to implement some of these ideas? I think we must at least try. The opportunity to prevent suffering rather than merely document it after the fact is too valuable to ignore." As I made my own preparations for sleep, I reflected on how our simple railway journey had evolved into something far more complex and meaningful than either of us had anticipated. What had begun as a routine trip to assist with a police matter in Scotland had become a revelation about the nature of human desperation and the possibilities for compassionate intervention. Morrison's elaborate escape plan had demonstrated both the creativity that desperation could inspire and the ultimate futility of trying to solve fundamental problems through deception. His downfall had come not from any failure of technique, but from the persistence of human emotional attachments that could not be disguised or discarded. The solution to his case had required not just analytical skill, but genuine understanding of human psychology and the wisdom to recognize that justice could be served through rehabilitation as well as punishment. Holmes's approach had demonstrated that detection at its finest involves seeing not just what has happened, but what might be possible. Sleep came gradually that night, but it was peaceful sleep, untroubled by the usual anxieties that often followed our more violent cases. The mystery of the Midnight Express had been solved, but more importantly, it had opened up new possibilities for using our abilities in service of human welfare rather than merely criminal justice. In the days that followed our return from Scotland, I found myself paying closer attention to the various signs of distress that appeared in my medical practice. Patients whose physical symptoms seemed to stem from financial worries, family problems, or other social stresses received not just medical treatment, but gentle inquiries about whether they might benefit from other forms of assistance. It was a small beginning, but several patients did accept referrals to charitable organisations or legal aid societies that might help address their underlying problems. In each case, I felt the satisfaction of providing genuinely comprehensive care rather than merely treating symptoms. Holmes, meanwhile, began developing what he called his early intervention protocols, systematic approaches to identifying and assessing individuals who might be at risk of making desperate choices. He studied the warning signs that had been present in Morrison's case and began to develop more general principles for recognizing similar patterns in other situations. The work was challenging and often speculative, but it provided an engaging application for Holmes's analytical abilities during periods when criminal cases were scarce. More importantly, it offered the possibility of preventing problems rather than merely solving them after the fact. Several weeks after our return from Scotland, we received an unexpected letter from Inspector MacDougall with an update on Morrison's progress. The news was encouraging. Morrison had successfully negotiated a repayment plan for his original embezzlement. His relationship with his wife was gradually improving, and he had found legitimate employment that utilised his knowledge of railway operations. Most remarkably, MacDougall wrote, Morrison has approached the railway company about improving their security procedures to prevent the kind of unauthorised train transfers he used in his escape. His insider knowledge of the system's vulnerabilities is being put to constructive use. This development provided a perfect example of how destructive knowledge and skills could be redirected toward positive purposes. Morrison's intimate understanding of railway operations, which had enabled his elaborate escape, was now being used to prevent others from exploiting the same vulnerabilities. It's a form of rehabilitation through contribution, Holmes observed, when I shared the letter with him. Morrison is able to make amends not just through repayment of stolen funds, but through helping to improve the system he once exploited. The letter also mentioned that Morrison had become an advocate for other individuals facing similar financial and legal difficulties, sharing his experience as a cautionary tale while also demonstrating that recovery and redemption were possible even after serious mistakes. He's become precisely the kind of early intervention resource we were discussing, I noted. Someone who can recognise the warning signs because he has experienced them himself, and who can offer hope because he has successfully navigated the path from desperation to redemption. As autumn deepened into winter, and London settled into its familiar patterns of fog and coal smoke, Holmes and I continued to develop our ideas about preventive intervention, while also handling our usual caseload of criminal investigations. The contrast between reactive detective work and proactive prevention became increasingly apparent, reinforcing our conviction that both approaches had important roles to play. Our discussion of Morrison's case had also deepened my appreciation for the complexity of human motivation and the multiple factors that contribute to individual choices. People rarely choose desperate measures simply because they are inherently criminal. More often, they are driven by circumstances that seem to offer no other alternatives. Understanding this complexity required not just analytical skill, but genuine empathy. The ability to see situations from the perspective of those involved, rather than merely as external observers. Morrison's story had demonstrated that even elaborate criminal schemes could be motivated by love and loyalty as much as by selfishness or greed. This recognition had implications that extended far beyond our detective work. In my medical practice, in Holmes's criminal investigations, and in our daily interactions with the people of London, we were constantly encountering individuals whose behaviour reflected complex mixtures of choice and circumstance, wisdom and desperation, strength and vulnerability. The challenge was to develop the insight necessary to recognise these complexities and the wisdom to respond appropriately. Sometimes that response involved prosecution and punishment, but sometimes it involved understanding and assistance. The key was learning to distinguish between situations that required different approaches. As Christmas approached and Baker Street took on the festive atmosphere that characterised London during the holiday season, I found myself reflecting on the gifts that our Scottish adventure had provided. We had solved an intriguing mystery and helped a desperate man find a path toward redemption, but we had also gained new understanding of our own capabilities and responsibilities. The case of the Midnight Express had reminded us that detection at its finest serves not just to expose wrongdoing, but to understand the human condition in all its complexity. It had shown us that analytical methods could be applied to prevention as well as solution, and that justice could be served through rehabilitation as well as punishment. Most importantly, it had demonstrated that even the most elaborate mysteries often resolved into fundamentally human stories of love, loyalty, fear, and hope. Morrison's escape plan had been ingenious, but his motivation had been simple: the desire to escape an unbearable situation while remaining connected to those he loved. On Christmas Eve, as Holmes and I sat by our fire sharing a quiet evening and reflecting on the year's cases, I found myself particularly grateful for the lessons learned from our journey to Scotland. The mystery had been solved, the human problems had been addressed, and our understanding of both detection and human nature had been significantly enriched. "Watson," Holmes said as he refilled his pipe, "do you ever wonder what Morrison is doing tonight? Whether he's spending Christmas with his family, whether the reconciliation is proceeding successfully?" "I hope he is," I replied. "His story deserves a happy ending, and from Inspector McDougall's reports, it seems he's earning one through honest effort and genuine repentance." Indeed, it's a reminder that some of our most satisfying cases are those where everyone involved emerges better than they began. As midnight approached and Christmas Day began, I thought about the various forms of transformation we had witnessed during our adventure. Morrison's multiple identity changes had been external and ultimately unsustainable, but his eventual return to authentic self-expression had enabled genuine personal growth and restored relationships. The train journey itself had been transformative as well, carrying us not just from London to Scotland, but from a relatively simple understanding of detective work to a more complex appreciation of its possibilities. We had boarded the Midnight Express as investigators. We had returned as something more like healers. In the quiet of Christmas morning, with London temporarily peaceful, under a light covering of snow, I found myself grateful for the partnership that had made such growth possible. Holmes's analytical brilliance combined with his growing capacity for human understanding, my medical training enhanced by deeper insight into the social dimensions of health and illness, together we had become more effective than either could have been alone. The case of the Midnight Express to Edinburgh had ended, but its lessons continued to influence our approach to both detective work and daily life. We had learned that the most profound mysteries are often those involving human motivation, and that the most satisfying solutions are those that address underlying problems rather than merely their symptoms. As I conclude this extended journal entry, many months after our Scottish adventure, I can report that Morrison's rehabilitation has continued successfully. He has completed his restitution payments, restored his relationship with his family, and become a valued advocate for others facing similar challenges. Inspector McDougall has implemented several of the security improvements Morrison suggested, and the railway company has established procedures for identifying and assisting passengers who appear to be in distress. Small steps, perhaps, but ones that might prevent other desperate individuals from feeling that elaborate deceptions offer their only hope for escape. Holmes and I have continued to develop our ideas about preventive intervention, and while progress has been gradual, we have succeeded in helping several individuals address serious problems before they reach the point of desperation. Each case has reinforced our conviction that detection serves its highest purpose when it enables healing rather than merely punishment. The Midnight Express continues its regular service between London and Edinburgh, carrying passengers through the night toward whatever destinations await them. Most arrive safely and without incident, but occasionally the train carries someone like Morrison, desperate, frightened, and convinced that deception offers the only path forward. When such cases arise, I hope they will encounter the kind of understanding and assistance that help transform Morrison's story from tragedy to redemption. For in the end, that may be the most important lesson of our Scottish adventure, that human problems, however complex, can often be solved through a combination of analytical insight and compassionate intervention. The rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails no longer reminds me just of comfortable travel, but of the constant motion of human lives toward unknown destinations. Some journeys are smooth and predictable. Others involve desperate leaps between moving trains in the darkness. But all deserve to reach their destination safely, with dignity intact and hope preserved for whatever new beginnings may await. The mystery of the Midnight Express to Edinburgh was solved through careful observation and logical deduction, but its true resolution came through the recognition that every human story deserves the possibility of redemption. In helping Morrison find that possibility, we discovered that detection at its finest serves not just justice, but mercy, not just order, but healing. As I set down my pen and prepare to close this journal entry, I'm reminded once again of how a simple train journey can become a voyage of discovery that changes not just our understanding of specific problems, but our approach to the fundamental challenges of human existence. The Midnight Express carried us to Scotland and back, but more importantly, it carried us toward a deeper appreciation of our responsibilities to each other and the possibilities for using our gifts in service of human flourishing. In that sense, perhaps we are all passengers on some great express train, carrying us through the darkness toward destinations we cannot fully foresee, but hoping that when morning comes, we will find ourselves in a place of greater understanding, deeper compassion, and renewed hope for the journey that lies ahead. Yet as I sit here now, pen in hand, I realise that my account of that remarkable journey has only scratched the surface of what actually transpired during those fateful hours aboard the Midnight Express. The bare facts of Morrison's disappearance and Holmes's brilliant deduction tell only part of the story. The deeper truth lies in the countless small observations, the gradual accumulation of evidence, and the slow process by which seemingly impossible events reveal themselves to be entirely explicable once viewed from the proper perspective. To truly understand what happened that night, I must return to the beginning and recount the events with the careful attention to detail that Holmes himself would bring to such a narrative. For it was in those details, the precise timing of sounds, the specific pattern of footprints, the exact nature of the evidence left behind, that the key to solving our mystery ultimately resided. The fog that evening was indeed particularly thick, but what I failed to mention in my earlier account was how it seemed to transform the very nature of our journey from the moment we left London. Visibility from the train windows was virtually nil, creating an almost submarine-like sensation as we moved through the night landscape. This atmospheric peculiarity would prove crucial to understanding how Morrison managed his seemingly impossible escape. Holmes had noticed the fog's density immediately, commenting as we settled into our compartments that such conditions provided excellent cover for activities that might otherwise be observed and reported. At the time, I assumed he was speaking generally about criminal behaviour, but I now realise he was already considering the specific advantages such weather might offer to someone planning a carefully orchestrated disappearance. The passenger manifest that Holmes had studied so carefully revealed several intriguing details about our fellow travellers that became significant only in retrospect. In addition to Morrison, travelling under his assumed identity of Reginald Hartwell, the sleeping car carried a small but diverse group of individuals whose presence would complicate our investigation in unexpected ways. There was Mrs. Abernathy, an elderly widow travelling to visit her daughter in Glasgow, whose chronic insomnia would make her an unwitting witness to some of the night's crucial events. Mr. and Mrs. Pemberton, a middle-aged couple returning from their honeymoon in Paris, whose romantic preoccupations would render them oblivious to the drama unfolding around them. Colonel Fitzpatrick, a retired military officer, whose precise habits and attention to detail would provide some of our most reliable testimony about the evening's timeline. And then there was Miss Sarah Whitman, a young governess travelling to take up a position with a family in Edinburgh, whose nervous disposition and tendency towards sleepwalking would initially make her a suspect in Morrison's disappearance, before ultimately providing crucial evidence for his innocence. Holmes had catalogued these individuals with his characteristic thoroughness, noting not just their names and stated destinations, but also their apparent emotional states, their interactions with the train staff, and the subtle details of dress and behaviour that might prove relevant to any investigation that might arise. "One never knows, Watson," he had observed as we prepared for sleep, when seemingly random fellow passengers might become crucial witnesses to unexpected events. The art of detection often lies not in discovering extraordinary clues, but in recognising the significance of ordinary observations when they are placed in the proper context. His words proved prophetic in ways neither of us could have anticipated at the time. The sound that awakened me, that muffled thump followed by what might have been a cry, occurred at precisely 2:17 in the morning, according to the pocket watch I consulted immediately upon awakening. This timing would prove crucial to our understanding of subsequent events, though its significance wasn't apparent until much later in our investigation. What I failed to mention in my earlier account was that the sound was not entirely isolated. Over the next several minutes, as I lay listening in the darkness of my compartment, I detected a series of subtle noises that suggested movement and activity somewhere in the sleeping car. There was the faint creak of floorboards under careful footsteps, the barely audible sound of a door being opened and closed with deliberate quiet, and what might have been whispered conversation too low and distant to make out clearly. These sounds were so subtle that I initially dismissed them as the normal settling noises of a train in motion, combined perhaps with the movements of passengers making nocturnal visits to the facilities. It was only when Holmes's investigation revealed the true nature of the night's events that I understood the significance of what I had heard. When I rose to investigate and encountered Holmes already dressed and alert in the corridor, I noticed several details that hadn't seemed important at the time, but which took on new meaning in light of subsequent discoveries. The gas lamps in the corridor had been turned down lower than usual, creating pools of shadow that would provide excellent concealment for anyone moving about the car with stealth. The air carried a faint scent of tobacco smoke, but of a different variety than the cigarettes and pipe tobacco typically favoured by English travellers. Most significantly, Holmes had been awake and dressed for some time before our encounter in the corridor. His hair was perfectly arranged, his clothing showed no signs of having been hastily donned, and his manner suggested alert observation rather than recent awakening. This indicated that whatever had disturbed me had awakened Holmes much earlier, and that he had been conducting his own quiet investigation for some time before I joined him. "You've been awake for a while," I observed as we stood outside Morrison's compartment. "Indeed. The initial disturbance occurred some 20 minutes ago, followed by a series of smaller sounds that suggested deliberate movement and activity. I've been conducting a preliminary reconnaissance of the situation." "And what have you discovered?" Holmes's expression was grave as he gestured toward the silent compartment. "Enough to confirm that Mr. Hartwell's absence is not the result of a simple visit to another part of the train. The pattern of sounds, the timing of events, and certain physical evidence I've observed all point to a planned disappearance, rather than an impulsive departure." As Holmes worked to open the compartment lock, I noticed that his hands moved with particular care and precision, suggesting that he was already treating the space as a potential crime scene requiring careful preservation of evidence. This level of caution proved prescient when we discovered the chaos within. The scene inside Morrison's compartment was even more complex than I initially described. The scattered papers included not just the unfinished letters I mentioned, but also what appeared to be fragments of a detailed plan or schedule written in a cipher that Holmes immediately recognised as a simple substitution code. Our Mr. Hartwell was more methodical in his preparations than his emotional letters might suggest, Holmes observed, as he examined the coded papers. This appears to be a timeline for his disappearance, including specific notations about train schedules, track layouts, and what I believe are references to alternative transportation arrangements. The broken pocket watch, upon closer examination, revealed additional evidence of deliberate destruction. The crystal had been shattered with a small hammer or similar tool, rather than through accidental impact, and the hands had been carefully positioned at 2:17 before the mechanism was disabled. He wanted to leave a precise record of his departure time, Holmes noted. But for what purpose? Insurance claims? Establishing an alibi for his new identity? Or perhaps simply as a memorial to the moment when Reginald Hartwell ceased to exist? The theatrical makeup and disguise materials were more extensive than I had initially realised. In addition to false whiskers and hair dye, Morrison had prepared spirit gum, nose putty, and various pigments that would allow for significant alteration of facial features. There were also several sets of eyeglasses with different prescriptions, suggesting that even his apparent vision problems might have been part of his disguise. This level of preparation suggests someone with considerable experience in theatrical transformation, Holmes observed. Either Morrison has natural talent for such work, or he has received instruction from someone with professional expertise in stage makeup. The muddy windowsill that had so puzzled us initially revealed additional secrets upon more careful examination. The soil was indeed Scottish in origin, but it also contained traces of coal dust and iron filings that suggested contact with railway equipment. Most intriguingly, embedded in the mud were several strands of rope fibre that matched no cordage visible anywhere in the passenger compartment. Our disappearing passenger appears to have used climbing equipment during his escape, Holmes concluded. The rope fibres suggest a planned descent from the window, rather than the simple leap we initially considered. As dawn broke over the Scottish countryside and our train continued its steady progress toward Edinburgh, Holmes's investigation of the compartment revealed layer upon layer of careful preparation that transformed Morrison's disappearance from an impulsive act of desperation into a masterpiece of advanced planning. Hidden beneath the compartment's wash basin, Holmes discovered a small waterproof packet containing additional identity documents, a significant sum of money in various currencies, and what appeared to be detailed maps of the Scottish border country, marked with notations about railway schedules and freight train routes. Morrison has been planning this transformation for months, possibly years, Holmes observed as he examined the hidden materials. The level of detail in these preparations suggests someone with both the time and resources to research every aspect of his planned disappearance. The maps were particularly revealing, showing not just passenger railway routes, but also the parallel freight lines that ran through the same territory. Specific locations were marked where the tracks ran close enough together to make transfer between trains theoretically possible, though extraordinarily dangerous. Here, Holmes pointed to a section of the map marked with red ink. Approximately 30 miles south of our current position, the northbound freight route runs within 20 feet of the passenger line for nearly half a mile. A desperate man with climbing equipment and precise timing might indeed transfer from one moving train to another. The conductor Macready's testimony, when we questioned him more thoroughly, revealed additional details that supported Holmes's emerging theory about Morrison's escape method. The train had indeed passed through the marked section during the early morning hours, and Macready recalled feeling a slight vibration through the car that was different from the normal motion of train travel. Felt almost like something heavy had landed on the roof, Macready reported. But it was only for a moment, and with the fog and darkness, I couldn't see anything unusual when I looked out the windows. Colonel Fitzpatrick, whose military background had trained him to notice details others might miss, provided additional confirmation of unusual activity during the night. From his compartment near the front of the sleeping car, he had observed lights moving along the parallel freight line during the early morning hours. Looked like a lantern or torch being signalled, the colonel reported. Couldn't make out details through the fog, but the pattern was too regular to be accidental. Someone was definitely communicating with someone else. Mrs. Abernathy, despite her elderly frailty, proved to be an unexpectedly observant witness to the night's events. Her insomnia had kept her awake and alert, and her compartment's position gave her a clear view of the corridor throughout the crucial period. "I saw Mr. Hartwell leave his compartment around 2 o'clock, she reported. "He was carrying something heavy, a bag or bundle of some sort, but he wasn't heading toward the facilities or the dining car. He went toward the rear of the train, toward the baggage compartment." This testimony provided the missing link in Holmes's reconstruction of Morrison's escape. The baggage compartment at the rear of the sleeping car had external access hatches that could be opened from inside, providing a route to the exterior of the train without passing through areas monitored by the conductor. Holmes's examination of the baggage compartment revealed clear evidence of recent use. The external hatch showed signs of having been opened from within, and the floor near the access point was marked with the same Scottish soil we had found in Morrison's compartment. "He used the baggage compartment as his staging area," Holmes explained as we examined the evidence. "From here, he could access the exterior of the train and make his way to the roof for the transfer to the freight train." The rope fibres we had found in the mud told the rest of the story. Morrison had lowered himself from the baggage compartment to the coupling between cars, then used climbing equipment to reach the roof of the train. From there, he had waited for the precise moment when the freight train on the parallel track was close enough for him to make his desperate leap. The timing would have been critical, Holmes noted. Too early and he would miss the freight train entirely. Too late, and the trains would have diverged again, making the transfer impossible. He must have studied the schedules and track layouts extensively to identify the exact moment when such a transfer would be feasible. The theatrical makeup and disguise materials now made perfect sense as well. Morrison would have needed to complete his transformation from Reginald Hartwell to his new identity during the journey on the freight train, emerging at his destination as an entirely different person. The broken pocket watch was his signal to begin the operation, Holmes concluded. By smashing it at exactly 2:17, he marked the moment when Reginald Hartwell would cease to exist and his new identity would be born. As our train pulled into Edinburgh's Waverley Station, Holmes had reconstructed Morrison's escape with such precision that we were able to predict exactly which freight train he had boarded and where it would have taken him. Inspector McDougall's investigation of the railway yards confirmed every detail of Holmes's deduction. The freight car that had carried Morrison to Edinburgh showed clear evidence of human occupancy, exactly as Holmes had predicted. The disguise materials, the discarded clothing, and the complete set of new identity documents were all found precisely where Holmes's analysis had suggested they would be. The most remarkable aspect of Morrison's plan, Holmes observed, as we examined the evidence in the railway yard, was not its complexity but its simplicity. By using existing transportation infrastructure and timing his movements to coincide with normal freight operations, he created an escape route that was both effective and nearly invisible. Inspector McDougall's capture of Morrison, now calling himself William Macpherson, near his family's home in Edinburgh provided the final confirmation of Holmes's deductions. When confronted with the evidence of his elaborate escape, Morrison freely admitted to the entire scheme. "I knew it was only a matter of time before someone figured out what I'd done," Morrison confessed. "Mr. Holmes's reputation for solving impossible cases is well known. I suppose I should be honoured that my little disappearing act provided him with such an interesting puzzle." Morrison's confession revealed the full extent of his preparations, which had indeed taken months of careful planning. He had studied railway schedules, practised with climbing equipment, and even taken lessons in stage makeup from a retired actor in London. The entire scheme had been designed to allow him to escape his debts and start fresh while remaining near his beloved family. The irony, Morrison reflected, is that in trying so hard to disappear completely, I made my presence more obvious than if I had simply walked away quietly. The elaborate nature of my escape was itself a clue to my true intentions. Holmes listened to this confession with the careful attention he brought to all aspects of human behaviour. When Morrison had finished his account, my friend leaned forward with an expression of genuine curiosity. "What intrigues me most about your scheme, Mr. Morrison, is not the technical details of its execution, but the psychological complexity of its motivation. You went to extraordinary lengths to escape your problems, yet you couldn't bear to escape completely from those you loved. That contradiction ultimately made your capture inevitable." Morrison nodded sadly. "I thought I could have both. freedom from my past and proximity to my family. I didn't realise until too late that those goals were fundamentally incompatible. The resolution of Morrison's case, as I have already described, proved far more satisfying than the typical conclusion of our criminal investigations. Inspector McDougall's compassionate approach to sentencing, combined with Morrison's evident remorse and his employer's willingness to accept gradual restitution, created the possibility for genuine rehabilitation rather than mere punishment. But what I found most remarkable about the case was the way it challenged our understanding of the relationship between detection and justice. Holmes's brilliant solution to the mystery of Morrison's disappearance could have led to harsh punishment and family destruction. Instead, it opened the door to redemption and restoration. Sometimes, Holmes observed as we prepared to return to London, the most important skill a detective can possess is knowing when not to pursue every available avenue of prosecution. Justice is best served when it creates opportunities for positive change, rather than simply documenting past failures. The train journey back to London provided ample time for reflection on the case and its broader implications. As the Scottish countryside rolled past our windows in the clear light of day, I found myself thinking about the nature of identity and the possibility of genuine transformation. Morrison's theatrical disguises and false papers had enabled him to appear to be different people, but they had not changed his fundamental character or values. His love for his family had persisted through all his deceptions, ultimately drawing him back to Edinburgh despite the risks. This constancy of deep feeling, even in the midst of elaborate lies, suggested that some aspects of human nature are indeed unchangeable, or at least resistant to conscious manipulation. Morrison could alter his appearance and his name, but he could not alter his heart. There was something both humbling and encouraging in this recognition. Humbling because it suggested limits to our ability to simply reinvent ourselves at will, encouraging because it confirmed that the most important aspects of our humanity, our capacity for love, loyalty and genuine connection, are not easily destroyed even by our own worst choices. The case also provided insights into the relationship between desperation and creativity. Morrison's escape plan had required remarkable ingenuity, precise timing, and considerable physical courage. These same qualities, directed toward legitimate goals, might well have enabled him to solve his financial problems through conventional means. "It's curious," I observed to Holmes as our train approached London, "how often criminal behaviour represents the misdirection of genuine talents rather than their absence." Morrison possessed exactly the skills needed to succeed in legitimate enterprise: careful planning, attention to detail, willingness to take calculated risks. He simply applied them to the wrong purposes. Holmes nodded thoughtfully, which suggests that effective crime prevention might focus more on redirecting talents than on suppressing them. Society benefits more from transforming criminal energy into productive activity than from simply containing or punishing it. This insight would prove influential in our subsequent work, leading us to pay closer attention to the underlying motivations and capabilities of those involved in our cases. Sometimes the most effective resolution involved helping people find legitimate outlets for their abilities rather than simply stopping their illegal activities. As we settled back into our familiar routines at Baker Street, I found myself grateful for the lessons learned during our Scottish adventure. The case had demonstrated that detection at its finest involves not just solving puzzles, but understanding the human condition in all its complexity. Morrison's story was ultimately one of love overcoming fear, authenticity triumphing over deception, and the possibility of redemption even after serious moral failure. These themes resonated far beyond the specific circumstances of his case, touching on fundamental questions about human nature and the possibility of positive change. The weeks that followed our return brought regular updates on Morrison's progress, each one confirming that his commitment to rehabilitation was genuine and sustained. His work with the railway company to improve security procedures demonstrated that his intimate knowledge of the system's vulnerabilities could be put to constructive use. More importantly, his gradual reconciliation with his family showed that damaged relationships could indeed be repaired through honest effort and genuine remorse. His wife Margaret's initial scepticism gave way to cautious hope, as Morrison demonstrated through consistent behaviour that his commitment to honesty was real. "The most difficult part," Morrison wrote in one of his letters to us, "is learning to live without deception after years of maintaining elaborate fictions. Truth requires a different kind of courage than lies, but it's ultimately far less exhausting." His children, who had been too young to fully understand their father's original disappearance, gradually came to accept the man he was becoming, rather than judging him solely by his past mistakes. Their capacity for forgiveness provided both motivation and validation for Morrison's efforts at transformation. The case also had lasting impact on our approach to future investigations. Holmes began to pay closer attention to the underlying social and economic factors that contributed to criminal behaviour, recognising that effective solutions often required addressing root causes rather than simply documenting symptoms. "Every crime tells a story about the conditions that made it seem necessary or attractive," Holmes observed during one of our evening discussions. "Understanding those conditions is often more important than simply identifying the perpetrator." This perspective led to several cases where our investigation revealed systemic problems that required broader solutions than individual prosecution. Employers whose unfair practices drove employees to embezzlement, landlords whose exploitation pushed tenants toward desperate measures, financial institutions whose predatory lending created cycles of debt and deception, all became subjects for our attention and intervention. The skills that made Holmes a brilliant detective, careful observation, logical analysis, and systematic investigation, proved equally valuable for identifying and addressing social problems before they manifested as criminal behaviour. Prevention required the same methodical approach as solution, but with different goals and methods. As spring arrived in London and the anniversary of our Scottish journey approached, I found myself reflecting on how much our understanding of both detection and justice had evolved since that foggy night when we boarded the midnight express to Edinburgh. What had begun as a routine consultation with Edinburgh police had become a masterclass in the complexity of human motivation and the possibility of redemptive justice. Morrison's case had challenged our assumptions about crime and punishment, while demonstrating the potential for creative solutions to seemingly intractable problems. The case had also deepened my appreciation for Holmes's unique combination of analytical brilliance and human insight. His solution to the mystery of Morrison's disappearance had been intellectually satisfying, but his compassionate response to Morrison's situation had been morally inspiring. "The finest detection," Holmes had observed, "serves not just to expose what has been hidden, but to illuminate possibilities for positive change. When investigation leads to transformation rather than merely punishment, it fulfills its highest purpose." 1 year after our journey to Scotland, we received an unexpected invitation to visit Morrison and his family in Edinburgh. His transformation had been so complete, and his rehabilitation so successful, that he had been appointed to a position with the Scottish Railway Authority, where his expertise in security matters was highly valued. The reunion was deeply moving, providing tangible evidence that our investment in Morrison's redemption had been justified. His family was prosperous and happy, his career was flourishing, and his reputation in the community was entirely positive. Most remarkably, he had become an advocate for criminal justice reform, using his own experience to argue for approaches that emphasized rehabilitation over retribution. "Mr. Holmes's investigation saved my life," Morrison told us during our visit, but not in the way either of us expected at the time. "By solving the mystery of my disappearance, he forced me to confront the reality that deception could never provide lasting solutions to my problems. That confrontation was the beginning of genuine change. Standing in Morrison's comfortable Edinburgh home, surrounded by evidence of his successful rehabilitation, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction that was different from anything our criminal cases had ever provided. Here was proof that detection could indeed serve healing rather than merely justice, transformation rather than merely punishment." The conversation during our visit ranged over many topics, but inevitably returned to the lessons learned from Morrison's case and their broader implications for society's approach to crime and punishment. Morrison's insights, gained from personal experience of both criminal behaviour and successful rehabilitation, were particularly valuable. The key insight, he reflected, is that most criminal behaviour represents problem-solving gone wrong rather than genuine moral failure. People choose illegal activities because they seem to offer solutions to pressing problems, not because they enjoy doing wrong. This perspective suggested that effective crime prevention required providing better alternatives rather than simply threatening punishment for bad choices. If people could find legitimate ways to solve their problems, they would generally prefer those to illegal alternatives. Society spends enormous resources on detecting and punishing crime after it occurs, Morrison observed, but relatively little on understanding and addressing the conditions that make crime seem attractive or necessary in the first place. Holmes listened to these observations with the careful attention he brought to all forms of evidence, recognising that Morrison's personal experience provided insights that no amount of theoretical analysis could match. "Your experience suggests," Holmes said, "that the most effective crime prevention might involve systematic attention to the kinds of problems that drive people toward desperate measures: financial pressures, family crises, social isolation, lack of legitimate opportunities for advancement." The discussion continued well into the evening, covering topics that range from specific policy recommendations to fundamental questions about human nature and the possibility of change. Morrison's transformation from desperate criminal to respected citizen provided a powerful example of the potential for redemption, but also raised questions about how such transformations might be encouraged more systematically. As we prepared to return to London the next morning, Morrison presented us with a gift that captured the essence of what his case had taught us. It was a photograph of his family taken on the anniversary of his successful rehabilitation, but mounted in a frame made from pieces of the original pocket watch he had smashed on the train, transformed from an instrument of deception into a symbol of renewal. "Time stopped for me on that train," Morrison explained, "but it also began again. The broken watch represents both the end of my old life and the beginning of my new one. I wanted you to have this reminder that even the most shattered situations can sometimes be repaired and given new purpose." The journey back to London provided ample opportunity for reflection on all that had transpired since our original trip to Scotland. The physical route was the same, but our understanding of the territory, both geographical and moral, had been transformed by our experiences. Holmes spent much of the journey absorbed in writing detailed notes about Morrison's case and its implications for future investigations. His systematic mind was clearly working to extract general principles from specific experiences, developing theoretical frameworks that might guide similar cases in the future. "Morrison's case represents a new category of investigation," he observed, as we approached London. "Not criminal detection in the traditional sense, but what we might call redemption facilitation, using analytical methods to create opportunities for positive transformation, rather than simply exposing wrongdoing." The possibility of applying detective skills to such purposes was intriguing, though I wondered about the practical challenges of implementing such an approach on any significant scale. Individual cases like Morrison's could be handled through personal intervention, but broader application would require systematic changes in how society approached crime and punishment. It would require training law enforcement officers to recognise opportunities for rehabilitation rather than focusing exclusively on prosecution, I observed, and it would require social institutions capable of providing the support necessary for genuine transformation. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. Both possible, given sufficient will and resources. Morrison's case demonstrates that the potential benefits, in terms of human happiness and social welfare, could be enormous. As our train pulled into King's Cross Station and we prepared to resume our London routines, I felt a sense of completion that was deeply satisfying. The mystery of the Midnight Express had been solved, but more importantly, it had opened new possibilities for understanding the relationship between detection and justice. The case had demonstrated that the most profound mysteries are often those involving human motivation rather than physical evidence, and that the most satisfying solutions are those that create opportunities for positive change rather than simply documenting past failures. Mrs. Hudson welcomed us back to Baker Street with her usual combination of maternal concern and practical efficiency. Over tea and her excellent scones, We shared edited versions of our Scottish adventures, focusing on the intellectual challenge of Morrison's escape method, while omitting the more personal details of his situation. "Another successful case, then?" she inquired, with the knowing smile of someone who had grown accustomed to our irregular schedule and unusual investigations. "Indeed, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, "though perhaps a successful understates the significance of what we accomplished. This case may prove to be one of our most important, not for the complexity of the mystery, but for what it taught us about the possibilities for using detection in service of human healing." As we settled back into our familiar chairs by the fireplace, surrounded by the comfortable disorder of our shared lodgings, I felt grateful for the partnership that had made such growth possible. Our journey to Scotland had been professionally successful, but more importantly, it had deepened our understanding of both human nature and our responsibilities to the community we served. The case of the Midnight Express to Edinburgh had ended, but its influence would continue to shape our approach to detection for years to come. We had learned that the finest investigation serves not just to solve puzzles, but to create possibilities for positive transformation, and that justice at its best enables healing rather than merely punishment. In the quiet of our Baker Street sitting room, with the familiar sounds of London evening settling around us, I reflected on how a simple train journey had become a voyage of discovery that changed not just our understanding of specific problems, but our approach to the fundamental challenges of human existence. The mystery had been solved through careful observation and logical deduction, but its true resolution had come through the recognition that every human story deserves the possibility of redemption. In helping Morrison find that possibility, we had discovered that detection at its finest serves not just order, but healing, not just justice, but mercy. As I prepared to conclude this extended journal entry, many months after our Scottish adventure, I am struck by how the lessons learned on the Midnight Express continue to influence our daily work. Every case now receives careful consideration, not just for what crimes may have been committed, but for what underlying problems might be addressed and what opportunities for positive change might be created. The rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails no longer reminds me simply of comfortable travel, but of the constant motion of human lives toward unknown destinations. Some journeys are smooth and predictable, others involve desperate leaps between moving trains in the darkness. But all deserve to reach their destination safely, with dignity intact and hope preserved for whatever new beginnings may await. Morrison's story became a touchstone for our subsequent work, a reminder that even the most elaborate deceptions often conceal fundamentally human motivations, and that the most satisfying resolutions are those that address underlying needs rather than simply punishing surface behaviours. The broken pocket watch, transformed into a frame for a family photograph, sits on our mantelpiece as a constant reminder that time can indeed begin again, that shattered situations can sometimes be repaired and given new purpose, and that detection at its finest creates possibilities for transformation rather than merely documenting past failures. The case is closed, but the lessons continue, and somewhere tonight another train rolls through the darkness carrying passengers toward their own encounters with mystery, transformation, and the endless possibilities of human redemption. In that ongoing journey, we find both the purpose and the satisfaction of our calling as detectors of truth and facilitators of justice in all its forms. The Midnight Express to Edinburgh taught us that every mystery, properly understood, is ultimately a human story waiting to be told with compassion and resolved with wisdom. In that recognition, we find not just the solution to individual cases, but the deeper meaning of our shared commitment to serving the cause of truth and the possibility of human flourishing in all its magnificent complexity.
As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered, one where the most innocent of dinner conversations concealed the most elaborate deception, and where a snowstorm that trapped us with strangers would reveal that sometimes the greatest mysteries lie not in what people steal, but in what they're willing to sacrifice for those they love. The autumn wind rattles my windows tonight, much as it did that fateful evening nearly 3 months ago, when Holmes first suggested our unexpected journey to Switzerland. I confess, dear journal, that at the time I thought his proposal was quite mad. We had just concluded the rather tedious affair of the Blackwood inheritance, a case that had required more patience than brilliance to solve, and I was looking forward to nothing more ambitious than a quiet evening with my medical journals, and perhaps a modest supper at Simpson's. "Watson," Holmes had announced, bursting into our sitting room with that peculiar energy that always preceded his more unconventional suggestions. "Pack your warmest clothes. We leave for Switzerland tomorrow morning." I looked up from my copy of The Lancet, where I had been reading a fascinating article on the treatment of recurring war wounds, a subject of more than academic interest to me, as my old Giselle bullet wound had been troubling me considerably of late. The damp London autumn seemed to have awakened every ache and phantom pain that the Afghan hills had bequeathed to me. "Switzerland?" I replied, setting down the journal and regarding my friend with the mixture of exasperation and affection that had become my habitual response to his more impetuous announcements. "Holmes, might I inquire as to the nature of this sudden continental urgency? Have the Swiss banks been robbed? Has some alpine mystery captured your imagination?" But Holmes was already moving about the room with that restless energy of his, gathering papers and consulting his continental railway guide. Nothing so dramatic, my dear fellow. Merely a physician's prescription, though not one written by any medical man. "I'm afraid I don't follow." He paused in his gathering and fixed me with that penetrating gaze that always made me feel he could read every thought written across my face. "Watson, you have been favouring your left leg for the better part of a fortnight. This morning you added an extra spoonful of sugar to your coffee, a sure sign that pain is disrupting your sleep and you require additional energy to compensate. Yesterday evening I observed you massage your shoulder 3 times during dinner, each time when you thought I was not looking. I shifted uncomfortably in my chair, though whether from the accuracy of his observations or the actual discomfort he described, I could not say. "The weather has been rather damp, precisely my point." He resumed his activity, now pulling his small travelling valise from beneath his bed. "What you require is not another London autumn of increasingly bitter cold and penetrating fog, but clean mountain air, therapeutic hot springs, and the sort of complete rest that only distance from Baker Street can provide." "Holmes," I protested, though I confess with less conviction than I had intended, "we cannot simply abandon London on a whim. What of your correspondence, your clients? Mrs. Hudson will think we've taken leave of our senses." "Mrs. Hudson," he replied with a slight smile, "took the liberty of suggesting this very course of action yesterday morning while you were out attending to your patients. It seems our excellent landlady has been observing your discomfort with the same attention to detail that you attribute solely to my methods of observation." I found myself both touched and mildly embarrassed to learn that my condition had been so apparent to our motherly landlady. "And where, precisely, do you propose we undertake this therapeutic exile?" Holmes produced a letter from his jacket pocket, the paper bearing the elegant letterhead of what appeared to be a continental hotel. The Grand Hotel Alpenhof, situated in a charming valley near Interlaken. I am informed by my correspondent, a former client whose discretion proved as valuable as his gratitude, that the establishment offers not only the finest Swiss hospitality, but also natural hot springs renowned for their beneficial effects upon rheumatic conditions. Your former client being the Baron von Reichenbach, whose somewhat delicate matter regarding a missing manuscript we resolved last spring. He writes that October is the perfect season for such a retreat. The summer crowds have departed, the winter sports enthusiasts have not yet arrived, and the autumn alpine air possesses what he describes as healing properties beyond the scope of conventional medicine. I must admit that as Holmes described the Baron's letter, painting pictures of crisp mountain mornings, thermal pools steaming in the cool air, and the profound quiet that only mountains can provide, I felt my resistance beginning to weaken. The persistent ache in my leg seemed to pulse in sympathy with his words, as if my body were adding its own voice to his persuasive arguments. "The railway journey," I said, making what I knew was likely my final objection, "will be quite arduous." "On the contrary," Holmes replied, and I could detect the note of triumph in his voice that indicated he knew he had won. "The new express service provides remarkably comfortable accommodations, and the journey itself will serve as part of the cure, removing us gradually from the smoke and noise of London to the pure air of the Alps." And so it was that we found ourselves 36 hours later settled into a first-class compartment of the Continental Express, watching the English countryside give way to French vineyards, and eventually to the dramatic peaks and valleys of Switzerland. I must confess that Holmes had been quite right about the therapeutic value of the journey itself. As London receded behind us, I felt not only the physical relief of motion and changing air, but also a mental lightness that I had not experienced in months. Holmes, for his part, proved to be an excellent travelling companion, demonstrating none of his usual restlessness or impatience with the measured pace of railway travel. Instead, he seemed genuinely interested in observing our fellow passengers and the changing landscape, making occasional observations about European railway systems, alpine geology, or the curious habits of continental travellers. "Notice, Watson," he said as we shared a compartment with a portly German businessman and an elderly Englishwoman travelling with her companion, "how our German friend checks his pocket watch precisely every 23 minutes, yet never appears anxious about our schedule. This suggests a man accustomed to precision in his business dealings, but confident in systems beyond his control." "And what of our English travellers?" I inquired, enjoying this game of observation that Holmes played so naturally. He glanced discreetly towards the two women, who were engaged in quiet conversation over a guidebook to Swiss hotels. The elder lady, note the quality of her gloves, but the careful mending at the thumb, is gentle but economizing. The younger woman is not her daughter, despite their easy familiarity. Observe the deference in her posture, the way she waits for permission before speaking. A companion, almost certainly, but one treated with genuine affection rather than mere professional courtesy. As if summoned by our attention, the elderly woman looked up from her guidebook with a pleasant smile. I beg your pardon, gentlemen, but might you be travelling to the Alpine region as well? Indeed, madam, I replied, tipping my hat. Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Holmes. We are bound for the Grand Hotel Alpenhof. How delightful, she exclaimed, and I was struck by the genuine warmth in her voice. I am Mrs. Pembroke, and this is Miss Morrison, my dear companion. We too are destined for the Alpenhof, though I confess it will be rather grander than our usual accommodations. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his interest clearly piqued. Your usual accommodations. Miss Morrison, a woman of perhaps 40, with kind eyes and prematurely grey hair, answered with a slight blush. Mrs. Pembroke is too modest to say so, but she is something of an expert on therapeutic treatments for arthritis. We have visited nearly every spa town in Europe over the past 5 years. Not an expert, my dear, Mrs. Pembroke corrected gently. Merely a dedicated student. My late husband's condition required extensive travel in search of relief, and I found myself becoming quite knowledgeable about various treatments. Now I serve as what might charitably be called an informal consultant to other sufferers. I felt an immediate kinship with this practical, compassionate woman. You must have accumulated considerable experience in such matters. Indeed, doctor, for I perceive you are a medical man by your bearing and the way you instinctively assess physical comfort in others. I have had occasion to observe many cases similar to what I suspect brings you to the Alps. Her keen eyes had apparently noted my occasional shifting to accommodate my troublesome leg. Holmes and I exchanged a glance of mutual respect for this observant woman. You are remarkably perceptive, Mrs. Pembroke, Holmes said. Might I ask what leads you to select the Alpenhof in particular? Several factors, she replied, consulting her guidebook. The thermal springs are fed by a particularly rich mineral source. The altitude provides excellent air quality without being so elevated as to cause distress, and here she smiled with obvious pleasure. I am told the establishment attracts a most interesting variety of guests. Travelling can become quite solitary when undertaken primarily for medical purposes. The opportunity for a civilized company adds greatly to the therapeutic value of any retreat. The German gentleman, who had been listening to our conversation with apparent interest, cleared his throat politely. Entschuldigung. Pardon me, I could not help but overhear. I too am bound for the Alpenhof, and if I may be so bold, I believe Mrs. Pembroke's assessment is quite accurate. My name is Heinrich Müller, Dr. Heinrich Müller of Vienna, and I have stayed at the Alpenhof twice before. A medical colleague, I inquired. Of sorts, doctor. Müller replied with a slight accent that spoke of careful education in multiple languages. I am what might be called a specialist in nervous disorders. The combination of thermal treatments, mountain air, and the particular. The atmosphere of the Alpenhof has proven remarkably beneficial for patients suffering from what we term neurasthenia, nervous exhaustion brought on by the pressures of modern life. Holmes's eyebrows rose slightly at this description. You speak of the atmosphere as if it possesses particular therapeutic properties beyond the obvious physical benefits. Dr. Meller's weathered face creased in a thoughtful smile. Indeed, Mr. Kulm, Holmes. The Alpenhof has developed something of a reputation among European physicians as a place where healing encompasses more than mere physical restoration. The proprietor, Herr Zimmermann, has created an environment that encourages, how do you say, the restoration of psychological equilibrium as well as bodily health. As our train wound through increasingly dramatic alpine scenery, I found myself genuinely anticipating our arrival at this remarkable establishment. The prospect of thermal baths and mountain air had initially attracted me purely for their potential relief of my physical discomforts, but the conversation with our fellow travellers had awakened my curiosity about the social and psychological dimensions of our destination. Holmes, I observed, was displaying that particular quality of attention that indicated his detective instincts were engaged, though whether by Dr. Muller's intriguing descriptions or by some other aspect of our journey, I could not determine. He had begun that subtle process of observation and cataloguing that always preceded his most interesting deductions. Dr. Muller, he said, his tone carefully casual, you mentioned that you had stayed at the Alpenhof twice before. Might I inquire whether you found the variety of guests as interesting as Mrs. Pembroke anticipates? The Austrian physician's expression grew thoughtful, and I detected a slight hesitation before he answered. The Alpenhof does indeed attract a most diverse clientele, Mr. Holmes. Persons from various countries and social stations, each seeking their own particular form of restoration. I have found that when people are removed from their familiar surroundings and placed in circumstances that encourage both relaxation and reflection, they often reveal aspects of themselves that remain hidden in their ordinary lives. How fascinating, Holmes murmured, though I could hear the deeper interest beneath his casual tone. Our conversation continued as the afternoon light began to fade, and the mountains rose ever higher around us. Mrs. Pembroke proved to be a delightful conversationalist, with a fund of stories from her various spa tours, while Miss Morrison demonstrated a quiet intelligence and dry wit that had clearly endeared her to her employer. Dr. Muller, though more reserved, offered fascinating insights into the psychology of therapeutic travel and the curious social dynamics that developed among temporary communities of health seekers. As evening approached and the lights of Interlaken came into view, I realized that my anticipation for our alpine retreat had grown far beyond simple hopes for physical relief. The promise of interested company, combined with the prospect of observing Holmes in an environment completely removed from the criminal underworld of London, had transformed what I had initially seen as a medical necessity into what might prove to be a genuinely enriching experience. "Gentlemen," Mrs. Pembroke announced as we began gathering our belongings, "I do hope we shall have the pleasure of continuing our acquaintance at the Alpenhof." "Indeed, madam," I replied, and meant it sincerely. "I suspect this alpine adventure may prove more interesting than any of us anticipate." Holmes caught my eye as I spoke these words, and I saw in his expression that familiar glint that suggested he had already begun to detect undercurrents of mystery in what others might see as mere polite conversation. Little did I know, as our train pulled into the station and we prepared for the final stage of our journey to the Grand Hotel Alpenhof, that our innocent therapeutic retreat would soon become one of the most unusual and ultimately illuminating cases of our entire partnership. The mountain air that greeted us as we stepped from the railway carriage was indeed as crisp and invigorating as promised, carrying scents of pine and snow and that peculiar clarity that belongs only to high altitudes. But beneath that crystalline purity, had I known to detect it, lay the first subtle whispers of the storm that would soon trap us all in circumstances none of us could have foreseen, and with consequences that would challenge not only Holmes's methods of detection, but his understanding of justice itself. The carriage ride from Interlaken to the Grand Hotel Alpenhof wound through valleys that seemed carved by the hands of ancient gods, each turn revealing vistas more breathtaking than the last. As we climbed steadily higher into the mountains, I found myself reflecting, as I do now, these many months later, upon how external forces so often serve to reveal the internal truths we carry within us. The approaching storm that would soon trap us all together was merely nature's way of creating the circumstances necessary for human nature to reveal itself in its most authentic form. The Alpenhof, when it finally came into view as our carriage rounded a particularly dramatic bend, exceeded even my elevated expectations. The hotel rose from its mountain perch like something from a fairy tale, its timber and stone construction perfectly harmonized with the alpine landscape, while suggesting luxury and comfort beyond anything I had imagined. Gas lamps already glowed warmly in the gathering dusk, and smoke rose from multiple chimneys, promising the kind of hearth-warmed welcome that only the finest establishments can provide. "Magnificent," breathed Mrs. Pembroke from the seat opposite, and even the usually reserved Miss Morrison murmured her agreement. Dr. Müller nodded approvingly, while Holmes surveyed the building with that analytical eye that automatically catalogued architectural details, security considerations, and what he would later describe as the subtle signs that distinguish genuine hospitality from mere commercial accommodation. As our carriages drew up before the hotel's grand entrance, I was struck by the immediate attention we received. The staff moved with practiced efficiency, yet without the impersonal haste that characterized so many commercial establishments. Our luggage was handled with care, and we were ushered into a lobby that managed to be both imposing and welcoming, a considerable architectural achievement that spoke well of the proprietor's understanding of his guests' needs. Herr Zimmermann himself appeared within moments of our arrival, a man of perhaps 50, with the robust health that mountain living often bestows, yet possessing the refined manners of one accustomed to catering to distinguished guests. His English, though accented, was precise and cultured, and his greeting suggested genuine pleasure at our arrival, rather than mere professional courtesy. "Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes," he said, consulting what appeared to be a leather-bound registry. "We are honoured by your presence. Dr. Müller, welcome back to the Alpenhof. Your usual suite has been prepared. Mrs. Pembroke, Miss Morrison, I trust your journey was comfortable?" I was impressed by his personal attention to each guest, suggesting either an exceptional memory or very thorough preparation for our arrival. As we completed the registration formalities, I became aware of other guests moving about the lobby and adjacent public rooms, figures glimpsed peripherally, but suggesting the diverse and interesting company that Mrs. Pembroke had anticipated. Holmes, I noticed, had positioned himself where he could observe both the registration desk and the broader social dynamics of the hotel, his attention apparently casual, but, in reality, meticulously cataloguing every detail. Already, I suspected, he was beginning to form those preliminary impressions that would later prove so crucial to understanding the events that were to unfold. Our rooms when we were shown to them, proved to be everything the hotel's reputation had promised. Mine overlooked the valley through which we had travelled, offering views that would surely prove therapeutic in themselves, while Holmes's adjacent chamber commanded a prospect of the hotel's gardens and the dramatic peaks beyond. Both rooms were furnished with that combination of comfort and elegance that characterizes truly superior accommodation, and the thermal heating system, fed, we were informed, by the same mineral springs that supplied the hotel's famous baths, ensured a warmth and comfort that seemed almost luxurious after the increasingly chill mountain air. "Watson," Holmes said, appearing at the connecting door between our chambers as I was unpacking my medical bag, "I suggest we explore the hotel's public areas before dinner. The evening hours often provide the most revealing insights into an establishment's character and clientele." I readily agreed, partly out of curiosity about our temporary home, but primarily because I had already begun to feel the beneficial effects of the mountain air, and wished to explore the grounds before darkness made such exploration impossible. Holmes, I suspected, had other motivations for this preliminary reconnaissance, though as yet I could not determine what particular aspects of our situation had engaged his detective instincts. The hotel's public areas proved to be a marvel of thoughtful design and comfortable elegance. The main salon occupied what must have been the entire ground floor of one wing, with enormous windows offering panoramic mountain views and furnishings arranged to encourage both intimate conversation and larger social gatherings. A magnificent stone fireplace dominated one end of the room, already crackling with a welcoming fire that seemed to draw guests naturally into its warm circle. The thermal bath facilities, which we inspected briefly during our tour, exceeded even Dr. Müller's enthusiastic descriptions. The mineral pools, fed by natural hot springs, were housed within a conservatory that provided the sensation of bathing outdoors while protecting against mountain weather. The water itself possessed that distinctive mineral scent that spoke of deep earth origins and genuine therapeutic properties, and I found myself anticipating my first immersion with considerable pleasure. It was during this initial exploration that we encountered several of our fellow guests, each introduction adding new dimensions to what was clearly becoming a fascinating social microcosm. The first was a woman of perhaps 35, possessed of striking beauty and an unmistakable air of aristocracy, who was examining the hotel's small but excellent library when we entered. "Gentlemen," she said in English, touched with a faint continental accent, "you must be the English travellers who arrived with Dr. Müller. I am Countess Elena Valdez." Her smile was warm, but carried that subtle reserve that speaks of noble birth and careful breeding. Holmes executed a perfect bow, while I offered a respectful nod. "Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Holmes. We are delighted to make your acquaintance, Countess." Dr. Watson. How fortunate. I was hoping to encounter a medical man during my stay. I suffer from what my own physicians describe as nervous exhaustion, brought on by the pressures of managing family estates in increasingly difficult times. She gestured elegantly toward the bookshelves. I find that combining the hotel's excellent thermal treatments with improving literature provides the most comprehensive restoration. As she spoke, I found myself automatically cataloguing the subtle signs that confirmed both her aristocratic status and her current circumstances. Her clothing was of the finest quality, but showed the careful maintenance that suggested reduced means, while her manner combined natural authority with a hint of the anxiety that often accompanies financial uncertainty. Holmes, I observed, was making his own assessments with typical thoroughness. Our conversation was interrupted by the approach of another guest, a man of perhaps 40, impeccably dressed in the manner of successful commerce, with the confident bearing that speaks of considerable worldly achievement. His introduction confirmed my initial assessment. "Pemberton," he said, extending a firm handshake. "James Pemberton, of Pemberton Industries. Delighted to meet fellow Englishmen. One encounters so few familiar accents in these Alpine retreats. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Holmes replied. "We understand the Alpenhof attracts guests from across Europe." "Indeed it does," Pemberton agreed, though I detected a slight tension beneath his hearty manner. "Myself, I come here annually to escape the pressures of industrial management. The steel business, gentlemen, leaves little opportunity for rest during the normal course of the year." As we chatted, I began to sense undercurrents that suggested Mr. Pemberton's retreat might involve more than simple desire for relaxation. His hands, though well manicured, showed signs of recent stress, slight tremors when he thought himself unobserved, and a tendency to check his pocket watch more frequently than the passage of conversation required. Holmes, naturally, had noted these details as well, though his own manner remained perfectly cordial and unrevealing. Our growing group was joined by a young woman of perhaps 25, plainly but neatly dressed, with the quiet composure that often characterizes those who earn their living through service to others. Her introduction confirmed my assessment. "Miss Catherine Fairweather," she said, with a slight curtsy that spoke of good breeding despite her obvious employment status. "I serve as governess to the Marchmont family, though I am presently enjoying a brief holiday through my employer's generosity." There was something in Miss Fairweather's manner, a combination of gratitude and underlying worry, that immediately engaged my sympathies. The life of a governess, particularly one dependent upon employer generosity for any respite from duty, is often precarious, and I sensed in her the particular strain that comes from maintaining dignity while living constantly at the mercy of others' continued approval. Holmes's attention had sharpened perceptibly during Miss Fairweather's introduction, though he maintained his outward attitude of polite interest. I had learned to recognize this particular quality of attention in my friend. It suggested that he had detected some detail or inconsistency that merited further observation, though as yet I could not determine what had caught his interest. Our informal gathering continued to grow as we moved toward the dining room for dinner. We were joined by a final member of what would prove to be our complete party, a man of perhaps 50, distinguished in appearance, but somehow elusive in manner, who introduced himself simply as Ashford. "Thomas Ashford," he said with the kind of smile that manages to be both pleasant and entirely unrevealing. "I travel frequently on business, import and export, and find these Alpine retreats provide necessary respite from the demands of continental commerce." I noticed that Mr. Ashford's introduction, while perfectly polite, conveyed remarkably little specific information about either his business or his circumstances. "Holmes," I observed, had noted this as well, though his own response remained warmly cordial. The dinner itself proved to be a remarkable affair, both for the excellence of the cuisine and for the fascinating interplay of personalities around our table. Herr Zimmermann had arranged for us to be seated together, whether by design or mere convenience I could not determine, and the conversation that developed over the course of the meal provided insights into each of our companions that proved, in retrospect, crucial to understanding the events that were to follow. It was during the fish course that Countess Valdez made the observation that would later assume such significance, though at the time it seemed merely an elegant woman's natural pride in a beautiful possession. "I must confess," she said, touching the extraordinary brooch that adorned her evening dress, "that I feel almost guilty about wearing such finery in these rustic surroundings. This piece belonged to my great-grandmother, a gift from a Medici prince, according to family legend. The jeweller who last appraised it described it as irreplaceable, both for its historical significance and its artistic merit. The brooch was indeed remarkable, an intricate creation of gold and precious stones that caught the candlelight with every movement, clearly the work of a master craftsman, and undoubtedly of considerable value. Each of our dinner companions examined it with appropriate appreciation, though I noticed that several seemed to study it with more than casual interest. Mr. Pemberton's commercial eye clearly assessed its worth, while Miss Fairweather's gaze held a quality of wistful longing that spoke of reduced circumstances and financial anxiety. Dr. Muller examined it with the precision of one accustomed to evaluating valuable objects, and Mr. Ashford's interest seemed oddly professional for someone supposedly engaged in import-export business. Holmes, naturally, observed not only the brooch itself, but each person's reaction to it, with his characteristic thoroughness. "Family heirlooms," Mrs. Pembroke observed thoughtfully, "carry such weight of history and responsibility. One feels almost like a custodian, rather than an owner." "Precisely," the Countess agreed. "There are times when I wonder whether such pieces belong in museums rather than private collections, yet the sentimental attachment makes parting with them unthinkable." As the evening progressed, we moved to the main salon for coffee and liqueurs, and I began to observe the subtle social dynamics that were developing among our group. The Countess, despite her reduced circumstances, maintained natural authority as the highest-ranking member of our party, while Mr. Pemberton's commercial success gave him confidence in expressing opinions on a wide range of subjects. Dr. Muller's professional status and previous familiarity with the hotel made him something of an informal guide to the establishment's amenities and customs. Miss Fairweather, though obviously well-educated and intelligent, maintained the careful reserve appropriate to her dependent status, contributing to conversations when invited, but never presuming upon the social equality that her circumstances did not permit. Mr. Ashford proved to be an entertaining conversationalist, with a fund of stories from his travels, though I noticed that his anecdotes, while amusing, revealed remarkably little about his actual business activities. Holmes, for his part, played the role of interested observer to perfection, encouraging each person to speak freely about their backgrounds and circumstances, while revealing little of his own famous profession. I suspected he was already beginning to form those preliminary character assessments that would later prove so valuable, though his methods remained subtle enough that our companions likely saw him as merely a well-travelled gentleman with broad intellectual interests. It was near 10 o'clock when Herr Zimmermann approached our group with a slight frown of concern creasing his usually pleasant features. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I feel I should inform you that the weather reports suggest we may experience rather severe conditions over the next several days. A significant storm system is approaching from the west, and while the hotel is fully prepared for such eventualities, it is possible that travel to and from the valley may become temporarily impossible." Mr. Pemberton looked up sharply from his brandy. "How temporary?" "Perhaps 3 or 4 days, mein Herr. The mountain passes can become quite dangerous during severe weather, and safety must be our primary concern." I noticed that each member of our party reacted to this news according to their individual circumstances and temperaments. The Countess seemed merely philosophical about the prospect of extended leisure, while Dr. Muller appeared positively pleased at the opportunity for prolonged rest. Mrs. Pembroke and Miss Morrison exchanged glances that suggested they had encountered similar situations before, and were well prepared for the inconvenience. Miss Fairweather, however, seemed genuinely distressed by the possibility of extended delay, though she attempted to conceal her concern. Mr. Ashford's reaction was more difficult to read. He appeared thoughtful rather than worried, as if calculating the implications of unexpected delay for whatever business had brought him to Switzerland. Mr. Pemberton's response was the most overtly negative, muttering something about commercial obligations and impossible timing. Holmes listened to these various reactions with the absorbed attention of a naturalist observing species behaviour, filing away each response for future reference. I suspected he was already beginning to formulate theories about what these reactions might reveal about our companion's true circumstances and motivations. As the evening drew to a close and our party began to disperse toward their respective chambers, I found myself reflecting upon the curious social experiment that circumstances seemed to be creating. Here we were, 8 strangers from diverse backgrounds, about to be confined together by forces beyond our control, in circumstances that would inevitably reveal far more about each of us than ordinary social intercourse would normally permit. The Countess retired first, carefully securing her remarkable brooch in what appeared to be a specially designed travel case, while expressing her pleasure at the prospect of several days of uninterrupted rest and cultivation. The others followed gradually, each bidding pleasant good nights and expressing hopes for continued agreeable company during our enforced stay. Holmes and I were among the last to retire, pausing in the now quiet salon to observe the dying fire and listen to the wind that had begun to rise outside the hotel's substantial walls. An interesting collection of personalities, I observed, settling into one of the comfortable chairs near the fireplace. "Indeed," Holmes replied, though his tone suggested deeper currents of thought than my casual comment had intended to provoke. "Tell me, Watson, what did you make of our dinner conversation?" "Pleasant enough, though I suspect each of our companions is carrying burdens they haven't chosen to share. Miss Fairweather seems particularly anxious about something, and Mr. Pemberton's commercial confidence appears to mask some underlying concern. Very good. And what of the Countess's brooch? I considered the question, trying to determine what significance Holmes might be attaching to what had seemed merely a natural display of feminine pride in a beautiful possession. A remarkable piece, clearly valuable both artistically and monetarily. She seemed justifiably proud of it, and the reactions of our companions. Now I began to understand the direction of his inquiry. Each examined it with considerable interest, certainly. More interesting, perhaps, the mere appreciation of its beauty would account for. Precisely. Holmes stood and moved to the window, where the rising wind was beginning to rattle the glass. Watson, I have a strong suspicion that our therapeutic alpine retreat is about to become something rather more complex than either of us anticipated. As if summoned by his words, a particularly violent gust of wind shook the hotel's substantial frame, and we could see the first flakes of snow beginning to swirl past the lamplight outside. The storm that would trap us all together was beginning in earnest, and with it the circumstances that would transform our innocent gathering of health-seekers into one of the most unusual and ultimately enlightening cases of our partnership. I retired to my chamber that night, with the sound of increasing wind in my ears, and Holmes's prophetic words echoing in my mind, little knowing that before another sunset, the Countess's precious brooch would be gone, and our pleasant collection of fellow guests would be transformed into a circle of suspects in one of the most delicately handled investigations of Holmes's entire career. I awoke the following morning to a world transformed. The storm that Herr Zimmermann had predicted with such accuracy had arrived during the night, with a ferocity that even my military experience had not prepared me to expect in these alpine regions. Snow lay thick against my chamber windows, and the wind continued to howl with such persistence that the very walls of the substantial hotel seemed to vibrate with its force. Looking back now, I realize that nature had indeed conspired to create the perfect conditions for the extraordinary events that were about to unfold, isolating us completely from the outside world and creating that peculiar intimacy that develops among strangers when they find themselves dependent upon one another for society and comfort. My morning routine, usually so predictable and comforting, was disrupted almost immediately by sounds from the corridor outside my chamber. Not the quiet efficiency of hotel staff going about their duties, but rather the unmistakable tones of distress and urgency that my medical training had taught me to recognize instantly. Even before the rapid knocking came at my door, I was already reaching for my dressing gown, my physician's instincts fully aroused. Dr. Watson, please come quickly." The voice belonged to Miss Morrison, Mrs. Pembroke's companion, and carried such genuine alarm that I required no further urging. I opened my door to find Miss Morrison in a state of considerable agitation, her usually composed demeanour entirely abandoned. Behind her stood Herr Zimmermann, his face grave with concern, while further down the corridor I could see other guests beginning to emerge from their chambers in response to what were unmistakably cries of distress emanating from the Countess's suite. "What has happened?" I inquired, even as I was already moving toward the source of the commotion. "It is the Countess, Doctor," Herr Zimmermann replied, his English becoming slightly more accented under stress. "She is most distraught. We hoped that your medical expertise might provide some assistance. The door to the Countess's suite stood open, and as we approached, the sounds of genuine anguish became more distinct. I could hear Countess Valdez speaking rapidly in what I took to be Spanish, her voice carrying the particular quality of distress that speaks of loss rather than mere physical discomfort. Mrs. Pembroke was attempting to provide comfort in her practical, motherly way, while Dr. Muller's presence suggested that medical assistance had already been summoned. As I entered the suite, I was immediately struck by the scene of disorder that greeted me. The Countess's personal effects were scattered about the sitting room with the systematic thoroughness that speaks not of casual disturbance, but of deliberate search. Drawers had been opened, and their contents carefully examined, while papers and personal items lay arranged with the kind of methodical precision that suggested someone had been looking for something specific. The Countess herself sat in a chair near the window, her face pale, but her bearing still possessed of that natural dignity that no amount of distress could entirely diminish. She looked up as I entered, and I could see in her dark eyes the particular combination of shock and disbelief that characterizes the victim of theft. "Dr. Watson," she said, her accented English carefully controlled, despite her obvious emotional state. "Forgive me for disturbing your morning, but I find myself in most desperate circumstances." "Countess," I replied, approaching with the careful manner I had learned to adopt when dealing with patients in states of acute distress. "Please tell me what has occurred. Perhaps I can be of assistance." She gestured toward the dressing table, where an ornate jewellery case stood open, its velvet-lined compartments clearly visible. Even from across the room, I could see that the case had been thoroughly but carefully searched, each item examined and replaced with the kind of systematic attention that spoke of professional expertise. "My brooch," she said simply, and those two words carried such weight of loss that I felt an immediate surge of sympathy for her plight. "The Medici brooch that belonged to my great-grandmother. It has been taken." Dr. Muller, who had been examining the jewellery case with professional thoroughness, looked up as I approached. "I have made a preliminary examination," he said quietly. "The case shows no signs of forced entry, and indeed, nothing else appears to have been disturbed. Only the brooch is missing. I moved to examine the case myself, my medical training having taught me to observe details that others might overlook. The lock mechanism showed no signs of damage, and indeed, the case appeared to have been opened with either the proper key or exceptional skill. The other pieces of jewellery, while clearly valuable, remained undisturbed in their individual compartments, arranged with the kind of care that suggested intimate familiarity with their proper placement. "Countess," I said gently, "might I ask when you last saw the brooch?" "Last evening, of course, when I retired. I always secure my jewellery carefully before sleep, a habit formed through years of travel. The case was locked, and I placed the key." She paused, moving to a small writing desk near the window. "Here, in this drawer, where I always keep it." I followed her to the desk and observed that the drawer in question, while clearly having been opened and examined, showed no signs of forced entry. The key lay in its accustomed place, alongside other small personal items that appeared undisturbed. "The room was locked when you retired?" I inquired. "Certainly. I am most particular about such matters, and when I awoke this morning." She gestured helplessly at the disturbed state of her sitting room. "I discovered this." It was at this moment that Holmes appeared in the doorway, fully dressed despite the early hour, his keen eyes immediately cataloguing every detail of the scene before him. I could see that familiar process of observation and analysis beginning even as he offered his sympathies to the distressed Countess. "Countess Valdez," he said with that particular combination of authority and gentleness that characterized his manner with victims of crime. "I am deeply sorry for your loss. Might I be permitted to examine the scene? I have some experience in such matters." The Countess, perhaps recognizing something in Holmes's manner that suggested competence beyond that of an ordinary hotel guest, nodded her agreement. Dr. Muller stepped aside to allow Holmes access to the jewelry case, while I positioned myself where I could observe both my friend's methods and the reactions of our growing audience. For by now, word of the theft had spread throughout the hotel, and our various fellow guests had begun to gather in the corridor outside the Countess's suite. Mr. Pemberton appeared first, his commercial instincts clearly aroused by the mention of valuable property, while Miss Fairweather followed, her face showing genuine concern for the Countess's distress. Mr. Ashford arrived last, his expression carefully neutral in the way that I had already learned to associate with his character. Holmes's examination of the scene was, as always, methodical and thorough. He spent considerable time studying the jewelry case itself, using his magnifying glass to examine the lock mechanism and the interior arrangements. He then moved to the writing desk, paying particular attention to the drawer where the key had been kept, before turning his attention to the room's windows and the door through which entry had presumably been gained. "Most interesting," he murmured, more to himself than to his audience, as he knelt to examine the carpet near the room's entrance. His magnifying glass revealed something that caused him to nod with satisfaction, though he made no immediate comment about his discovery. The examination of the windows proved particularly intriguing. The Countess's suite was located on the second floor of the hotel, with windows that opened onto a small balcony overlooking the gardens. Holmes spent several minutes studying the window latches and examining the balcony itself, despite the continuing storm that made such outdoor investigation decidedly uncomfortable. "The snow," he observed to me quietly as he returned from the balcony, "provides excellent evidence of recent activity, or the lack thereof." When he had completed his preliminary examination, Holmes turned to address the assembled group with that grave courtesy that always marked his handling of serious cases. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "I must inform you that we are dealing with a theft of considerable sophistication. The brooch was removed by someone with intimate knowledge of the Countess's habits and considerable skill in the art of lock manipulation." Mr. Pemberton stepped forward, his business instincts clearly engaged. "Are you suggesting that this was the work of a professional thief?" "The evidence," Holmes replied carefully, "suggests someone with professional expertise, certainly. However, the circumstances of our current isolation limit the possibilities considerably." The implications of his statement settled upon our group like a chill more penetrating than the alpine storm raging outside. if the theft had been committed by someone with professional skills. Yet, we were trapped by the weather with no possibility of outside entry or departure. Then the thief must necessarily be among our small community of guests. Dr. Mueller was the first to voice what we were all beginning to realize. You mean to suggest that one of us... He could not bring himself to complete the accusation. I suggest nothing beyond what the evidence reveals, Holmes replied diplomatically. However, the facts must be faced with courage and honesty if we hope to resolve this matter satisfactorily. The Countess, who had remained silent during Holmes's examination, now spoke with quiet dignity. Gentlemen, ladies, I wish to make my position clear. While the brooch is indeed precious to me, both sentimentally and financially, I have no desire to see innocent persons subjected to suspicion or distress on my account. If it cannot be recovered without causing discord among our company, I am prepared to accept my loss with resignation. Her words, spoken with such grace under circumstances that would have rendered many persons bitter or accusatory, seemed to touch each member of our group in different ways. Mrs. Pembroke expressed immediate sympathy and support, while Miss Morrison murmured agreement with her employer's charitable sentiments. Miss Fairweather appeared genuinely moved by the Countess's magnanimity, and even Mr. Ashford's usually impassive expression softened with what appeared to be genuine respect. Mr. Pemberton, however, seemed troubled by implications beyond the immediate theft. Countess, while your generosity does you credit, we must consider the broader consequences. If there is indeed a thief among our company, what guarantee do any of us have that our own property is secure? It was a practical concern that I had to acknowledge carried considerable weight. We were, after all, trapped together for an indefinite period, and the knowledge that one among us was capable of such violation of trust and hospitality would inevitably poison the atmosphere of our enforced community. Holmes seemed to understand the delicate balance of concerns that the situation presented. Mr. Pemberton raises valid points, he said thoughtfully. However, I would suggest that hasty conclusions or accusations would be equally harmful to our collective peace of mind. Might I propose that we allow me to conduct a more thorough investigation, with the understanding that any conclusions I reach will be shared with complete discretion and tact? Herr Zimmermann, who had remained largely silent during these proceedings, now steps forward with obvious relief. Mr. Holmes, if you are indeed willing to undertake such an investigation, you would have my complete cooperation and that of my staff. The reputation of the Alpenhof depends upon the security and comfort of our guests. The Countess nodded her agreement, while the other members of our party expressed varying degrees of consent to Holmes's proposal. I noticed, however, that several seemed less than entirely comfortable with the prospect of investigation, though whether this reflected natural reluctance to be subjected to scrutiny or more specific concerns, I could not yet determine. As our group began to disperse, each person apparently eager to return to the privacy of their own chambers, Holmes caught my arm and indicated that I should remain behind. When we were alone with the Countess, he approached her with that particular combination of professional authority and personal sympathy that I had observed him use with victims whose cooperation was essential to successful investigation. "Countess," he said gently, "I must ask you some questions that may seem intrusive, but which are necessary if I am to have any hope of recovering your property." She inclined her head graciously. "I understand, Mr. Holmes. Please proceed." "The brooch, beyond its sentimental value, what would you estimate its monetary worth to be?" The Countess considered carefully before answering. "The last appraisal, conducted in Vienna 2 years ago, valued it at approximately £15,000. However, given its historical provenance and artistic significance, a collector might pay considerably more. I confess that the figure startled me. £15,000 represented a fortune that would secure comfortable independence for most persons for the remainder of their lives. The theft was not merely a violation of trust, but a crime of considerable magnitude. And who among your acquaintances would be aware of this value?" Holmes continued. "Very few, I should think. The appraisal was conducted privately, and I am not in the habit of discussing my financial affairs. Indeed, the primary reason I continue to wear such pieces is that selling them would represent a final acknowledgment of my reduced circumstances." Holmes nodded, understanding. "One final question, if you will permit it. Have you observed any particular interest in your jewellery from any of our fellow guests?" The Countess was quiet for a long moment, clearly reluctant to cast suspicion upon persons who had shown her courtesy and friendship. "I hesitate to suggest, but last evening, during dinner, several of our companions did examine the brooch with considerable attention. More attention, perhaps, than mere aesthetic appreciation would account for." "Can you be more specific?" "Mr. Pemberton seemed to assess it with the eye of a businessman evaluating an asset. Miss Fairweather's interest appeared more wistful, perhaps, as if she were calculating what such a sum might mean to someone in her circumstances. Mr. Ashford examined it with what seemed like professional expertise, though I could not determine the nature of that expertise." Holmes thanked the Countess for her candour, and assured her that he would conduct his investigation with the utmost discretion. As we prepared to leave her suite, she made one final observation that would later prove significant. "Mr. Holmes, there is one detail that may be relevant. When I discovered the theft this morning, I noticed immediately that my other jewellery had been examined, but not disturbed. This suggests to me that the thief knew precisely what they were seeking, and had no interest in less valuable pieces." As Holmes and I returned to our own chambers, I found myself reflecting upon the psychological dynamics that the theft had introduced into our previously harmonious company. The knowledge that one among us was capable of such betrayal would inevitably affect every interaction, every casual conversation, every social gathering. Trust, once broken, is not easily restored, and I suspected that regardless of the investigation's outcome, our Alpine retreat had been permanently transformed from a peaceful therapeutic environment into something far more complex and troubling. Holmes, I observed, was already deep in that particular state of concentration that characterized his approach to significant cases. His examination of the scene had clearly provided him with information that he had not yet chosen to share, and I suspected that he was already forming preliminary theories about the identity and methods of the thief. "Watson," he said as we paused outside our chambers, "I believe we are dealing with a crime that is more complex than it initially appears. The theft itself required considerable skill and planning. yet it was executed in circumstances that make discovery almost inevitable. You mean our isolation? Precisely. Any professional thief would recognize that operating within such a confined group virtually guarantees eventual exposure. This suggests either desperation sufficient to override prudent judgment, or confidence in an escape plan that is not immediately apparent. As I prepared to dress for breakfast, I found myself contemplating the extraordinary transformation that a single night had wrought upon our circumstances. We had arrived as strangers seeking rest and restoration, yet now found ourselves bound together by suspicion and uncertainty, each person viewed by the others as a potential violator of the most basic social trusts. The storm continued to rage outside my windows, ensuring that our isolation would persist for several more days at minimum. During that time, Holmes would need to conduct his investigation with the delicate balance required to uncover truth without destroying the social fabric that made our continued coexistence possible. Looking back now, I can see that the theft of the Countess's brooch represented only the beginning of our Alpine adventure, not its culmination. The real mystery lay not in identifying the thief, but in understanding the complex human motivations that had driven someone among our respectable company to commit such a desperate act. And the real challenge would prove to be not the recovery of stolen property, but the restoration of trust and dignity to persons whose circumstances had driven them to choices they would never have contemplated under normal conditions. The morning's discovery had indeed transformed our therapeutic retreat into something far more complex. A laboratory for the observation of human nature under stress, and a test of whether justice could be achieved without destroying the very people it sought to protect. As I reflect upon that extraordinary morning and the days that followed, I am struck by how crisis has the peculiar power to strip away the social conventions that normally govern our interactions with strangers, revealing the fundamental humanity and vulnerability that lies beneath our carefully constructed public personas. The theft of the Countess's brooch had indeed transformed our Alpine retreat, but not in the way any of us had initially feared. Rather than poisoning our small community with suspicion and distrust, it had created an atmosphere of unexpected intimacy, in which each member of our party gradually revealed not only their circumstances, but their deepest struggles and most closely guarded secrets. Holmes, with his characteristic blend of methodical investigation and psychological insight, had proposed that we gather each morning in the hotel's main salon for what he diplomatically termed informal conversations. These sessions, ostensibly designed to help him understand the social dynamics that might bear upon the theft, became instead a series of remarkable human revelations that taught me more about the complex motivations that drive human behavior than any number of formal medical consultations ever could. The first of these gatherings took place in the morning following our discovery, with snow still falling steadily outside the tall windows, and the wind continuing its relentless assault upon the hotel's sturdy walls. We assembled around the great fireplace, each person carrying with them the particular tension that comes from knowing one is both investigator and potential suspect in the same inquiry. Holmes had positioned himself where he could observe each face clearly while maintaining an attitude of casual interest rather than formal interrogation. I took my own seat slightly apart, where my medical training could be employed in studying the subtle physical manifestations of stress and anxiety that each person displayed. "Ladies and gentlemen," Holmes began, his tone carefully pitched to suggest friendly conversation rather than official questioning. I thought it might be helpful if we could learn something more about each other's backgrounds and circumstances. Often, understanding the pressures and concerns that bring people to places like the Alpenhof can provide insight into unusual situations that might arise. Mrs. Pembroke, with her natural motherly instincts and social ease, was the first to respond. "What a thoughtful approach, Mr. Holmes. I confess that travelling for medical purposes can become quite lonely when one knows nothing of one's fellow guests beyond the most superficial pleasantries." "Indeed," agreed Doctor Muller, settling back in his chair with the air of a man accustomed to such discussions. "In my experience treating nervous disorders, I have observed that isolation often exacerbates the very conditions that bring patients to seek treatment. Social connection can be as therapeutic as any mineral bath." Miss Fairweather, who had been sitting quietly with her hands folded in her lap, looked up with genuine interest. "Dr. Muller, might I ask what sort of nervous disorders you typically encounter in your practice?" The Austrian physician's weathered face grew thoughtful. "Primarily what we term neurasthenia, a condition brought on by the excessive pressures of modern life. Patients present with symptoms of exhaustion, anxiety, and what might be described as spiritual depletion. They have pushed themselves beyond their natural limits in pursuit of success or survival, and their nervous systems have begun to rebel." Mr. Pemberton shifted uncomfortably at this description, and I noticed him unconsciously massaging his temples in a gesture that spoke of chronic tension. "Dr. Muller, you make it sound as if ambition itself were a medical condition." "Not ambition, mein Herr, but rather the relentless pressure that modern commerce places upon those who would succeed within its systems. I have treated many industrialists and businessmen who have achieved considerable success, yet find themselves unable to enjoy the fruits of their labour due to the constant anxiety that such success demands. The personal nature of Dr. Muller's observations seemed to strike Mr. Pemberton with uncomfortable accuracy. He was quiet for a moment before speaking again, his voice carrying a note of reluctant confession. "You describe the condition with remarkable precision, Doctor. I must admit that my own journey to the Alpenhof was motivated by difficulties of this nature." He paused, appearing to struggle with whether to continue. "The steel business has become increasingly competitive in recent years. Larger companies with greater resources have begun to dominate markets that smaller operations like mine once found profitable." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his expression showing nothing more than polite interest. "That must create considerable stress. Indeed it does. The choice becomes one of expansion or extinction. Either grow large enough to compete with the industrial giants, or accept gradual failure as they absorb one's traditional customers." Mr. Pemberton's hands, I observed, had begun to tremble slightly as he spoke. "The capital requirements for such expansion are substantial, far beyond what conventional banking arrangements can provide." The Countess, who had been listening with the careful attention that characterized her approach to all social interactions, spoke with gentle sympathy. "Mr. Pemberton, you speak as if you face this challenge entirely alone. Surely there are partners or associates who might share such burdens?" A shadow passed across Mr. Pemberton's face at her question. "My wife passed away 3 years ago, Countess. We had no children. The business has become not merely my livelihood, but my sole remaining connection to the life we built together. The prospect of losing it feels like losing her all over again." The raw emotion in his confession created a moment of profound silence among our group. I found myself deeply moved by this successful man's revelation of such fundamental loneliness and fear, while simultaneously noting how financial desperation might drive even honourable persons to consider actions they would normally find unthinkable. Miss Fairweather was the first to break the silence, her voice soft with genuine compassion. "Mr. Pemberton, I think I understand something about your situation. The prospect of losing one's means of independence can create the most desperate anxiety." Holmes turned his attention to the young governess with that particular quality of gentle inquiry that encouraged confidence. "Miss Fairweather, you speak as if from personal experience." She coloured slightly, but met his gaze with quiet dignity. "Indeed I do, Mr. Holmes. My position with the Marchmont family, while pleasant in most respects, exists entirely at their continued pleasure. I have no family resources to fall back upon, no independent means of support. Should my services no longer be required—" "Surely," Mrs. Pembroke interjected, "the Marchmont family appreciates your dedication and would provide appropriate references for future employment." Miss Fairweather's smile carried a note of bitter experience. "Mrs. Pembroke, you are kind to assume such consideration, but the reality of domestic service can be quite different from its ideal. References are not always forthcoming, and even when they are, positions for governesses are becoming increasingly scarce as families choose to send their children to schools rather than employ private teachers." Mr. Ashford, who had remained characteristically silent during these exchanges, now spoke with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. "Miss Fairweather, what would constitute security in your situation? What sort of resources would allow you to feel confident about your future?" The directness of his question seemed to surprise her, and she considered carefully before answering. "I have calculated that a sum of approximately £5,000, properly invested, would provide sufficient income to support modest, independent living. It is not a large fortune by most standards, yet it might as well be 5 million for all the hope I have of acquiring it through my current employment." The specificity of her calculation struck me as significant, suggesting that she had given considerable thought to the precise financial requirements of her situation. Holmes, I observed, had noted this detail as well, though his expression remained neutral. Dr. Muller nodded, understanding. It is a harsh reality that those who provide essential services, teachers, governesses, companions, are often compensated far below the value of their contributions to society. "But surely," the Countess offered, "your education and accomplishments provide some security." Educated women of good character can often find opportunities beyond traditional domestic service. Miss Fairweather's laugh held no humour. "Countess, I appreciate your optimism, but the opportunities available to women of my class and circumstances remain quite limited. I have been fortunate in my current position, but I am constantly aware that any change in the family circumstances, or simply their children outgrowing the need for a governess, could leave me destitute within a matter of weeks. The conversation continued in this vein throughout the morning, each revelation adding layers of complexity to my understanding of our companion's true circumstances. Mr. Ashford, when finally pressed about his own background, proved remarkably evasive, while maintaining perfect politeness. "My business," he said in response to Holmes's careful inquiries, "involves the movement of goods between various European markets. Import and export, as I mentioned, though the specific commodities vary according to opportunity and demand. That must require considerable travel," I observed. "Indeed, Dr. Watson, I maintain business relationships across the continent, which necessitates frequent movement and extended periods away from England." Holmes's next question carried just a hint of sharper interest. "Such business must require substantial capital for inventory and transportation." Mr. Ashford's answer was smooth, but ultimately uninformative. "One learns to work within available resources, Mr. Holmes. The key to success in international commerce lies not in the magnitude of one's capital, but in the efficiency of its deployment." I noticed that despite his apparent openness, Mr. Ashford had managed to reveal virtually nothing specific about his business operations, financial situation, or current circumstances. His evasiveness was polished and professional, suggesting considerable experience in avoiding direct answers to uncomfortable questions. The Countess herself, when the conversation turned to her situation, proved remarkably candid about her reduced circumstances. "Gentlemen, I see little purpose in maintaining pretenses about matters that have become obvious to observant persons. My family's fortunes have declined considerably over the past decade. The estates in Spain produce little income in current economic conditions, and maintaining even the appearance of our former status requires careful management of limited resources. Yet you continue to travel," Holmes observed gently. "Travel has become a necessity, rather than a luxury, Mr. Holmes. Remaining in Spain would require maintaining a household staff and social obligations that are beyond my current means. By staying in hotels and visiting spa towns, I can maintain appropriate surroundings while avoiding the fixed expenses of permanent residence." Her honesty about her financial constraints was both dignified and heartbreaking, and I found myself admiring her ability to maintain grace and authority despite circumstances that would have broken many persons of her class and background. As our morning session drew to a close, I reflected upon the extraordinary collection of personal struggles that our investigation had revealed. Here were 5 individuals, each facing their own form of financial or professional crisis, each carrying burdens that could potentially drive them to desperate measures. Mr. Pemberton faced the loss of his business, and with it, his last connection to his deceased wife. Miss Fairweather confronted the prospect of destitution should her employment be terminated. The Countess struggled to maintain dignity while her family fortune dwindled. Mr. Ashford's mysterious business dealings suggested complications he was not prepared to discuss. Even Dr. Muller, despite his professional success, had spoken of the isolation and pressures that drove his own patients to seek treatment at establishments like the Alpenhof. Holmes, as we retired to our chambers before lunch, seemed thoughtful about the morning's revelations. "Watson, what did you make of our companion's various confessions?" "Each seems to be facing genuine difficulties," I replied. "The question becomes whether any of those difficulties would be sufficient to drive an otherwise respectable person to theft." "Indeed. And what did you observe about the specific nature of their concerns?" I considered it carefully before answering. Several mentioned specific financial amounts: Mr. Pemberton's expansion requirements, Miss Fairweather's £5,000 for independence. Such precision suggests detailed consideration of their situations. Very good. And what of their reactions to the Countess's earlier revelation about the brooch's value? Now I began to see the direction of his thinking. £15,000 would solve Mr. Pemberton's business problems with money to spare. It would provide Miss Fairweather with 3 times the security she calculated as necessary. For someone in the Countess's circumstances, it represents a significant portion of her remaining assets. Precisely. We are dealing not with random opportunistic theft, but with carefully calculated desperation. The question becomes which of our companions possesses both the necessary skills and sufficient motivation to attempt such a crime. As I prepared for lunch, I found myself viewing our fellow guests with new understanding. The morning's conversations had revealed that beneath the civilized surface of our alpine retreat lay a complex web of financial pressures, personal struggles, and desperate hopes that could indeed drive otherwise honourable persons to consider actions they would never contemplate under normal circumstances. The storm continued outside, ensuring that we would remain trapped together for several more days, during which the psychological pressure of our situation would only intensify. Holmes would need to balance his investigation with the delicate human dynamics that made our continued coexistence possible, while each member of our party would struggle with the knowledge that their deepest secrets had been exposed to scrutiny by comparative strangers. Yet, looking back now, I realize that those revelations, rather than poisoning our small community with suspicion, had begun a process of genuine human connection that would ultimately prove more valuable than the recovery of any stolen jewellery, however precious its historical significance or monetary worth. The 3rd day of our enforced alpine confinement dawned with a curious change in the emotional atmosphere of our small community, where suspicion and careful reserve had initially characterized our interactions. Following the theft, I began to observe the emergence of something far more profound, a growing network of genuine human connections that seemed to flourish in the unique circumstances of our isolation. It was as if the very act of revealing our deepest vulnerabilities had created bonds of understanding and mutual support that transcended the original reason for our gathering. This transformation became most apparent during what began as an ordinary breakfast gathering, but evolved into something approaching a family consultation when Dr. Muller failed to appear at his customary hour. His absence was first noted by Mrs. Pembroke, whose maternal instincts had apparently extended to encompass our entire group during our stay. "I do hope, Doctor." "Muller is not unwell," she observed, consulting the small watch pinned to her travelling dress. "He has been most punctual in all his habits since our arrival." Miss Fairweather, who had been quietly buttering her toast, looked up with concern. "Perhaps someone should inquire." He mentioned yesterday that the mountain air sometimes affects his own health, despite its benefits for his patients. It was Mr. Ashford who volunteered to check upon our missing companion, a gesture of consideration that surprised me, given his generally reserved nature. He returned within minutes, his expression grave with concern. Dr. Muller appears to be experiencing some form of cardiac distress, he announced. He is conscious, but clearly in discomfort. I believe medical attention is urgently required. I was already rising from my chair before he had finished speaking, my medical training asserting itself with automatic authority. I shall attend to him immediately. Mrs. Pembroke, might I trouble you to ask Herr Zimmermann to send word to the local physician, assuming travel is possible? Of course, Dr. Watson. Miss Morrison and I have some experience with medical emergencies. We are entirely at your disposal. As I hurried toward Dr. Muller's chamber, I was surprised to discover that our entire party was following, each person apparently concerned for our colleague's welfare, despite the suspicions and tensions that the theft had created among us. This spontaneous demonstration of collective concern provided me with a different perspective on the human dynamics of our situation. Whatever secrets each person might be carrying, their capacity for genuine compassion remained undiminished. Dr. Muller's condition, when I examined him, proved to be serious, but not immediately life-threatening. He was experiencing what appeared to be angina pectoris, chest pains brought on by exertion or stress, combined with the sort of cardiac irregularity that often affects persons of his age when subjected to altitude and anxiety. His breathing was laboured, and his pulse showed the characteristic irregularities that spoke of a heart struggling to maintain its normal rhythm. "Doctor," he said weakly, as I completed my examination, speaking in English despite his distress, "I fear I have allowed the concerns of our situation to affect my own health more than I should have permitted." "Dr. Mueller," I replied, settling into the chair beside his bed, "cardiac conditions are often exacerbated by stress and altitude. Your symptoms are serious, but manageable, with proper care and rest." As I administered what treatment I could with the medical supplies available, primarily cardiac stimulants from my travelling bag and careful positioning to ease his breathing, I became aware that our companions had arranged themselves throughout the room in a spontaneous caregiving formation. Mrs. Pembroke had taken charge of ensuring proper ventilation and temperature, while Miss Morrison prepared warm compresses. The Countess, despite her own recent troubles, showed remarkable grace in offering to sit with the patient should continuous attendance be required. Most surprising was Miss Fairweather's response to the emergency. Her usual reserve disappeared entirely as she demonstrated practical nursing skills that spoke of previous experience with serious illness. "Miss Fairweather," I observed, as she efficiently prepared a cardiac tonic according to my instructions, "you show remarkable competence in medical matters." Her face flushed slightly at the compliment. "My younger sister suffered from a similar condition, Doctor Watson. I learned to manage her care during the periods when professional medical attention was not readily available." There was something in her tone, a combination of love, worry, and what sounded like financial constraint. That caught my attention even amidst my concern for Dr. Muller's immediate welfare. "Your sister's condition, is it ongoing?" She requires regular treatment that is quite expensive," Miss Fairweather replied quietly, her hands never pausing in their efficient work. "The medications alone cost more than my quarterly salary, and the specialist consultations." She did not complete the thought, but her meaning was clear enough. Holmes, who had been observing both the medical emergency and the human responses it had generated, now stepped forward with an offer that demonstrated his own capacity for practical compassion. "Dr. Watson, might I suggest that we establish a rotating schedule for Dr. Muller's care? It would seem prudent to ensure continuous attendance until his condition stabilizes, and we have sufficient personnel to manage such an arrangement without exhausting any individual." The proposal was immediately embraced by our entire group, and within minutes we had organized ourselves into a caregiving schedule that would have done credit to any professional medical establishment. Mrs. Pembroke and Miss Morrison volunteered for the day shifts, drawing upon their experience with medical travel, while the Countess offered to take evening duties, demonstrating that aristocratic breeding could encompass practical service when circumstances demanded. Most unexpectedly, Mr. Pemberton requested the night shifts, explaining that his business anxieties had rendered normal sleep patterns impossible in any case. "I might as well make useful employment of my insomnia," he said with a self-deprecating smile that revealed a more appealing side of his character than our previous interactions had suggested. Miss Fairweather's willingness to serve as backup for any shift, combined with her evident medical knowledge, made her an invaluable addition to our improvised nursing staff. Even Mr. Ashford, despite his generally mysterious nature, proved unexpectedly helpful in managing the practical arrangements and ensuring that Dr. Muller's chamber remained properly organized and supplied. As the day progressed and Dr. Muller's condition gradually stabilized under our collective care, I found myself observing the profound transformation that the medical emergency had wrought upon our group dynamics. The shared responsibility for another person's welfare had created bonds of mutual dependence and cooperation that transcended the suspicions and social barriers that had previously characterized our interactions. During my afternoon shift, attending to Dr. Muller, I was joined by Miss Fairweather, whose nursing skills continued to impress me with their competence and efficiency. As we worked together to ensure our patient's comfort, she began to speak more freely about her family circumstances than she had previously done. "Dr. Watson," she said as she adjusted the pillows to improve Dr. Muller's breathing. "Watching you work with such dedication reminds me why I originally hoped to pursue medical training myself." "Indeed. What prevented you from following that ambition?" Her expression grew wistful as she measured out medication with practiced precision. "Financial circumstances, primarily. Medical education requires resources that were never available to my family. When my father died, I needed to find immediate employment rather than pursue further education. And your sister's condition? You mentioned it requires expensive treatment?" Miss Fairweather's hands stilled for a moment before resuming their work. "Sarah suffers from a progressive cardiac condition that requires regular treatment from a specialist in London. The monthly consultations alone cost more than most families spend on food, and the prescribed medications are equally expensive." I found myself deeply moved by her obvious devotion to her sister's welfare. Such dedication to family duty is admirable, Miss Fairweather. Admirable, perhaps, but increasingly impossible to maintain, she replied with quiet desperation. My current position provides barely sufficient income to cover the medical expenses, leaving almost nothing for my own needs or any emergency that might arise. Should my employment be terminated, or should Sarah's condition worsen and require more intensive treatment? She did not complete the thought, but the implications were clear enough. Here was a young woman carrying the entire financial burden for her sister's survival while living constantly on the edge of destitution herself. The strain of such responsibility, maintained year after year with no prospect of relief, would test the moral resources of even the most principled individual. Holmes appeared in the doorway as our conversation was concluding, ostensibly to check upon Doctor. Muller's progress, but clearly having arrived at a moment that allowed him to observe the interaction between Miss Fairweather and myself. His expression was thoughtful, as he noted her evident medical competence and the emotional weight of her family obligations. "Miss Fairweather," he said gently, "your sister is fortunate to have such devoted care." "Thank you, Mr. Holmes, though I confess there are times when I wonder whether my devotion is sufficient to meet her needs. Love alone cannot purchase the treatments that might save her life." The raw honesty of her statement seemed to affect Holmes profoundly. I had seen that particular expression on his face before. It appeared when he encountered situations where his analytical abilities were challenged by the complex moral ambiguities of human desperation. As evening approached, and Mr. Pemberton arrived to take over the night watch, I was struck by the easy camaraderie that had developed among our nursing team. The industrialist, despite his earlier business preoccupations, demonstrated genuine concern for Doctor. Muller's welfare and remarkable competence in following medical instructions. "Dr. Watson," he said as we reviewed the patient's condition and treatment schedule, "I wanted to thank you for organizing this care arrangement. It has given me something useful to focus upon, rather than dwelling upon my own troubles. The responsibility has been shared by all, Mr. Pemberton. We have each contributed according to our abilities. Indeed, though I confess the experience has taught me something valuable about the nature of genuine wealth. Here we are, a collection of individuals facing various forms of financial distress. Yet, we have managed to provide care that money alone could not purchase." His observation was surprisingly philosophical for a man I had previously characterized primarily by his commercial concerns. "You speak as if the experience has changed your perspective." Mr. Pemberton settled into the chair beside Doctor. Muller's bed, his manner suggesting a man who had discovered unexpected sources of satisfaction. "Perhaps it has, Doctor. My business struggles have consumed so much of my attention that I had forgotten the simple pleasure of being useful to others. Tonight, watching over Doctor. Muller, I shall not be thinking about steel production or market competition, but about something far more fundamental." As I retired to my own chamber that evening, I reflected upon the extraordinary transformation that Dr. Muller's illness had wrought upon our small community. What had begun as a potential catastrophe, serious illness in an isolated location, had instead become an opportunity for genuine human connection and mutual support. The theft of the Countess's brooch, rather than being forgotten in the face of a medical emergency, seemed to have been placed in a different context by our collective response to the crisis. Each person's willingness to sacrifice personal comfort for another's welfare demonstrated moral resources that made the idea of theft seem somehow incongruous with their fundamental characters. Yet, even as I appreciated the positive aspects of our situation, my medical training reminded me that desperate circumstances could drive even the most admirable individuals to actions they would normally find unthinkable. Miss Fairweather's obvious devotion to her sister, combined with her precise knowledge of the financial resources that would solve her problems, created a psychological profile that Holmes would undoubtedly find significant. Similarly, Mr. Pemberton's newfound appreciation for non-commercial values did not eliminate the fundamental business pressures that had driven him to seek alpine restoration in the first place. The caring man who sat watch over Doctor. Muller was the same person who faced the loss of everything that connected him to his deceased wife. Holmes, I knew, would be observing all these human dynamics with his characteristic thoroughness, balancing his appreciation for genuine virtue against his understanding of how desperation could corrupt even the most principled intentions. The question remained whether our growing bonds of mutual affection and respect would prove sufficient to overcome whatever desperate calculations had originally motivated the theft. As I drifted off to sleep to the sound of continuing alpine winds, I found myself hoping that the solution to our mystery would prove as healing to our small community as our response to Dr. Mueller's crisis had been. The human heart, I had learned, was capable of both the most generous sacrifice and the most desperate transgression, sometimes within the same individual and under circumstances that differed only in degree rather than fundamental character. The following morning would bring new revelations and deeper understanding of the complex motivations that drove our companions, but that night I chose to focus upon the remarkable demonstration of human decency and mutual care that our medical emergency had revealed. Whatever secrets remained to be uncovered, I had witnessed enough genuine virtue to maintain hope that justice, when it finally emerged, would prove compatible with compassion. On the fourth morning of our alpine confinement, I awoke to discover that the storm had finally begun to abate. The relentless wind that had been our constant companion for days had diminished to occasional gusts, and though snow continued to fall, it did so with the gentle persistence of a seasonal blessing rather than the fierce assault we had endured. More significantly, I sensed a change in Holmes himself, that particular quality of quiet satisfaction that indicated his investigation had reached its conclusion. Dr. Mueller's condition had improved considerably under our collective care, though he remained weak and required continued rest. His recovery had become something of a shared victory for our improvised medical team, creating bonds of mutual accomplishment that seemed to have permanently altered the dynamics of our small community. Yet, beneath this surface harmony, I could detect the subtle tension that indicated Holmes was preparing to reveal his conclusions about the theft. As I reflected then, and as I do now in the comfort of my Baker Street study, I realized that Holmes had demonstrated perhaps the greatest delicacy of his entire career in managing the investigation that followed. Rather than the dramatic confrontation that had characterized so many of his cases, he had chosen to orchestrate a revelation that prioritized healing over justice, understanding over accusation, and redemption over punishment. The morning began quietly enough, with our usual gathering in the main salon for breakfast and doctor. Mahler's continued care. The Austrian physician, though still confined to his chamber, was able to join our conversations through the open door, and his presence added a note of professional authority to our discussions that seemed to comfort everyone involved. It was during this peaceful domestic scene that Holmes made his first subtle move toward resolution. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, settling into his chair near the fireplace with that particular air of considered deliberation I had learned to recognize, "I believe the time has come to address the matter of the Countess's missing brooch with the thoroughness it deserves." The change in atmosphere was immediate and palpable. Conversation ceased. Coffee cups were set down with unusual precision, and each member of our party seemed to steel themselves for whatever revelation was to follow. Yet Holmes's manner remained gentle and conversational, suggesting discussion rather than accusation. "My investigation," he continued, "has revealed several important facts that I believe will interest you all. First, the theft was indeed conducted by someone with considerable skill in the manipulation of locks and the systematic search of personal effects. Second, it was carried out by someone with intimate knowledge of the Countess's habits and the location of her jewellery. Third, and most significantly, it was motivated not by greed or criminal intent, but by the most desperate form of love and devotion." Miss Fairweather's hands, I observed, had begun to tremble almost imperceptibly as Holmes spoke. She sat perfectly still, her composure maintained through what must have been tremendous effort of will, yet her pallor and the slight tremor in her breathing suggested the enormous strain she was experiencing. Holmes continued his exposition with characteristic precision, yet his tone remained remarkably gentle. The theft required someone who could observe the Countess's evening routine without suspicion, who possessed the technical skills necessary for lock manipulation, and who had compelling reasons to risk such an act despite its inevitable discovery in our confined circumstances. Mr. Pemberton leaned forward slightly, his business instincts engaged by Holmes's methodical approach. "Mr. Holmes, you speak as if the identity of the thief were obvious from these observations. Not obvious, perhaps, but discoverable through careful analysis of both evidence and motivation." Holmes's gaze moved thoughtfully around our circle, pausing briefly on each face before continuing. "The brooch's value, £15,000, would represent different things to different people. For some, it would be a comfortable addition to existing resources. For others, it would mean the difference between prosperity and ruin. For one person in our company, it would mean the difference between life and death for someone they love more than their own honour." The silence that followed his words was profound. Miss Fairweather's composure finally began to crack, and I could see tears forming in her eyes as she struggled to maintain dignity in what she clearly recognized as the final moments before her exposure. Holmes, however, was not finished. The skills required for this theft were not those of a professional criminal, but rather those of someone who'd been forced by circumstances to develop unusual competencies. Lock manipulation, systematic searching, the ability to work silently and efficiently. These are not commonly taught skills, yet they can be learned by someone with sufficient motivation and intelligence. Mrs. Pembroke with her characteristic maternal sensitivity, seemed to understand where Holmes's analysis was leading. She moved her chair slightly closer to Miss Fairweather in a gesture of wordless support that spoke volumes about her character. "Mr. Holmes," the Countess said quietly, her aristocratic dignity intact despite the circumstances, "I sense that your investigation has reached its conclusion. Might I ask that you proceed with whatever revelation you believe necessary, but that you do so with consideration for the human feelings involved?" Holmes nodded with obvious respect for her request. "Countess, your concern for others' welfare, even in circumstances where you are the injured party, confirms my belief that justice in this matter requires a more complex approach than simple accusation and punishment." He rose from his chair and moved to stand near the fireplace, his position allowing him to address our entire group while maintaining visual contact with each individual. "Miss Fairweather," he said gently, "would you be willing to tell us about your sister Sarah's current condition?" The directness of his question seemed to provide Miss Fairweather with a form of relief, as if the long strain of concealment had become more difficult to bear than the prospect of exposure. She drew a shuddering breath before answering, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sarah is dying, Mr. Holmes. The physicians have informed me that without immediate surgical intervention, an experimental procedure available only in Vienna, she has perhaps 2 months remaining." Her composure finally broke entirely as she continued, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. "The operation costs exactly £12,000, plus travel and recovery expenses. I have been trying desperately to raise the funds, but my salary and savings amount to less than £500 total." The impact of her revelation was immediate and profound. Mr. Pemberton's expression shifted from curiosity to deep sympathy, while Mrs. Pembroke moved to place a comforting arm around the young woman's shoulders. Even Mr. Ashford, usually so carefully neutral, showed clear signs of being moved by her plight. Holmes allowed the emotional impact of her confession to settle before continuing his analysis. "Miss Fairweather, your devotion to your sister's welfare is both admirable and understandable. However, I must ask you to complete your confession. Where is the Countess's brooch?" Miss Fairweather's shoulders sagged as the last of her resistance crumbled. "In my travelling case," she whispered, "sewn into the lining. I planned to arrange its sale in London and send the funds to Vienna immediately. I told myself that if the Countess were as financially constrained as she indicated, she might have insurance that would compensate for the loss, while Sarah—" She could not complete the sentence. The Countess herself was the first to respond, and her reaction was as extraordinary as it was unexpected. Rather than anger or outrage, she showed only profound compassion for the young woman's desperate situation. "Miss Fairweather," she said, rising from her chair and moving to kneel beside the governess, "look at me, child." When Miss Fairweather reluctantly raised her tear-stained face, the Countess continued with remarkable gentleness. "Do you truly believe that any piece of jewellery, however precious its history, could be worth more than a human life?" The question seemed to break what remained of Miss Fairweather's composure. "I am so sorry, Countess. I never intended. I am not a thief by nature, but when I calculated the cost of Sarah's operation and then heard the brooch's value, I thought perhaps, if I could save her life and arrange for the insurance to compensate you." She dissolved into sobs, unable to continue. What followed was perhaps the most remarkable demonstration of collective compassion I have ever witnessed. Rather than condemnation or calls for justice, our entire company seemed united in their determination to find a solution that would address both Miss Fairweather's desperate need and the Countess's loss. Mr. Pemberton was the first to speak, his business acumen immediately engaged by the practical aspects of the situation. "Miss Fairweather, you mentioned that the surgery costs £12,000. The Countess's brooch is valued at £15,000. Surely some arrangement could be made that would address both concerns." Dr. Muller, speaking from his sickbed with the authority of medical expertise, added his voice to the discussion. "The surgical procedure Miss Fairweather describes is indeed experimental, but I know the physician in Vienna who performs it. Kellner has achieved remarkable success rates with similar cases. If the financial obstacles could be overcome, there is genuine hope for her sister's recovery." Holmes, who had been observing these developments with obvious satisfaction, now made a proposal that demonstrated his understanding of both justice and mercy. "Might I suggest a solution that addresses everyone's concerns? Miss Fairweather, you will return the brooch to the Countess immediately. In exchange, the Countess will arrange to sell the piece and provide the proceeds as a loan for your sister's medical treatment." "But Mr. Holmes," Miss Fairweather protested, "I could never repay such a sum. My salary would require 20 years to accumulate £12,000, and that assumes no other expenses whatsoever." The Countess herself provided the answer to this objection, and her solution revealed the true nobility of her character. "My dear child, you misunderstand the nature of the arrangement. This would not be a loan requiring repayment, but rather an investment in something far more valuable than any jewellery, a human life restored to health and productivity." Mr. Ashford, who had remained characteristically quiet during these discussions, now made an unexpected contribution. "Miss Fairweather, if I might ask, what are your sister's capabilities when she is well? Does she possess skills that might allow her to support herself once recovered?" Miss Fairweather looked up through her tears, surprised by the question. "Sarah is remarkably talented, Mr. Washford. She speaks 4 languages fluently and has exceptional skills in translation and correspondence. Before her illness, she worked as a private secretary to several distinguished families." "Excellent," Mr. Ashford replied, with the first genuine smile I had seen from him during our stay. "I find myself in constant need of reliable assistance with my continental correspondence and translation work. Should your sister recover, I would be pleased to offer her employment at a salary that would allow both of you to achieve genuine financial security." The generosity of his offer seemed to affect Miss Fairweather almost as profoundly as the Countess's earlier compassion. "Mr. Ashford, I cannot accept such kindness from people I have wronged so grievously." Mrs. Pembroke, with her characteristic practical wisdom, provided the final element of the solution. "Miss Fairweather, you speak as if kindness required justification or repayment. Sometimes the greatest gift we can offer others is the opportunity to help in circumstances where help is desperately needed." Holmes, who had orchestrated this remarkable demonstration of collective problem-solving, now addressed the broader implications of the situation. "Ladies and gentlemen, what we have witnessed here represents justice in its truest form. not the mechanical application of punishment, but the thoughtful response to human need that addresses root causes, rather than merely symptoms. As Miss Fairweather was helped to her chamber to retrieve the brooch, and arrangements were begun for the various practical aspects of our unconventional solution, I found myself reflecting upon the extraordinary transformation that Holmes's investigation had wrought. What had begun as a crime requiring punishment had become an opportunity for redemption that would benefit everyone involved. The Countess would sacrifice her precious heirloom, but would know that it had served to save a life, surely the most noble purpose any object could serve. Miss Fairweather would receive the means to save her sister, while gaining the prospect of genuine financial security for both of them. Mr. Ashford would acquire skilled assistance for his business while providing meaningful employment. Even Mr. Pemberton, though not directly involved in the financial arrangements, had found renewed purpose in caring for others, rather than merely pursuing commercial success. When Miss Fairweather returned with the brooch, intact and undamaged, the reunion between the Countess and her family treasure was brief and matter-of-fact. Far more significant was the embrace between the two women, representing not just forgiveness, but genuine affection and mutual respect. As our gathering began to disperse, each person moving toward the practical arrangements necessary to implement our solution, Holmes caught my arm and indicated that I should remain behind. "Watson," he said quietly, "what did you make of our little demonstration of collective problem-solving?" "Remarkable, Holmes." I confess I had expected a more traditional resolution: accusation, confession, and punishment. And would such a resolution have served justice better than what we accomplished? I considered the question carefully before answering. I think not. Miss Fairweather's crime was motivated by love rather than greed, and our solution addresses both the wrong committed and the need that motivated it. Everyone benefits, including the cause of justice itself. Precisely. Sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in recognizing when mercy serves justice better than punishment, and when understanding serves society better than condemnation. As I reflect now upon that remarkable morning, I realize that Holmes had achieved something far more significant than the solution of a simple theft. He had demonstrated that true justice requires not just the identification of wrongdoing, but the wisdom to address the human circumstances that create such desperate choices. The mystery of the missing brooch had been solved, but more importantly, the mystery of how decent people can be driven to desperate acts had been explored and addressed with genuine compassion and practical wisdom. As I set down my pen this evening, the grandfather clock in the corner of my study chiming the hour of 11, I find myself transported once again to that remarkable Alpine retreat, where Holmes and I discovered truths about human nature far more profound than any we had encountered in our previous cases together. The firelight that dances across these pages tonight reminds me of the great hearth at the Grand Hotel Alpenhof, around which our unlikely family of strangers gathered during those transformative days when a simple theft became the catalyst for one of the most beautiful demonstrations of human compassion I have ever witnessed. 6 months have passed since our return from Switzerland, yet hardly a day goes by without some reminder of the lessons we learned in that snowbound sanctuary. The Morning Post brings regular correspondence from our Alpine companions, each letter a testament to the enduring bonds forged during our brief but intensive time together. More significantly, each communication provides evidence of the remarkable transformation that continues to unfold in the lives touched by our collective response to Miss Fairweather's desperate act. The most recent letter, which arrived only yesterday, comes from Miss Fairweather herself, or rather, I should say, from Miss Catherine Ashford, for she has recently married our formerly mysterious Mr. Thomas Ashford, in a ceremony that, according to her delighted description, was attended by every member of our Alpine family. Her sister Sarah, fully recovered from her successful surgery and serving as Thomas's invaluable assistant in his import business, stood as maid of honour, while the Countess herself provided the family jewellery that transformed a simple governess into a radiant bride. The wedding, Catherine writes, was held in the garden of the Pemberton country estate, which James has recently expanded, using the profits from a business partnership with Thomas that has proven mutually beneficial beyond their most optimistic calculations. Mrs. Pembroke, now a regular guest at the Pemberton household, supervised the arrangements with her characteristic blend of practical efficiency and maternal warmth, while Miss Morrison documented the proceedings with the new photographic equipment that has become her passion since discovering an unexpected talent for artistic composition. Perhaps most remarkably, Dr. Muller has established a small practice in the nearby village, specializing in what he terms therapeutic communities. Residential arrangements where patients recovering from nervous exhaustion can benefit from meaningful social connections while receiving professional medical care. Its first permanent residents include 2 other former guests of the Alpenhof, who credit our improvised caregiving arrangement with teaching them the healing power of mutual responsibility and shared purpose. These developments, extraordinary as they are, represent only the visible manifestations of changes that run far deeper than mere material success or social advancement. In reading between the lines of each letter, in noting the warmth and genuine affection that characterizes every communication, I recognize the continuing influence of those few days when 8 strangers learned to see past surface appearances and social conventions to the fundamental humanity that connects us all. The transformation was not immediate, of course. Our final days at the Alpenhof, following Holmes's masterful resolution of the theft, were marked by a curious combination of relief and adjustment, as each member of our party came to terms with the new understanding they had gained of themselves and others. Miss Fairweather, in particular, required time to accept the generosity that had been extended to her, struggling with feelings of unworthiness that were entirely at odds with the genuine affection she had earned from all of us. I remember particularly the evening before our departure, when the storm had finally cleared entirely, and we could see the mountain peaks standing magnificent and serene against a star-filled sky. We had gathered as usual around the great fireplace, but the conversation that evening carried a different quality. Not the careful politeness of strangers, nor even the comfortable familiarity of temporary companions, but the deep ease of family members who had shared profound experiences together. Holmes, I observed, seemed unusually contemplative that evening, and when the others had gradually retired to complete their packing. He remained by the fire, in that thoughtful silence that I had learned often preceded his most important observations. "Watson," he said finally, his voice carrying a note of unusual introspection, "what do you make of our Alpine adventure? What lessons, if any, do you take from the events we have witnessed?" I considered his question carefully, recognizing that it represented more than casual curiosity about my opinions. "I think, Holmes, that we have been privileged to observe justice in its purest form, not the mechanical application of law, but the intelligent response to human need that addresses root causes rather than merely punishing symptoms." "Indeed? And what of Miss Fairweather herself? How would you assess her character in the light of her actions?" "I believe she is fundamentally a person of exceptional virtue, who was driven to an uncharacteristic act by circumstances that would test the moral resources of anyone. Her theft was an aberration, caused by desperate love, not a reflection of her essential character." Holmes nodded approvingly at my assessment. "Precisely. And therein lies what I consider the most important lesson of our entire experience. We have observed how quickly social conventions and surface judgments can be stripped away when people are placed in circumstances that reveal their fundamental nature. Miss Fairweather, whom we might initially have dismissed as merely a dependent employee, proved to possess not only exceptional competence and intelligence, but also a capacity for love so profound that it could override a lifetime of moral conditioning." He paused to stir the fire, sending sparks dancing up the chimney in patterns that seemed to mirror the complexity of human nature he was describing. "Similarly, Mr. Pemberton revealed depths of character that his commercial preoccupations had concealed, while the Countess demonstrated that true nobility has nothing to do with inherited titles and everything to do with generous response to others' needs." "And Mr. Ashford?" I inquired, curious about Holmes's assessment of our most enigmatic companion. "Ah, Thomas Ashford presents perhaps the most interesting case of all. His mysterious business dealings, which initially suggested possible criminal connections, proved instead to involve the entirely legitimate but socially awkward enterprise of helping reduced gentility dispose of family valuables without public embarrassment. His evasiveness about his work stemmed from professional discretion rather than personal shame, and his offer of employment to Sarah Fairweather represented the natural response of a man who had built his success on understanding how circumstances can force honourable people into difficult choices." As Holmes spoke, I found myself reflecting on the remarkable chain of circumstances that had brought our diverse group together and created the conditions for such profound mutual revelation. "Do you think, Holmes, that our experience was unique to the particular combination of people and circumstances we encountered? Or does it suggest broader truths about human nature and social cooperation?" His answer came without hesitation, suggesting that he'd been pondering the same question. "I believe, Watson, that what we witnessed represents possibilities that exist within most human communities, but which are rarely realized due to the barriers created by social convention, economic competition, and simple lack of opportunity for genuine interaction. Our isolation removed the external pressures that normally prevent such authentic connections, while the various crises we faced created the necessity for mutual dependence that revealed everyone's capacity for both vulnerability and generosity. The fire had burned low as we talked, but neither of us seemed inclined to retire. The conversation had taken on that quality of final summation that often characterizes the conclusion of significant experiences, and I sensed that Holmes had more to say about the implications of our Alpine education. "Watson," he continued, "in our previous cases, we have often encountered the worst aspects of human nature: greed, jealousy, revenge, and the various forms of selfish calculation that drive people to harm others for personal advantage. This case has shown us something equally important, but far more hopeful: the remarkable capacity of ordinary people to respond with extraordinary generosity when they encounter genuine need, and are given the opportunity to act with full knowledge of the circumstances involved." I found his observation both moving and thought-provoking. "You suggest that criminal behavior often results from incomplete understanding rather than fundamental moral deficiency?" "Not always, certainly, but far more often than our legal system acknowledges. Miss Fairweather's theft, viewed in isolation, represented a serious violation of trust and property rights. Understood within the context of her desperate love for her dying sister and her complete lack of alternative resources, it becomes something quite different. A tragic choice made by a fundamentally decent person, driven beyond the limits of conventional options. As our final evening at the Alpenhof drew to a close, I found myself filled with gratitude, not only for the restoration of my physical health that the mountain air and thermal baths had provided, but for the far more significant restoration of faith in human nature that our communal experience had offered. We had arrived as strangers seeking individual healing, but we were departing as members of an extended family whose mutual care and concern would continue long after our Alpine retreat had ended. The journey home provided ample opportunity for Holmes and myself to discuss the broader implications of what we had witnessed and participated in. As our train carried us back through the same scenic valleys and mountain passes we had traversed just weeks earlier, I was struck by how profoundly the landscape now seemed changed, not in its physical appearance, which remained as magnificent as ever, but in its emotional associations and personal significance. "Holmes," I said, as we watched the familiar Swiss peaks recede into the distance, "do you think we shall maintain contact with our Alpine companions?" "I should be very surprised if we do not, Watson." The bonds formed during intense shared experiences rarely dissolve, simply due to geographic separation. More significantly, I believe each member of our party gained insights into their own capacity for both receiving and providing support that will influence their approach to future relationships and social obligations. His prediction has proven remarkably accurate. The correspondence that continues to arrive from Switzerland and from the various locations where our companions have settled provides ongoing evidence of the enduring influence of our shared experience. More importantly, it demonstrates how the lessons learned during our Alpine retreat have been applied to new circumstances and relationships, creating expanding circles of mutual support and understanding that extend far beyond our original group. Mr. Pemberton's letters, for example, describe his growing involvement in what he terms commercial philanthropy, business ventures that explicitly balance profit with social benefit, and that provide employment opportunities for persons whose circumstances might otherwise limit their options. His partnership with Thomas Ashford represents only one example of this new approach to business relationships, which prioritizes mutual benefit and long-term cooperation over short-term competitive advantage. The Countess, whose sacrifice of her precious brooch had made Sarah Fairweather's life-saving surgery, has discovered a new purpose in what she describes as aristocratic service. Rather than viewing her reduced financial circumstances as a personal tragedy, she has embraced them as an opportunity to demonstrate that true nobility lies in the intelligent use of one's resources, whether material, intellectual, or social, for the benefit of others. Her letters speak eloquently of the satisfaction she has found in serving as what she terms a facilitator of worthy connections, using her extensive social network to create opportunities for cooperation and mutual assistance among persons of good character who might not otherwise encounter each other. Perhaps most significantly, the success of Dr. Muller's therapeutic community has attracted the attention of medical professionals across Europe who recognize the potential of residential arrangements that combine professional treatment with meaningful social connection. His work represents a practical application of the insights we all gained during our alpine experience. The recognition that healing involves not just the treatment of individual symptoms, but the restoration of social connections and meaningful purpose that give life its essential meaning. Mrs. Pembroke and Miss Morrison continue their therapeutic travels, but they now serve as informal consultants to other medical tourists, sharing their extensive knowledge of European spa treatments, while providing the kind of experience, guidance, and emotional support that can transform a medical necessity into a genuine opportunity for restoration and growth. Their letters suggest that they have become something of a legendary pair among the European spa communities, known not just for their practical expertise, but for their remarkable ability to create family-like bonds among temporary communities of health seekers. As for Miss Fairweather, now Mrs. Ashford, her transformation from desperate governess to successful business partner and happily married woman represents perhaps the most visible evidence of how circumstances can be transformed through intelligent cooperation and generous response to genuine need. Her letters speak not only of her own happiness and security, but of her determination to provide the same kind of assistance to other women in similar circumstances. She and Thomas have established what they describe as an employment network for educated women whose circumstances have forced them into precarious dependent positions, helping them find opportunities that utilize their intelligence and skills while providing genuine financial security. The success of Sarah's recovery has exceeded even the optimistic predictions of the Viennese surgeon, and her work with Thomas's import business has proven so valuable that she has been offered similar positions with several other continental trading companies. More significantly, her experience with life-threatening illness and her sister's sacrifice on her behalf have given her a particular sensitivity to others' struggles that makes her exceptionally effective in identifying and responding to various forms of need among their business associates and social circle. As I reflect on these remarkable developments from the comfortable perspective of my London study, I am struck by the contrast between the individual struggles that originally brought each member of our party to the Alpenhof and the collective prosperity and happiness that has resulted from our shared response to the crisis. None of us could have imagined, during those first awkward introductions in the hotel's elegant lobby, that we were beginning an experience that would fundamentally alter our understanding of justice, community, and human potential. Yet, perhaps the most significant lesson of our alpine adventure lies not in its exceptional outcome, but in its demonstration of possibilities that exist within most human encounters, if we can learn to approach others with the combination of authentic curiosity, generous interpretation, and willingness to extend practical assistance that characterized our response to Miss Fairweather's desperate situation. The theft of the Countess's brooch created a crisis that could have poisoned our small community with suspicion and recrimination. Instead, it became the catalyst for discoveries about human nature and social cooperation that continue to influence each of our lives in profound and beneficial ways. Holmes, in his final assessment of the case, described it as one of the most instructive of our entire partnership, not because of any particular brilliance in detection. Indeed, the identity of the thief was relatively obvious once her motivations were understood, but because it demonstrated the possibility of justice that serves human flourishing, rather than merely satisfying abstract legal requirements. The conventional resolution would have involved accusation, confession, possible prosecution, and certainly the permanent rupture of social relationships. Our alternative approach addressed the underlying need that had motivated the crime while creating conditions for redemption and mutual benefit that continue to generate positive effects months later. I have often wondered whether our experience was unique to the particular combination of personalities and circumstances we encountered, or whether it suggests broader possibilities for responding to crime and social conflict in ways that serve healing rather than merely punishment. Certainly, not all criminal behavior stems from circumstances as sympathetic as Miss Fairweather's desperate love for her dying sister, and not all communities possess the resources and goodwill that made our innovative solution possible. Yet, I cannot help but believe that our alpine experiment demonstrates truths about human nature and social cooperation that deserve broader application. The capacity for generosity, creativity, and mutual support that we witnessed exists within most human communities, waiting only for circumstances that reveal its potential and leadership that can guide its expression toward constructive outcomes. As I close this final entry in my account of our alpine adventure, I am filled with gratitude, not only for the specific lessons learned and friendships formed, but for the expanded understanding of human possibility that the experience has provided. In a world too often characterized by competition, suspicion, and the mechanical application of abstract principles without regard for human complexity, our Swiss retreat demonstrated the remarkable results that can emerge when people approach each other with authentic curiosity, generous interpretation, and willingness to sacrifice personal advantage for collective benefit. The mystery of the Massin brooch was solved not through brilliant deduction or dramatic confrontation, but through patient observation, compassionate understanding, and creative problem-solving that addressed root causes, rather than merely symptoms. The real mystery: how strangers can become family, how crisis can generate healing, how justice can serve redemption. was explored through our collective experience and resolved through our shared commitment to human flourishing over abstract principle. Tomorrow I shall write to Catherine Ashford to congratulate her on the news of her forthcoming motherhood, and to Thomas to discuss his proposal for a London office that would extend their employment network to English women in similar circumstances to those Catherine once faced. I shall also respond to the Countess's invitation to visit her new residence, where she has established what she describes as a salon for practical philanthropy that brings together persons of various backgrounds and resources who share commitment to intelligent social cooperation. These ongoing connections represent far more than mere social courtesy or nostalgic attachment to a pleasant holiday experience. They constitute evidence of the enduring influence of those remarkable days when 8 strangers learned to see past surface differences to the fundamental humanity that connects us all, and when they discovered that authentic justice requires not the mechanical application of rules, but the intelligent and generous response to human need that serves both individual flourishing and collective benefit. The fire in my study has burned low now, much as it did on our final evening at the Grand Hotel Alpenhof, but the warmth of memory and continuing connection keeps at bay any chill of winter or time. Our Alpine adventure may have concluded, but its lessons continue to unfold in ways that enrich not only our own lives, but the lives of countless others who have been touched by the expanding circles of mutual support and understanding that began during those transformative days when a simple theft became the catalyst for one of the most beautiful demonstrations of human possibility it has ever been my privilege to witness. As I extinguish my lamp and prepare to retire, I carry with me the profound satisfaction that comes from having participated in something far more significant than the solution of a crime or the resolution of a mystery. We had the extraordinary privilege of witnessing and contributing to a demonstration of justice as it should be, not merely the punishment of wrongdoing, but the intelligent and compassionate response to human need that serves healing, redemption, and the flourishing of all involved. In such moments, the true purpose of detection becomes clear, not merely to identify violations of law or social convention, but to understand the complex human circumstances that create such violations, and to respond with wisdom that serves both individual need and collective benefit. Our Alpine mystery taught us that the greatest victories come not from exposing criminals, but from helping desperate people discover better alternatives to desperate choices, and in the process helping entire communities discover their capacity for extraordinary generosity and creative cooperation. Such, I believe, represents the highest achievement of both detection and justice. Not the satisfaction of abstract principles, but the flourishing of human lives and communities in all their magnificent complexity and potential.